Welcome. Biggest bullshit you've ever done seen in your life. Damn it. I forgot. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. I will be right back. I forgot to take my trash out. Right back after I finish taking my trash out. Oh boy. Bitches and hoes. Hoes. What is up, Zulu? Back to the live screen here. There we go. Whew, we got ourselves some crazy shit going on today. So up here, in the upper part of the stream, you will see that there is another video that is currently using up the last of your annual leave. Nice. Got to get rid of that before the end of the year. Otherwise, it's wasted. What are you getting a head start on your weekend or something? Um, add drawings for. Okay. So up here we have a video. This video is by a guy named Lonerbox. Lonerbox makes political videos. Pretty well made ones, usually with a decent amount of research, very educational content generally. Now Lonerbox a couple months ago got into some hot trouble drama wise. What is the trouble that he got into, you might ask? Well, he was having a conversation with a trans activist streamer known as Polly People. Polly People said, was having, in the midst of the conversation, made a claim. And that claim was that in the United States, there is a trans genocide happening. And Lonerbox was like, whoa, I think that might be overstating the case a tad. At which point, Lonerbox got shit on by loads of people being like, what do you mean there's not a trans genocide going on? And he got called a bad ally, a transphobe, an ignorant moron, an ill-informed idiot, blah, 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 blah. I'm explaining what you're walking in on there, Woiter. So he gets in a lot of trouble because he denies that there is a trans genocide going on in the United States. At which point, another streamer named President Sunday invites him to come onto his stream to have a debate on the topic. And Lonerbox decides, I'm not going to do that, actually. And I don't know exactly what his reasoning for it was. He never really explained it, but I would guess the reason for that is that that's just a bad look in general, no matter what. Even if you're right, going on to someone else's stream to vociferously advocate against the idea that trans people are being genocided probably isn't a great look. It just doesn't look good on you to do that. So things happen. There's another streamer named Demon Mama, friend of the stream, gets involved. Says that he's an idiot, doesn't know what he's talking about, and has no idea as to history. And it just keeps going on and on. So then the question ends up being, okay, what's the deal? What are we gonna actually? What's the deal? What's going on? Demon Mama goes on to President Sunday's stream to shit talk Lonerbox. And you know, a bunch of drama happens. President Sunday, Demon Mama, and then another creator named Doe shit talk Lonerbox. More people make videos about Lonerbox. Everybody basically saying this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's clearly an idiot. Lonerbox kind of puts his hands up and steps away from the situation for a little while. Okay. So where do we go from here? Becomes the question. Well, evidently where we go is a whole bunch of other shit going on between the various different streamers that accused him of being a transphobic idiot who has no idea what he's talking about, blah, blah, blah. All getting into fights with each other. Having a bunch of issues with each other as a result of what's going on. So this turns into a hell of a situation. So finally, Lonerbox has come back, and he has a fucking massive manifesto as to his thoughts on the entire thing. Starts it off with a quote They don't care about the truth. They just make shit up. The more ridiculous the claim, the better. By an anonymous Twitter user in 2020. So I can't fucking wait. Yes, that's exactly the case, Warrior. It's literally just listen to us. If we say there's a genocide going on, there's genocide going on. You don't need to understand. Just know that we are correct.
It began with an egg. On October 20th, I was reacting to a video featuring the content creators DJ Mule and Kira Chats, aka Bad Bunny. In the video, they described the state of trans rights in the US and the UK as, quote, an ongoing genocide, to which I disagreed. This is ground zero where it all started.
Making it clear to people that I want to make sure we can discuss this, just how genocidal TERFs are. Because when we say TERFs are genocidal, I know we've been using that word a lot to describe what's happening in various parts of the world.
Yeah.
I'm talking right now specifically about the UK and the US, but it's not exclusive to these two parts of the world, of what people are doing to, like trans folks are doing to trans people, including trans children. And I know we've been calling that genocide, and it's true, but it doesn't change the fact that this is absolutely
true. And I disagreed with that. Okay. This sparked an argument between me and my audience. About 40 minutes into me soying out at my viewers, a streamer named Polypeople appeared in my chat to join in the debate. I offered to have a conversation with her, and she accepted. Today, a month and a half later, I am now in a position where enough people have misrepresented this debate and the events that have transpired since that I feel like a response is necessary. This is not intended for the other people involved, as I don't believe they have shown any willingness to honestly engage with my views on this issue. I'm only doing this for my own peace of mind and so my audience has something to refer to in the likely event that this is ever brought up in the future. On top of that, the behavior of some of the people involved in this has been a little bit too interesting for me not to comment on. As for you guys right there, I've seen you all taking to the Twitter front lines to defend my honor. Well, might be a bit easier now, who knows. Because I feel like my views have been so grossly mischaracterized, I'll start by laying out my position so they are all easily accessible and in one place. My position on trans rights in the US. As I understand it, the last 2 decades have seen an explosion in trans acceptance and visibility. The number of trans children getting access to affirming care has been rising steadily over the last few years.
This has been more or less my position as well. Whenever somebody brings up the idea that there is a trans or even that like trans rights are at the worst place that they've ever been, I always get very confused. I remember like not 12 years ago, that shit would be like absurd to claim, just outright fucking silly. To believe that that trans people are at the worst places they've ever been. I remember 12 years ago where you're being made fun of on national television as a chick with a dick. And everybody just thinks it's funny, you know? So like I'm confused when people say stuff like that. I am more than aware that trans healthcare has been more or less something which has been done in the background, usually very quietly. People don't tend to talk about it terribly much. And there's an issue with that, right? But the main thing for me, honestly, is just this. I know firsthand that trans people are way more accepted these days than they ever have been. And that's just a fact. That's just a fact of the matter, right? At least how I see it. So whenever somebody brings that stuff up, I'm just like, man, you weren't around like 20 years ago, were you? It's just, you have no idea what transphobia looks like if you think it's worse today. Which is why people who are like in their 30s and shit who are saying stuff like this, I feel like they have no excuse.
Trans people are increasingly represented in the entertainment industry as equal human beings, whilst the insensitive tropes of the mid-2000s and before have aged out of fashion. Meanwhile, polling numbers in Europe and North America show a consistently increasing level of support for trans rights. Unfortunately, this progress has also been part of a double-edged sword. The progression of trans rights has recently been coupled with an unprecedented level of scrutiny and disgust from the right wing. Trans people are now, perhaps more than ever, living under a magnifying glass and being cynically used as a political wedge issue by conservative lawmakers and pundits who seem incapable of winning support by any means other than culture wars and fear-mongering. Where Republicans may otherwise worry about alienating potential voters by attacking migrants and African Americans.
So when I my experience when it comes to like the transphobia of the early aughts, Fox did do nothing wrong. He definitely did nothing wrong. He's or he is as correct as it can possibly be on this issue, as far as I'm concerned. Also, what's up, Super Noob? So while it is now, I'm not changing my belief at all on this front. I still 100% and completely believe that transphobia was worse in the early aughts. One of the reasons why it was worse as well, something that it doesn't tend to get talked about terribly much, is the fact that liberals had carte blanche to just make fun of trans people. Like, trans people in the early aughts were seen as just an absurd thing. Like, these are just crazy people who do crazy things. And then there were the types that were like, well, we can just let them do whatever they want. We can just make fun of them in the background. Who gives a shit? And then there were the people who like genuinely hated them, which was, they were getting murdered way more. Just like the trans panic defense being like a valid defense that you could just use. Crazy cross dressers who might molest your kids. Basically, that was like the thought process. Not good, but like liberals would literally be the ones that you would have to worry about on that front, because they were the ones who did not take you seriously, trans, back in those days. Ba 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 ba.
They don't have this issue when it comes to trans people. The result has been an onslaught of dehumanization, bunk science, and nearly 400 anti trans bills filed in the last 4 years. Though only 39 bills of these have become law, their impact shouldn't be understated. In Texas, Greg Abbott's insane directive has allowed the state to open child abuse investigations into parents who provide gender affirming care to their trans children.
Like he mentioned, it is a double-edged sword. As trans becoming far more accepted in society, there is the massive pushback by the right to center a culture around them. So it ends up being an issue for sure, especially with the introduction of all these various different especially as a result of all the introduction of all these various different anti-trans legislation bills and stuff. But the thing for me is that even if we don't take that into account, even if we don't like acknowledge that in any way, there is a secondary feature here that I think is important to note, which is that before trans people were in the national conversation, they were just being straight up murdered. Just murdered for basically no fucking reason. Just because people thought they were weird and they would panic and they would see them and they'd be like, ugh. That's so, like, while it is bad that they're now being targeted by legislation, though the vast majority of it never ends up actually taking effect, this is probably a better situation than what it used to be. Which is, being completely ignored while you're being murdered in the streets.
These investigations have been repeatedly blocked thanks to the works of organizations like PFLAG and the ACLU, but it shouldn't be surprising that several families have already fled the state. The recent groomer panic has become the latest edition in the right's playbook of stochastic terrorism, and the wave of attacks against trans people is no coincidence. I don't think there's any hyperbole in saying that every single hack commentator who thought it was a good idea to spend the last 2 years smearing trans people as child abusers and predators deserve their share of the blame for events such as the recent shooting in Colorado. Unfortunately, this whole saga has almost nothing to do with any disagreements about the empirical facts of what is happening. If you oppose every single one of these bills and you believe the best thing to do now is support the trans advocacy groups and legal organizations that have been working tirelessly to keep more of these laws from passing, or to mutual aid orgs that have been extremely effective in protecting trans people from laws that have been passed, we agree. Or, if you are from the more vauchist wing of the internet, You might also think it's a good idea for LGBTQ people and allies to arm themselves in case things take a turn from the worst. To that, I also agree. I've been to the US a couple of times. It's a strange place with a very unpredictable future, and if I lived there, I'd probably want to be armed too. If you are in the States and you're interested in helping, I've linked a few charities, advocacy groups, mutual aid orgs, and legal groups in the description, which will be in the YouTube video. These were recommended to me by trans people in my community. They all accept donations, and most of them are looking for volunteers, so go wild. I've tried to keep the rest of the story as educational as possible, but for the most part, the rest is internet bullshit. Going to be a little bit semi-scripted here as well, so what's on the screen might not make complete sense on its own, but it's close enough. My position on genocide. To be clear,
I feel like imagine having to write that sentence. Just imagine for a moment having to write the sentence, my position on genocide.
One thing I'm contesting here is that there is currently an ongoing genocide in the United States. However unlikely I think it is, I do not disagree that the current situation, in particular the rhetoric and political ambitions of various pundits and legislators, could lead to a genocide in the future, and have said as much in my very first stream on this topic. I think we're at the beginning stages of a potential genocide. Okay, that's a bit more acceptable. That's me reading a chat. Because you can look at the stages of genocide and be like, you know, stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of dehumanization, of otherization, of mistreatment, like legal mistreatment, all that. Yeah, you can see all of that. Problem is, like every ethnic minority in every country in the fucking world is at some stage of genocide. Okay. The problem is, like, that's not what makes it a genocide. Okay. That just means that we have like systemic discrimination and like unequal rights. That's not genocide though. Okay. The same position I hold now. My disagreements are with the following. One, that there is currently an ongoing genocide against trans people in the United States. And two, that Republican lawmakers are currently legislating with the specific intent, covert or otherwise, to kill trans people. First, I will try to make as clear as possible my opinion on what is and isn't a genocide. I'll give two of the most well-known definitions and then my own thoughts, which rest somewhere in between them. So, what is a genocide?
Good question.
Genocide is, first and foremost, an international crime. International crime being a collective term for the most extreme violations of international law, the others being war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of aggression. Of these four core crimes, genocide is widely understood to be the gravest.
Why did I said international crime? Like a Scottish or something. What's wrong? Being of being. So is genocide not a crime against?
The term was first coined in 1944 by the Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin, primarily in response to the Holocaust, but also to other instances in history such as the Armenian genocide under the Ottoman Empire. After outlining his thoughts in a book called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, Lemkin led the campaign to have genocide recognized under international law. His definition was then negotiated and narrowed by the United Nations and was finally codified as an independent crime in 1948. The UN definition of genocide. I'll just read this and then we'll talk about it. So, Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So, when people say the UN definition of genocide, they don't just mean the words in here. That's not really how you would approach any law or even just any concept.
Yeah, it's a little. It's like going to it's like going to PubMed and looking up a like symptoms you have and then like diagnosing yourself. It's not really how that.
the words here are like half of the definition or less than half. The much bigger half is precedent. The way that each of these terms are understood, the way that the law is practiced and used either by historians or by lawyers, or, for example, that word destroy there, destroy specifically means physical or biological. So killing people or forcibly sterilizing them. That's like the main thing there. Intent means, I think the Latin term they use is dolus specialis, which means special intent, which means it has to be like premeditated, calculated, planned in advance, like that kind of thing as well. And it has to be shown that the people were intending to physically or biologically destroy. So, and killing here means like directly killing, as in the state or an army directly killing. Serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. If you look at the precedent for that, that is basically always in reference to rape or torture. Like, you know, again, like inflicting torture, not like indirect or whatever.
But it's why there's still Irish fans. And yeah, intent's really difficult to prove, but it kind of has to be, because we're talking about like pretty much the worst possible crime that one can commit, right? So it shouldn't be something in which we can just kind of like very la-di-da say happened, right?
So, conditions of life calculated to bring about its destruction in whole or in part. This will be more to do with something like depriving them of food and water. That's usually what that refers to. Sometimes I think it refers to like very essential medicines. Like if I think this was brought up when Russia was blocking medicine and was it Red Cross from going into Mariupol? So yeah. These all have like much more specific meanings than just randomly interpreting it. Of course, there are a few contentions. One very big one: gender and gender identity or sexuality isn't there. It should be. I think everyone would probably say that they should be. I think another one would be the way that it evolved over time. So if, for example, you might say this special intent thing is a little bit too specific. First of all, intent you can prove with circumstantial evidence. So you couldn't do the whole Holocaust denial. Hitler didn't order the Holocaust on paper. Like you can't really do that because there's a metric ton of circumstantial evidence surrounding that, like the idea that he knew. So, but if you think something like when it comes to intent to destroy, and you think something like, what if they were allowing a destructive course to continue with intent to destroy? If you believe that, well, the UN wouldn't agree with you, but historians would. Historians are a lot less generous to the perpetrators when it comes to intent. So where international law might not say like events like the Holodomor or the Irish famine or the Great Indian famine were genocidal because they weren't intentionally caused, a historian might say that there's enough evidence surrounding those three events that the legislators and people in power at the time used those events and allowed them to carry on deliberately as a way of getting rid of the undesirables. So that's where the intent bit is a bit more loose in history. Destroy, this is probably the biggest bit. The original definition proposed by Raphael Lemkin, destroy included cultural genocide. So that's probably the main thing there, intent to destroy.
Cultural genocide seems so exactly probably be the
because according to Lemkin, you can have a genocide without anyone dying. No, without anyone being killed by the state, technically. Yeah. He outlines that quite a bit. I'll maybe elaborate on that in a moment. But today, I think in international law, they call that ethnocide. But yeah, cultural genocide is kind of a thing as well. And I think going in common parlance, because I'm not like a lawyer, I think if like a Ukrainian or like an indigenous person told me like they were like that there was a genocide at the hands of colonizers or like the Soviet Union and all that, like, yeah, I'm probably not going to split hairs over that. Like cultural genocide is definitely like a valid term, I think. Another thing, political groups, that was another one. Political affiliation was a category here from Lemkin, but it got taken out of the UN Convention mostly because Stalin didn't want it there. So there's been a few shifts, and I actually don't disagree with a lot of what Lemkin wanted to put in there in the beginning. So there you go. Though Lemkin's definition is more broad, and I don't disagree with a lot of what he included, the acts he does describe as genocide without killing, which we understand today as cultural genocide, were always in the context of colonialism. They included the residential school systems in the United States and Canada, the destruction of Irish culture under British rule, the Japanese occupation of Korea, etc. In his own words, acts of cultural genocide include language bans, forced exile of individuals, specifically cultural representatives, forced re education, as well as the banning and destruction of national treasures, libraries, museums, artifacts, and art galleries.
Okay. So I'm guessing that your mic's been cutting out a lot, buddy. Oh, yeah. That's because I had my gain turned down. Yeah, we're gonna be fixing that here later today. Thorian's gonna be coming by with a what is it? A cloud lifter, so that I can actually sound okay. At least that's the goal. So hopefully that'll go well for me. Who knows?
There's actually a bit here where cultural genocide was almost put into law. I think it's just down here. He describes the acts here. Again, you can probably, you'd have to consider precedent for all this as well. Obviously, the law was never put into place. I don't think cultural genocide to this day is still a crime, which is unfortunate. But historians actually do have a way of interpreting each of these things. So forcible transfer, this is like every cultural genocide that I know of, I think is like residential school systems or forced re-education or the state-run settlements in Australia. Systematic exile, this is a huge part of it. There's lots of, especially with the Soviet Union or with the Nazis in Poland, there was a lot of exile. Although they would say that you can technically have this without killing anyone, I think it's been, I don't know if you could find a cultural genocide that didn't also involve the states killing people. Soviet Union would, as part of cultural genocide, would murder intellectuals from the states that they invaded. Like in Australia, there were loads of like massacres against indigenous people as part of their cultural genocide as well. So I don't think it's necessary, but it seems to be quite common, state and military killing. All right. We all good with that? We got a rough idea. If I was going to explain this to a 10-year-old, by the way, just like to summarize, I would say genocide is the state or a military killing a group of people because they're that group of people, physically killing them. And cultural genocide would be killing a culture through measures such as this. Okay. If you were talking about somewhere like China, the reason they're saying that what's happening in China is a genocide as well as a cultural genocide would be this one here, the forced sterilizations in Xinjiang, because that is biological destruction.
Yeah.
Like they seize you, they put you into a camp or a prison, and they just forcibly sterilize you against your will. But you might ask, if they stopped the sterilizations and everything else carried on, would it still be a genocide? Well, according to the UN Convention, that's a bit harder to prove, but in history or cultural genocide, it definitely is because of all the other things, the re-education, destroying mosques, rounding people up, sending Han Chinese people into the houses of Uyghurs against their will, all kinds of shit like that. Yeah. Anyway, a final, more popular source here would be The 10 Stages of Genocide, based on the essay by Dr. Gregory H. Stanton. Again, when you're looking at this one, it's really important to consider precedent. You probably don't want to jump in and just interpret any of these words very loosely. If you read the original essay, this is a mistake. I think it's a mistake people make a lot all the time, actually. You know, like with 14 Points of Fascism, if you just read the little headings for each point, you can shoehorn just about like any populist into being a fascist because there's so much like room for interpretation. But when you read the essay, it's
Denmark, 95% of children screened with a positive result for Down syndrome are aborted. Jesus Christ. That sounds awful. What? Damn. Okay. Christ.
itself and the paragraphs and the examples he gives, it's a lot more narrow. It's the same with this. For example, symbolization sounds quite broad, but the examples he gives in the essay are all like really extreme. So the examples he gives, even in the box, in the circle here, it's like yellow stars for Jews in Germany or blue scarves for people in under the Khmer Rouge, or white armbands for Bosnians during the Bosnian War. So it's all quite like extreme. But the way they've worded this summary, I think, is quite good. So here, Gregory H. Stanton, president of Genocide Watch, developed the 10 stages of genocide, which explains the different stages which lead to a genocide. At each of the earlier stages, there is an opportunity for members of the community or the international community to halt the stages and stop genocide before it happens. That wording is very specific. Stop genocide before it happens. So just being on a handful of these stages doesn't immediately mean there's a genocide. He doesn't say exactly like when the genocide starts according to him, but when you look down here, there's a bit of a clue. Preparation, perpetrators plan the genocide. They often use euphemisms such as the Nazis' phrase, the final solution, to cloak their intentions. So at 7, it's planning. And the example of a genocide being planned, they use is the final solution. So, and then 8, persecution, genocidal massacres begin. So it happens quite late, according to this guy. And he's suggesting that the final solution was the genocide. So that's what he counts as genocide in Germany. Keep that one in mind for later. Okay, that's going to come back a little bit. And for the rest of it, he doesn't really specify exactly what order it can happen in. They can happen in different orders. For example, Nuremberg laws actually came before the stars. So, you know. But the other thing he stresses as well is that like everything here, there are lots of things here that you could say apply to just about every discriminated group on Earth. I think the thing that Stanton, I think he mentions it in the essay as well, I might be wrong, is that every genocide starts with these early stages, but very few groups at these early stages ever end up becoming victims of genocide. So that's like, again, just being a bit more careful with how you understand the terms and where they're coming from, because there's a bit of misuse that goes on around this. An example, actually, I'll give you one here. This is an example, I think, of someone, quote unquote, doing it wrong. Because there's an anti-trans genocide building and we're entering step 8. So remember, the example Stanton gave of step 8 was the final solution, like Nazi death squads and death camps. So I think that's maybe a slightly broad interpretation. Like, I don't think hate crimes count as genocide, like, you know, different kind of crime. Okay, as a side note, I imagine some viewers at this point have already made the objection, wait, law? What are you, a fucking liberal? To which my answer is, first of all, genocide's a crime. Like, under whatever definition you're using, it was coined and it's used.
I love that. What
my
are
answer
you,
is, I
a
will
fucking
never
liberal?
appeal
I love
to
the
law
robotic way
unless
that
I
he
think
puts it.
It is, at least to some degree, morally defensible. I have given my issues with the UN definition of genocide, but I nonetheless think it's important that people can at least have some shared understanding of what the term means. International laws are far from perfect, but I do believe the world is a better place when nations, for as long as they exist, can have some basic understanding of what is morally acceptable and what is not. The Refugee Convention allows victims of war and persecution to seek protection across borders in a way that wasn't available to the Jews in Nazi Germany. Our shared understanding of border sovereignty has left Russia almost completely isolated in its war on Ukraine. The legal, diplomatic agreements between nations have allowed us to give Ukrainians the means to defend themselves against reckless acts of imperialism and, incidentally, genocide. This is a video giving the case for why the Russian war in Ukraine is genocidal. This is a protection that people in Eastern Europe unfortunately didn't have when they were attacked by the Nazis and the USSR. With that, these are my reasons for not describing the situation in the US as an ongoing genocide. 1, descriptively, I don't believe it works. Horrific as they are, I see no use in putting the actions against trans people in the US under the same umbrella as what happened in Bosnia, Rwanda, or the Ottoman Empire. Nor do I think they have much resemblance to the historical acts of cultural genocide, such as Canada or Korea. 2, because of this, the ways we respond to something like discrimination and the ways we respond to genocide are radically different. Likewise, the ways we avoid a genocide are also different from the ways we stop one which is ongoing. If a state is committing genocide, it's very unlikely that acts of civil resistance are still an option. Bearing in mind, genocide is an international crime. Historically, genocide has justified economic sanctions or even military intervention from the international community. Whether you agree with it or not, one of the justifications given for the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia was that it prevented a repeat of what happened in Bosnia: genocide. At a domestic level, genocide typically describes a situation where it's perfectly acceptable for people to take up arms against the state. It would be difficult to condemn the Rohingya rebels in Myanmar or the Jewish partisans in Eastern Europe because theirs is/was a position where the only means of combating the state's actions is to fight. Though I can imagine scenarios where violent resistance against the state or even other civilians would be acceptable, I don't believe the US is quite there yet. 3. I believe that in order for us to engage with each other, a shared understanding of language is fundamentally important. If you've ever been called a communist for supporting socialized healthcare or a neoliberal for supporting the arming of Ukrainians, you should know what I mean. Likewise, if a community online decides in its own arbitrary interpretation of what constitutes a genocide, then goes on to accuse people who disagree with them as engaging in genocide denial, I believe that is a problem worth talking about. This is a stream from Demon Mama titled Destroying Genocide Denial with Facts and Logic, which she gives her case for why there's a trans genocide in the US. Okay. In my research on this topic, one of the things I've noticed is that none of the major organizations who are fighting these laws have been using the word genocide. At the moment, it seems like something that hasn't really escaped the confines of Twitter and a few online leftist spaces, but the arguments people have made for invoking it have been varied. Some are just clear misinterpretations, but I've also heard people arguing in favor of calling it a genocide, not so much for descriptive accuracy, but as a means of shocking people into action. The problem is that once a word like genocide is invoked, every other term feels deflating by comparison. In spite of this, I do think it's worth stressing the point here.
In a similar sense, whenever there's YouTube drama of any one particular sort and someone gets accused of something super bad and super horrible, anything less than a complete validation of whatever the original claim is ends up deflating most of the actual argument. If someone's been called a pedo, you can't exactly go back to saying they make clickbait. Yeah. And that happens way more often than you might think, by the way. When someone gets like accused of like a legitimate fucking crime, and it turns out like, oh no, they didn't really commit a crime, so to speak. They just said something a little yikesy. Like someone says, I don't know, I think 16 should be like the age of consent. And then that'll turn into so-and-so believes that that pedophilia is okay. Like, I don't know. That'll be kind of how it ends up going.
Use a term other than genocide is not to downplay the situation. Despite not having the same rhetorical flourish, discrimination kills people. It causes trauma, hate crimes, suicides, and murders. People have a human right to flee their homes as refugees to escape persecution, human rights abuses. Only 2 years ago, millions of people rose up in protest against systemic discrimination towards Black people. For all the pain, suffering, and death that was highlighted by the BLM protests, I don't remember anyone ever using the word genocide. That's because genocide is a different crime, which requires a different response. As an example, take the situation of European Muslims, a group that has been systematically othered by governments and media for decades. Since 9/11, they have been routinely dehumanized, branded as terrorists or terrorist sympathizers. They are banned from wearing their veils in France, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Bulgaria, and the Netherlands. In the UK, the Prevent Strategy counterterrorism program has placed an expectation on untrained citizens to out potential extremists to the state. This policy is so hawkish that it has resulted in children being detained by the state because their teachers mistook the Arabic writing on their clothes for ISIS symbols. Muslim girls face the common bullying routine of having their hijabs ripped off of them in schools. Hardly surprising when their biggest representative in the British media in the last decade was Shamima Begum. Boys are blamed for the most recent terror attack and assaulted by their peers.
To be fair, in France, you're banned from wearing all religious symbols into government areas. That may be the case, But do you not think that it is possible for someone to make a wide sweeping ban on something, which then ends up disproportionately affecting another group of people? Like, I imagine plenty of Christians don't mind not wearing a fucking cross or whatever if they don't feel like it. But like when it's fundamental to your religion to wear a particular thing, like let's say like an Ashkenazi Jew wearing like whatever that shit's called. And stuff like that. That's a person who is going to be very fundamentally disenfranchised in comparison. Then there's selective enforcement, of course, like you just mentioned. But yeah, it's I don't necessarily believe that a wide sweeping ban that covers multiple groups of people isn't like necessarily meant to target a particular group of people.
Peers for so much as having a middle.
Voter ID laws here in the United States. They were created in such a way as to affect everybody, but specifically it was meant to target black people.
Eastern name. On the week of 9/11, this also happened to me. Muslim men have been murdered on their doorsteps.
In an age of guns, I really don't give a shit that people have daggers.
By far-right thugs after being falsely accused of grooming. Mosques are the frequent targets of arson attacks and vehicle rammings. All the while.
Also, can I just point out that my first fucking game today was a fucking first place win? Like, come on now. Am I not like super good at this already? Immensely? Holy shit. Fucking dab on the haters.
Conservative politicians will run entire campaigns on anti-Muslim messaging and describe the Islamic faith as a virus. Almost half of the Conservative Party sees Islam as a threat to the British way of life. They are encouraged to be discreet about their faith when seeking employment, and their overrepresentation in frontline services and deprived areas led to them having a significantly higher death rate during the pandemic. The Christchurch shooting, which took place in New Zealand, led to a 600% increase in hate crimes.
I think playing a Lunarbox video and getting a first place win on my first match definitely indicates that he's definitely right about everything.
Across the UK.
That's how this works.
Pundits like Tom.
No!
This town is a sleepy little place.
Fuck! Where were we?
Nazi death squads and death camps. So, trauma, hate crimes, suicides, and murders. People have a human right to flee their homes as refugees to escape persecution, human rights abuses. Only 2 years ago, millions of people rose up in protest against.
I accidentally double-clicked like twice on different things, and then it ended up taking me to a different video. And they didn't save my point in this video like it normally does. God damn you, YouTube, and your selective memory. I don't like how the word trauma is getting watered down. I don't think it is watered down. Trauma has always been meant to refer to something bad happening to you that ends up changing the way in which you both live and you live your life as well as the way you look at things. Trauma can be massive and it can be minor, but trauma is still trauma, physical and mental. I think the problem is that I don't think it's that trauma as a word is being watered down, in more the sense that trauma has always meant a certain thing, but people have assumed that it meant something way worse, and like are very selective and gatekeepy about it. Trauma can just mean that like your dad called you an idiot growing up, like every day, like every time you come home, "What's up, idiot?" and then like slap your hand. And that becomes like a normal way to greet people for you. And you don't realize that that's not like normal or an okay thing to do.
Systemic discrimination towards black people. For all the pain, suffering, and death that was highlighted by the BLM protests, I don't remember anyone ever using the word genocide. That's because genocide is a different crime which requires a different response. As an example, take the situation of European Muslims, a group that has been systematically othered by governments and media for decades. Since 9/11, they have been routinely dehumanized, branded as terrorists or terrorist sympathizers. They are banned from wearing their veils in France, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Bulgaria, and the Netherlands. In the UK, the Prevent Strategy counterterrorism program has placed an expectation on untrained citizens to out potential extremists to the state. This policy is so hawkish that it has resulted in children being detained by the state because their teachers mistook the Arabic writing on their clothes for ISIS symbols. Muslim girls face the common bullying routine of having their hijabs ripped off of them in schools. Hardly surprising when their biggest representative in the British media in the last decade was Shamima Begum. Boys are blamed for the most recent terror attack and assaulted by their peers for so much as having a Middle Eastern name. On the week of 9/11, this also happened to me. Muslim men have been murdered on their doorsteps by far-right thugs after being falsely accused of grooming. Mosques are the frequent targets of arson attacks and vehicle rammings. All the while, conservative politicians will run entire campaigns on anti-Muslim messaging and describe the Islamic faith as a virus. Almost half of the Conservative Party sees Islam as a threat to the British way of life. They are encouraged to be discreet about their faith when seeking employment, and their overrepresentation in frontline services and deprived areas led to them having a significantly higher death rate during the pandemic. The Christchurch shooting, which took place in New Zealand, led to a 600% increase in hate crimes across the UK. Pundits like Tommy Robinson and Paul Joseph Watson barely waited a day before going back to pushing the same great replacement rhetoric that inspired the shooter, a theory which has been the key talking point for the second largest party in France for over 10 years. This is a level of bigotry that suppresses a culture, destroys lives, and all too often gets innocent people killed. Does it, however, belong in the same category as what is happening to the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar? No. One is discrimination and human rights violations, the other is genocide. Though they both stem from the same hatred, they are descriptively different and they warrant radically different responses. These are my views now, just as they were a couple of months ago before my first debate on the issue. Now, for the internet bullshit.
Ooh, we love the internet bullshit. This is why we came. This is why we're here. We want to talk about the dumb stuff. The things that don't actually matter. That's why we're here. That's what we're here for. Where is the Moist Critical clip? Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby! That's what we've been waiting for. The internet bullshit. The various actors who have called Lonerbox so many things for these rather milquetoast fucking opinions.
Feel free to ban Ellen Degenerate until after the stream if he's being annoying. Poly people. First of all, I am very aware that having this discussion at all is bound to be an optical loss for me. If I'm taking the position that what's happening is awful, but not as awful as genocide, it will inevitably look like what I'm doing is downplaying.
So that's kind of the assumption that I made as to why it is that he didn't want to have a debate with President Sunday on this when President Sunday offered to have a debate on it. My belief on that was that, like, why the fuck would he have this debate? Like, it's a necessarily loss no matter what the fuck happens. Funny because the thing about Muslims in Europe would absolutely get Lonerbox called out for being a shitlib Anglo trash in many circles. Yeah. People are fucking crazy, dude. They're fucking nuts. Why are people fucking silly?
This is especially the case when half of the audience has an interpretation of genocide that is radically different from my own, or from any that I've ever observed in law, history, or common parlance. I accept this. What I absolutely do not accept are the following accusations. 1. That I was overly cruel to a scared trans person who was only asking for my empathy. 2. That I tried to bait her into breaking TOS so that she would lose her Twitch channel. And 3. That I expressed some sussy baka opinions about the Holocaust. Issues with the first claim.
That's probably a direct quote. Sussy baka was definitely used by someone. I don't know who, but someone did, and that's just funny to me.
In case some of you don't know, Polly People is, at least occasionally, a debate streamer. She has appeared on extremely combative debate panels with Christian conservatives, as well as the likes of Alex Stein and Sean Last.
Pregnant. Polly, is it possible for a man to get pregnant?
Yes.
How? Is it with his penis? He'll have a baby? A baby will come out of his pee hole?
Trans dudes can get pregnant, and trans dudes are dudes, my guy. I know you can't, you don't like that reality, but it is reality because we are who. Are you your brain or are you your dick? Right? You think, does your dick talk to you? I mean, maybe it does, but I get my
Mine
idea of
does.
who I am.
President Sunday's such a hilarious character. I mean, I can't wait for him to just kind of like give up. It's so inevitable. He's such a ridiculous person who just believes such ridiculous fucking things. And I get frustrated with how silly he is and how overly seriously he takes himself. He really does believe himself to be this like person who is just so much better educated than everybody else and cares so much more about the truth than everybody else, even though he never knows what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he's what I would refer to as an empty-headed academic. He has no actual understandings of any of the things that he fucking talks about. He just insists on lording information over people as if he's an expert, even though he's an idiot.
Okay, well then that's because you're kind of.
It's a dude who has like a billion fucking books in their background. Like 90% of them he hasn't read, and the other 10% he doesn't understand.
A freak, but like I know
I am a
because my
freaky
brain
freak.
tells me so. Yeah, I can see that. I can. You got that vibe to you. But
You know I'm a
me
freak.
on the other hand, my brain tells me who I am, and so.
Do you still have
I
it?
don't
Do you
have-
still have male? Do you still have a male penis?
Ask your mom.
So I just wanted to illustrate.
Based.
I could have probably got like 50 million more clips of this, but like poly people is okay with very combative panels with people who are very, let's say, out there, pretty transphobic. Like we all know who Alex Stein is. I think this shapeshifter person is like a very famous right-wing detransitioner. Sean Last is like, he's like the final boss of internet race realism and great replacement stuff. So probably not the most friendly to trans people either. Anyway,
Trans women should do the "my dick is bigger than yours" thing more often. True. Hilarious to me that anyone who ever self-identified as a Sargonite as a full-grown adult takes themselves so seriously, right?
when she came into my chat, I was already in the middle of a heated exchange with my community. Her input was not to ask for an empathetic discussion, but to argue the specific case that there is an ongoing genocide in the United States. Throughout this debate, she was not ambiguous about what she was there for. She made it clear that what she wanted from the conversation was for me to at least call it a genocide. But I guess if it's a genocide, that action is insufficient then, is it? What should I do? What more should I do?
You should at least be willing to call it a genocide.
That's at least. If I don't call it a genocide, what? I'm insufficient?
Well, you are not accepting the truth of what's going.
But going on, sorry. Streamable is really annoying for not moving the clip properly, but okay. She even went so far as to say that my disagreement over the term genocide was an indication that I don't recognize the threat. Well, pay attention to the threat that she's talking about here as well. The problem, but you're saying
Why is her voice so weird? Because she's probably still in the midst of training her voice to be more feminine. That's my guess. It's difficult. I mean, like, for me, I have a naturally fairly deep voice, and so it's difficult for me to do, like, any sort of feminization on my voice, like, at all. It's really fucking hard. I mean, I can try a little bit, but it still sounds very much like a dude trying to be a woman, so this is something that a lot of people go through a lot of work in order to work on and try and figure out how to do. So, inevitably, it kind of sounds a little weird coming from most people.
The problem with me is that I'm not calling it a genocide then. It goes both ways. If the only bar I'm not crossing is calling it a genocide.
You kind of have to, like, soften your voice while also going, like, somewhat falsetto without actually going full falsetto. It's really fucking weird.
We're just talking, like, what?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just not using your level of, like, your tone, or what?
To be fair, I don't know much about your position on trans people, right?
Okay.
Right. I saw your last video, and I had critiques about it, but I didn't come away with the feeling like you didn't recognize the threat that exists to trans people until well, I guess this very moment. And now it, like your sort of over reliance on I'm not so sure, like the need for people to start dying before you're willing to call something or visibly dying in a way that you would recognize, as opposed to just dying invisibly. That's going on right now, a way that's going on right now.
I can tell
until
you
you're
very,
willing to
I can tell you
acknowledge
very
that there's
clearly
a
though.
genocide going on, or an intended genocide.
Yeah, I was thinking about the wrong clip, but yeah, like it's evidence that I don't recognize the threat. After I had made my positions on anti-trans legislation clear, she once again said I should at least call out what was happening, and followed up to say that the core transphobe wanted to eliminate trans people just like the Nazis did. So you're kind of getting the impression here is that the debate is about her trying to convince me to use certain language and use the same descriptions that she used. Okay, so
That was
Real
close.
trans people don't talk about these ways in the ways that, like, Vosh, for example, does, or the people that talk about, self-defense with fucking arms. That's crazy. Like, that is not going to help us. Uh, the thing that will help us is if you at least call out what is happening, right? Instead of like, saying, well, it's not quite as bad as you think. Like, just because there's some libs that like maybe fall prey to the idea that there's like an overtreatment of gender dysphoria, right? Doesn't mean that the core transphobe wants to do nothing short of eliminate trans people, however that happens, just like the fucking Nazis did. They didn't necessarily need to cart every person off. They were happy with emigration, which will happen. People will at least move states, right? Because only certain states right now are genocidal. Some states are not. So, forcing people to move out, making people's lives miserable such that they kill themselves. That's all in the playbook. The core intent of these laws is to kill or eliminate by whatever means necessary trans people.
there's if you don't notice that that's a they said this in chat as well. That's a Jewish trans person getting very irritated by the Holocaust comparisons. But yeah, if that's what we mean by at least call out what's happening, and that what's happening is that the core transphobe is just like the Nazis, and the core intent of the policies is to kill yeah, I mean, if I don't, yeah, like just for we'll get to it later, but like the Nazis in the 1920s openly very loudly said that they wanted to remove every Jew from Europe. Like Hitler in Mein Kampf said that if like 10 or 15,000 Jews died in the First World War, it would have been worth it. It would have been worth the loss. Like, so it's a lot. Yeah. Oh, sorry. When she asserted that Republican legislators were trying to get trans people killed, I asked her if she had any examples. She seemed outraged that I asked the question at all.
You're not going to be frozen in fear if you really kind of like use the in my judgment would be the most.
Do you know that prior to World War I, Germany was one of the most Jew-friendly countries in Europe? Well, that was one of the reasons why there was a decent amount of them there, right? And so that's why it became like realistic to blame them for various different things. Like it became a normal thing to blame people because, well, look at all the Jews. Right? That's my understanding of the situation, right? Because there were so many there who engaged in the economy and stuff because they were more or less welcome. Anti-Semitism in general was something which was like pretty normal in Europe in the like early 20th century, just generally. It was a thing which was being observed by a lot of people at the time, including philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre, who was just like, yeah, there's definitely loads of people like that here, for sure. And there was a lot of attempts at trying to figure out exactly, like, how the fuck this shit works. Like, why are people like this? Was kind of the question.
Correct words to describe what's going on in a way that people will hear and be like, oh, maybe I should look into this because I'm not wrong in the way I describe it. I think that
Fuck, even Marx was anti-Semitic. Marx would say like weird shit, being like, "Yeah, you know, I don't know about these Jews. They're weird." Was Marx Jewish by heritage? I don't know. I don't think he was. Not a Marx scholar. I don't pretend to have read his body of work. I don't recall him being Jewish, no. To my knowledge. As limited as that is.
That proves out when I, it's not we're not just arguing about a word. It seems like we're arguing about what these anti-trans laws are really about and what they are intended to do. It seems like you're unwilling to accept that the laws are being passed because they are dehumanizing us and demonizing us in a way that that is necessary and sufficient to create genocidal intent in a population.
So you're saying it's not over a word, but it is, though. We agree on what people should do to stop it. We agree on how bad it is. We agree on where it's happening. Yeah, like, it is just the word.
You don't think they're trying to kill trans people?
No, I don't think they're.
Told me,
wait. Can you tell me which legislator is trying to kill trans people? Are there any specific ones? Any like
Wait
definite?
a second. Are you telling me that the only way I can prove to you that there's a genocide is that if I find a legislator, hook them up to a lie detector, and the legislature says, "Oh, I don't want to kill trans people," and it beeps red, and then you'd be like, "Oh, because you found one legislator and you proved beyond a reasonable doubt that person has genocidal intent, will you then agree it's a genocide?" No, you wouldn't even do it then. You'd be like, "Well, that's just."
So I don't know. I feel like it's probably fair to ask that question. I wasn't asking.
Yeah, that's definitely a bad faith interpretation of that particular question.
Again, even when I tried to give her leeway here, citing Hitler as an example of how intent can be inferred, she moved off the point and asked me about my views on the Holocaust instead. So after I've asked her which Republicans are trying to get trans people killed, she's kind of outraged that I asked the question. I gave her leeway and show how you can infer intent. And then she just tries to move on.
No, you wouldn't even do it then. You'd be like, "Well, that's just one."
Well, I can say with, for example, there's, I don't know.
There's no way to
wait,
prove
no.
you.
I can give you a lot of leeway here.
There's no way to prove it to you. There's no way. It's impossible.
Like when it comes to studying like in law, like genocide, they'll say, can we see genocidal intent in Hitler before 1941? And some people will say yes, because he's talking about removal by any means, even though there's no sign that he wants to kill people. It's like, well, if you want to remove millions and millions of people, how else are you going to do that apart from killing them? So I'm bringing up, because she brought up, like, she was the first person to bring up Nazis in this as well. I'll have the links after in the video description. Yeah, she brings up Nazis like quite a lot. So I just thought I'll just give her that example to show, like, you can show intent without it being explicit. So I'm just trying to give her leeway here to the original question. But I think instead she tries to move on to like this different. It's just really weird. That's why they would say, but that's how, no. 1945. That's how you would say. That's how you would say. That's how you would say that there was warnings of genocide. There was plenty of it. I say that I would say there was. I would say you couldn't say. What?
Well, of course.
What did I just say? Wait. What did I just say?
Okay, so what I think you said is that Hitler had genocidal intent before. Wait, when would you say when would you say the genocide of the Jews actually happened or started?
No, wait. That's not the question. Is whether or not the intent, when the intent showed, right? So I'm trying to keep her on topic here,
well, now I'm interested in your answer to my question.
Well, the signs of the intent were there from like 1919 when Hitler wrote that thing about removal.
Yeah, but when would you say, according to you?
We'll come back to the Holocaust stuff a bit later, but I think the impression here is just that
Ollie People strikes me as the type of person who very quickly would be willing to label somebody something really bad if it benefits her.
Like, people were saying I was being really cruel to this person, or I was being really bombastic or debate bro. Like, I don't know. I felt like I was letting her go off quite a bit, and I was letting her kind of take me into all these different directions in the debate.
Crystal Nut is typically considered the starting point of the final solution. Sure, but like he literally wrote a fucking book talking about how he wants to kill Jews, like way before that.
And like steering off topic and stuff like that. Like, I don't know.
I think it's I think when you get to that point, it's like, yeah, I think we can reasonably infer intent here.
I think there were maybe a couple of points where I got slightly irritated, but for the most part, like, I feel like the debate tactics are more coming from her end as well, but more than mine. But anyway, all right. Near the end of the debate, she seemed to be arguing that any form of systemic discrimination which gets people killed should count as a genocide.
If you were on the ground in
This clip's quite long, so I'm going to use it a few times, but we'll just move to here.
wasn't done in the way that you would specifically call a genocide.
Yes, that's why we have a definition of genocide. Yeah, if they're dying, if people die because of
Jesus
systemic discrimination, that's not genocide. No.
How is that not genocide? If people die as a result of systemic discrimination.
Okay, can we? Oh, wait. Can we just? Okay, can you just admit to me, right? Can you just
wait? Of law?
I leave the clips quite big just for context, but yeah, that's at that point. I'm just I don't know. I think you could probably argue that all systemic discrimination against minorities gets them killed in one way or another, but we'll get to that. It seemed apparent that what Polly wanted was for me to accept her claims without providing any explanation for them. By asking her a couple of questions that she didn't have an answer to, I was doing it wrong. This is because Polly is not someone who is just afraid and looking for empathy from other streamers. She is someone who believes that people on the left should agree with her positions on trans issues uncritically. She is very open about this on her streams, where she explicitly said, whilst reflecting on our debate, that you don't have to understand, you can just believe what we're telling you.
We don't need empathy. Yeah, I mean, well, we don't. We need people to fight for us and believe us. Like, you don't have to understand it. You don't have to like the fucking requirement that somehow we have to make you understand. That's not good. Like, that's bad thinking. You know, if you're pro-trans people, and you know, you have somebody like me, you know, explain to you why there's a trans genocide. You get it.
No. That is not how that works. I'm sorry to be the one to sadly inform you of this, but no. Matter of factly, no. You saying, well, there is one happening. What I need you to do is I need you to just believe me. I don't give a shit that you don't understand what I'm saying. Just believe me. Fuck you. That is never going to be how that works. Ever. Sorry to be the one to bear the bad news on that one.
An unexpected backlash from your take. The correct thing is to just assume you don't, you know, if you don't understand, it's, you know, that's not on us, that's on you. And you don't have to understand. You could just believe what we're telling you.
She streamed about me for about 5 or 6 days after this debate. There was quite a lot to go through, but I don't want to drown in sources, right? You might think I'm being hyperbolic when I describe her as a puritanical ideologue, but she wouldn't.
Right? But they don't like me for some reason. I'm sort of the odd one out on the target list, right? Because I'm like, by all respects, like a puritanical, like, you know, ideologue, right? You would say that, certainly, right? So, like, you know, to have an attack on me from the left, it's got to be personal as opposed to ideologicals, right?
I think Stardust's response to that is quite funny.
Right. So, like, you know, to have an attack on me, right? You would say that, certainly, right? So, like, you know, to have an attack on me from the left.
Okay. By the way, if you want to be like a puritanical ideologue, I think that's fine. That's cool, you know?
No. No. Say it with your chest, Lonerbox. Being a puritanical ideologue is not, in fact, a good thing.
I like having good to have variety in the Twitch space. We're like a, you know, that's where this is where you get like the more weird political commentary. That's
Okay,
cool.
there's a
The problem
difference.
is that being like that, but then people trying to frame you as something completely different to that is just weird. But you'll notice that a lot of these complaints that were made about my debate with Polly didn't actually come from Polly. We'll get to that though. She believes that any pushback on her claims.
I saw a crowd retweeting something the other day about how modern left-wing discourse has slowly become a case of arguing that I am the least problematic person. Are you kidding me? That's been leftist discourse for so fucking long at this point. For so long. It's actually crazy.
About genocide is a form of tone policing. That's another one.
One of the things people are saying is that people like me who say there's a trans genocide out there should not do that.
Dylan has joined the vape crew. I lay claim to Dylan Burns as a member of the Vape Nation. He's mine now. No one is allowed to say any differently.
Because it's not just about whether or not there's a genocide. They'll say, like, this is about a word, right? Are you using the word properly? And you know, where I come from, we have a saying for that. It's tone police. So like the debate seems to be.
I haven't recently seen any sort of misses from Dylan, but I imagine there's probably some that I'm just not aware of. I don't watch his content near enough. I do think he's like not great at debating. I think that's like a big thing. He definitely is not great at it, for sure.
We tone police trans people, and people aren't picking.
Well, outside of the monumental miss that we're all aware of, that being the Prime Kai's drama, and him just absolutely taking the fattest L possible there.
Picking up that I'm trying to like say, look, you shouldn't have panels on this because it's essentially a question of should we tone police trans people.
Should we don't? Yeah. So we shouldn't have panels on this, although she's happy to have debates about it. So I think in the debate, there's a spot where I even asked if the whole point of it was just for rhetorical flourish. She said no, though. She said it was descriptively true. I don't really know how that would count as tone pleasing. I'm pretty sure tone pleasing is when you like have a go at like a black woman for being aggressive or like or uppity or something like that. Like it's more, yeah, it's about tone, not about a disagreement on an issue. But yeah. Of course, arguing that someone is using a term incorrectly is not anywhere near the same as tone policing, especially when you are the one implying that others shouldn't be publicly voicing those disagreements. In her own words, real allies don't quibble with the definition. This is a tweet. Real allies don't quibble with the definition. All right.
Okay.
If this is the case, I am led to wonder, why would she come on my stream to debate the topic of genocide if the only correct response I can give is to agree without challenging her? Of course, Polly is not the representative of all trans people, nor is the group of trans people she surrounds herself with online. This makes it especially inconvenient for her when she faces disagreement from other trans people. When Vivian Woolf challenged the idea that I pulled out of a conversation with President Sunday because I was afraid, Polly almost sparked an argument with this over this with Viv before Viv had even watched the debate. Well done, Lornerbox, reading. Pretty sure it's not because he was afraid. Lornerbox is not as well versed on genocide as he tries to appear. He may have felt unprepared. It's not my experience. He's a dishonest person. I haven't seen the discussion. So she says she hasn't seen the discussion. Polly says, yo, are you saying I'm wrong here? I'm not. I mean, I think Viv went on a stream later and spoke about how she almost got like into a fight with Polly over this like thing here. But even though I think Viv actually came out against me after this anyway. So yeah, just
Vivian Wolf blocked me, by the way. I've been blocked by Miss Vivian. Mostly because, like, I said that one of the reasons why people don't like her is because of the The fact that she makes docs on people and makes like weird lists of people who are like sussy. And she said, "No, I don't do that. You're a fucking idiot," and then she blocked me. So, even though I'm pretty sure that's like well known at this point, like that's not even a thing you can argue. It's just true. So, I don't know. Fucking weird. Who's Vivian? She's like an Antifa type person.
One more example. Lexibat is another trans streamer who argues against using the word, but only for tactical reasons. As he was trying to explain his position whilst reviewing our debate, Polly was typing in Lexibat's chat saying, "Call it what it is," and "Jesus Christ, just say genocide." This clip's a little bit long, but
murder or suicide, mass suicide caused by policy. That's what a democide is. I would use that instead, personally. There are other definitions, Polly, yes.
So you can see the chat here is really difficult to see, but in the side here, oh, I can just do this, sorry. In the side here, she's saying, this is when she came in, "Call it what it is, Jesus Christ, just say genocide," just as Lexibat's explaining his position. Like.
Yes. But the problem is, most people don't know the other definitions. Your average Joe on the street doesn't know the other definitions. Like at all. Like, I am also trans, Polly. I am also terrified by all of this, right? I am also at risk. But at the end of the day, it's a tactics debate. That's what we're having, right? We're having a tactics argument. Do we use an emotive word that causes people who don't know any better to balk, or do we use a term that is at least technically more accurate, even if it is, by all intents and purposes, as I said, a genocide, right? Do we make people balk, or do we say, this is a thing, this is what it means, this is why this is that, and is leading to genocide? That is the biggest pile of horse shit I've ever heard in my life, 255. My daughter was using non-binary pronouns for me when she was 4. Also, they, them is not a neo-pronoun. Fuck off. Yeah.
Fuck off!
At the end of the day, this is like a tactics conversation more than it is a terminology one.
Fuck off, mate!
You're right. It is. But legally, like, on the world court,
I think this is what Polly said to set Alex off. Okay, this is nuts. I don't get your take
because it's
here.
broken and the definition is nonsense, it doesn't work. And if anyone is gonna fucking refer to it as a genocide, if anyone does know the definition of genocide, it'll be the UN definition they know. That's because you're not cunting listening, Polly, for fuck's sake. You're hearing the shit you want to hear or the shit you think I'm saying, and you're not listening to what I'm actually cunting saying. Try open your fucking ears. Jesus, my 7-year-old can listen better than this. My take is, yeah, amongst us, it's a fucking genocide. But when you are talking to people who don't fucking know any better, you cannot use the word genocide because they have been taught to be fucking balking at it. They have been taught to not pay attention and to tune that shit out. They have been taught that that word means something very different than what it actually fucking means because the legal definition by the UN is bollocks and useless.
Yeah, Lexibat's male pronouns, yeah.
Lonerbox here is arguing from a stance of exclusively the UN definition. You are using prescriptive language. He was using descriptive language. It's not fucking hard to understand. No, because you don't get to come into my chat and fucking talk to me like that. You just don't get to.
Yeah, fucking cunt.
You can ask questions and you can listen and you can actually pay attention to what I'm fucking saying. You can
At least those schools aren't shooting galleries. It's one of my favorite memes. My favorite part about that meme is that fucking British people love that meme. It's the best part about it.
not come in here and put fucking words in my mouth. And just purposefully hang on to your damn ignorance because you're too damn prideful to let it go and listen to somebody else. You want to be that prideful, that's up to you. It's not my cunting problem.
Not my cunting problem.
You are not the only trans person in existence, and you are not the only person scared, and you are not the only person at risk. And you are not the only person who has ideas of tactics and how to deal with things.
You fucking
This is
bitch.
why the fucking left eats itself. Because people like you are incapable of listening to other cunting people. Murder.
I like that guy. He's cool. All right. Whew. The second claim, TOS baiting, brackets, Fed posting. During this debate, I allegedly tried to manipulate Polly into saying something that would break the Twitch terms of service. This allegation would suggest that my intention during this debate was to get this person, who I'd never met before, to lose her channel. I find this accusation especially strange because it certainly doesn't speak to any pattern of behavior on my part. My views on deplatforming are generally more permissive than those of most leftists I associate with, and I don't typically celebrate when other people get banned. If I was trying to get Polly banned, it would be very out of character for me, and I would imagine the burden of proof for such an allegation would be fairly high. Here are the two instances that are referred to. I'll just read all of this and then we'll watch it. In the first, I asked the question, if you think it's a genocide, why aren't you trying to get legislators killed? The purpose of me asking this question was to illustrate the difference between discrimination and genocide. We justify the acts of the Jewish partisans and Rohingya rebels because the regimes they were and are fighting are genocidal. They're in a position where, besides fleeing, that is their only recourse. It's a descriptively different problem with different prescriptive solutions. So, legislators do this because they want to kill the trans people. Then the way you respond to that is, well, what would you do? What would you do if the Nazis took power? You wouldn't oppose like Jewish militias trying to assassinate Nazi politicians, right? So I don't know, like if you're calling it a genocide, then why are you not trying to get legislators killed in self-defense?
Well, I'm not, I would never talk about that.
So when someone answers that question with, I would never talk about that, it kind of sounds like, again, I could have been wrong. It kind of sounds like they're saying, yes, that's just my first reading of it. And my response to it was just to, again, just engage with it, because obviously I think that's a really stupid thing to advocate for. Like she could just reject the premise if she doesn't like it, but we'll see. You wouldn't talk about it, but you, okay.
Well, I wouldn't do I would personally not do anything like that. Like
Yeah,
that's
if I was feeling mean here, if I was talking to like a right winger, I would probably keep asking the question, but I'm just accepting her answer and just assuming it means what I think it means and then going off with it. So you can say, want other people to fuck up their own lives and go to jail and just like ruin everything just because, and actually probably fuck the movement even more. But that's the logical conclusion, right? If someone has genocidal intent and is trying to action it gradually, they are fair game, right?
So I think you're being unfair. You're painting me as somebody who is now trying. God, you're doing the thing. You're saying now I'm the murderer, trying to get.
So I hate the idea of Fed posting when you take someone's beliefs to their logical conclusion and you start being like, well, you need to start like fighting back in the way in which one would fight back in a genocide if you think of genocide as like legitimately happening, don't you think? And then they're like, you're trying to get me to say something that'll get me banned. No, I'm trying to see if you're consistent. Also, second first place win. Second game. 2 games, 2 first places. Let's fucking go, son. Fiddlesticks is broken, by the way.
Because I am calling something what it is, you're now saying that I'm trying to get people killed in the name of trans people. That's fucking ridiculous, my guy. I am just trying to get you to use a word that accepts the very risk to people like me that is out there right now. There is
Again, I'm trying to get you to use a word, but
legislation being proposed. There is legislation being passed. There are
I mean, I think that particular point's been beaten into the ground there, Loner Boss. I don't think you need to. I don't think it's very clear. She is trying to get you to use the term genocide because that is beneficial to her political interests, and she doesn't particularly care whether or not it fits. She only gives a shit whether or not you say it, and will shame you for not doing so until you do so.
are children being taken away from their parents in the state of Texas because they are treating their kids for who they are. And you're saying if I call it a genocide, I am therefore required to what now go out and kill people that are trying to kill me? Like I don't understand. Oh my God, if that's your standard, then I guess there will never be a genocide because I'm always going to be too afraid to fight back against the the powers that be that are trying to get me. I would, yes. What if somebody like me would rather run and hide?
Well, if you would rather run and hide, why are you streaming? Why are you doing political streams? Why are you debating? Why are you doing any of these things that put your face out there? What? So, okay, here's the thing. If what you're saying is, I believe there's a genocide happening, but I wouldn't do anything about it personally because fighting is not my place. I don't know how to do it. It scares me, and I just want to survive. I would prefer other people do that in place of me. Fine. But then you can't also be the person who does like big old streams calling people out and saying this person's bad because they did X and this person's bad because they did Y. You can't, this person's also bad. I'm going to debate this person and I'm going to say I fucked his mom. Like, you can't be that type of person whilst also claiming to not be interested in those in talking about what you need to do to protect yourself in the name when if you think a genocide is happening. You can't do that. It's one or the other. You can't just that's not how that works.
Hide, in a fucking attic somewhere. Does that make it not a genocide because other people are going to fight for me instead?
so where do we? So wait. So I'm going to assume you're saying then. So you don't want to be pigeonholed into the person who wants to kill legislators. I'm just I asked you a question.
No,
You're saying no.
no.
Okay.
That's
You asked me a
crazy,
question.
dude.
You asked me a question. That's fine. You said no. Okay. Personally, so I mean, if you think that's me trying to get someone banned, okay. So that's the first time. The second time I bring it up is to argue about the effect her rhetoric might have on her audience instead. So I've accepted her answer at this point. I've accepted that she doesn't want to advocate for anything herself, even though the initial answer was a bit odd, but whatever. I'll take people at their word. This is the second time. And the problem is, the reason I have a problem with the word genocide again is because when you use that language and you look at the way historically genocides have been responded to and the way that genocides are handled, and the best way to handle genocides is that you've got people in your audiences who are very like vulnerable and are very like scared enough, are very scared as it is. And when you say these people want to kill you, then you are kind of quietly saying, if someone wants to kill you, the things that you should do in self-defense are things that you're not willing to say they should do.
Run.
So she's already started saying run here. Again, that's an opportunity for her to say, no, I'm not up for violence. I would rather run. She can just reject what I'm saying. Instead, she says this.
No, well, okay. Well, one, I don't want to violate terms of service, right? People who want to defend
Well, there you
themselves.
go, though. You just say you don't want to violate terms of service, though. So we know what you are okay with, right?
No. I do not want to no. Look. Please do not push me to this direction. I told you my personal story. I think I talk to trans people all the time. Many of us are figuring out where the fuck we're gonna run to.
If she disagreed with my framing, all she needed to do was reject my premise. Instead, she said, I don't want to violate terms of service. When I responded by saying, we know what you are okay with, I deliberately spoke indirectly precisely to avoid TOS violations. If she had said yes to this question, she would have been able to voice that opinion and it wouldn't have broken TOS. When she answered with no and asked me not to push her in that direction, I accepted her answer and we moved on. The question of political violence never came up again. Those two clips are me apparently for some unspecified reason just randomly trying to get a trans streamer banned. Those two questions. Now, if you talk about genocide, I think genocide typically, at least in every historical example I can think of, every genocide I can think of in history.
How does it matter that he told you my personal story? It's just trying to get out of answering the question. Because they're worried about how it will look.
The people who were victims,
that's all it is,
had every moral right to basically use whatever means they could to stop the perpetrators. I don't think there's any example of a genocide where you would say that's not okay. So I think you kind of have, like, I think it's perfectly fair to bring up that question. If you want to advocate for give your positions for political violence, you can use euphemisms, or you can do indirect ways, the same like I tried to do here, just to at least see if she had a position worth engaging with. But again, like if I say you're implying like violent action against the legislators, and she says, I don't want to break TOS. To me, that sounds like a yes. But again, when she said no and don't push me, I just left it to go into the next topic. Like, so I don't know if you think that's me trying to get someone banned. Yeah, you do you. It's okay.
You.
It would be worth asking here, if the only point in me bringing up political violence was for TOS bait, why did I also mention it before the call? Cultural, I don't know. I don't know what it would look like for trans people. I think no, actually I do. I think what you could call a cultural genocide of trans people, and I think this is the only, and I'm saying like a less than 1% chance, but the only chance I think of that happening is like states start to sanction some kind of like forced conversion therapy for trans kids. Like they'll say that there's a crisis of like a mental health crisis of trans kids, and we need to save them by finding trans kids and bring them to conversion therapy camps so that they can purge their fucking demons or get rid of the social contagion or whatever. I think that would be, I'd be like, fuck, that would be a cultural genocide. Yeah. And if people wanted to take out, like, we're taking up arms to standing in front of the front doors of trans kids to protect them from that behavior, I'd be like, yeah, of course I wouldn't oppose that. They would, it's like the only chance they've got, right? I know some people are thinking about Texas. Don't worry, we'll talk about Texas. Okay. Furthermore, why did I willingly stake my own positions on political violence, which were very close to being TOS violations? I think this is probably, of this entire debate, the closest anyone came to breaking TOS was actually me. But okay. So when it comes to domestically, the difference is that I feel like I'm more radical than you now. I think if there's a genocide happening, you should fucking like video game the people who are doing the genocide.
Hold on.
So
right? Okay. I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sunday, among others, seemed convinced that my only intention with these questions was to get Polly to lose her channel. What's interesting to me is that this complaint, as far as I know, was never made to me by Polly herself. But we'll return to that later. Okay, let's go for this bit first. This is Doe. She didn't commit the violation. She rejected it multiple times. She said, no, I don't want to fight anyone. I want to run away. And he pressed her repeatedly. It was a disingenuous TOS bait. If you're starting to think this might be a little bit misrepresentative of the clips we just watched, there might be a common theme there, okay? I'm going to say this is not an accurate representation of what we just watched, right? Sunday? Might as well read this whole thread. Lonerbox is now using a soundbite of me saying, you laughed in the face of your last interlocutor in this issue, in reference to his conversation with Polly, where he tried to bait her into a TOS violation and ridiculed her as a notification sound on stream. This is actually so dumb. If your belief is a TOS violation, why is that anyone's fault but yours or the platform? If I had an argument with someone who told me words don't mean anything, and then they got banned because they said the N-word with a hard R, not my fault, theirs. Oh, I had, sorry. No one's belief were TOS violations. That's not what people are upset about. Please refrain from engaging until you've caught up with, at minimum, the initial debate that sparked this all. Wow. Doe, I've watched the debate. I agree with Loner's position. I know Polly didn't violate TOS. She answered the line of questions where they were going and very strongly said she wasn't calling for violence. Villainizing a clear ally for asking reasonable questions for a serious topic is cruel. And this is Sunday. Don't play dumb. He framed his questions to get her to assume his premise that the term implied retaliatory violence as a given, so she'd be breaking TOS even by answering. That she had the wherewithal to avoid this isn't a defense of what Lonerbox was transparently trying to do. She's a fucking adult engaging a debate. If you want to cry that Lonerbox didn't.
Yeah, see, this is my issue with this particular claim. If your beliefs entail TOS, that's on you. That's just how it is. Sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but it's not exactly anyone else's fault other than yours that you have particular beliefs which violate TOS. Yeah, Doe is, I don't know why she's involved in anything anymore.
Go easy on her, say that with your chest. You and everyone alongside you are fucking disgusting for stoking these flames.
And I know she prefers the pronoun of it. I don't care.
There's plenty of real transphobia in the world, you bored fucking losers. Hey. Thanks, Jerry. Okay. I imagine people might have been a little primed to assume that the reason for asking this question is to Fed post because of this debate between Vosh and Rosewrist, where Rose asked the question, if it were possible to kill Republican lawmakers with no consequences, would it then be justified?
If it were to be possible to get away with, killing Republican lawmakers with no consequences, would it then be?
Are you actually Fed posting at me right now? You're glowing in this convo. Wait, are you being fed these questions?
So you'll notice there that Rose said no consequences.
That was an interesting thing because Fed posting, yeah, that was an interesting thing because Rosewist didn't know what Fed posting meant. So the Fed as a word was used in two different contexts here that confused the shit out of Rose. Rose is not here anymore, by the way. Rose had to leave because he has principles. So it is what it is. But Rose was saying, no, I'm not being fed these questions. So no, I'm not Fed posting. Because he thought Fed posting meant being given questions to ask. Which was super fucking funny for me. I thought that was pretty fucking hilarious.
The question's a little bit different, but yeah. It's likely the well might be a little poisoned around this issue because we now know that this question was sent to Rose by Destiny. I've been given permission to share these, so. Oh dear. Maybe chat can go off for a minute. This is Destiny asking.
You say the N-word on stream to fuck with alt raiders, now he's screeching about Fed posting, right?
This, if it did work out, if they were able to kill lawmakers with no consequences, would it be morally justified? Will ask. So you can see there, that's when this line of messaging starts. Okay, that's really important. Interestingly enough, this was actually a follow-up question. The first time Rose asked this, albeit with the no consequences part, Vosh had no problem answering, and he also said he didn't feel like the question was TOS bait. Now, this question, you'll notice, is a bit more similar to my one, right?
Okay. So then if you believe that the Republicans have intent right now to bring about an LGBT genocide, how can you morally object against people right now taking up arms and going out and killing Republican lawmakers?
Republican lawmakers?
Yes.
Well, it would be a utilitarian thing, wouldn't it? It would be if you could get better political outcomes from them doing so. Which, unfortunately, I don't really think it's possible to know that because I'm not God, but as a general rule, that type of thing doesn't.
Okay.
He said that type of thing doesn't work out as a general rule. Good answer, Vaush. Didn't feel like the question was TOS bait.
Do you feel like any of the questions I'm asking you are being asked in bad faith and I'm trying to bait you into like violating TOS or anything?
No. Did I imply that?
Okay. No, maybe I misunderstood. Do you feel like...
Okay. So that first question to Vosh was fine. Contrary to popular opinion, this initial question did not originally come from Destiny. Let's just go popular opinion.
That was like one of the dirtiest approaches I've seen. That's very much that's characteristic of another streamer who engages in bullshit like this against trans people. Yes, it's literally what Rose Wrist was trying to do to Vosh. I
like the effort the Demon Mama has put into her setup, honestly. I think it's pretty good. I'd prefer if it was This is my issue with Demon Mama. She's so stupid, but she's so good at aesthetics. Her intro on her fucking channel is really good. Her setup looks really good. But like, God, she's stupid as hell, and I wish she wasn't that dumb.
don't think that there's any surprise that both Rose Wrist and Lonerbox borrowed directly from the playbook of fucking Stinky Steve.
Okay.
Stinky Steve!
That original question, the same one I asked to Polly, actually came from a question I sent to Rose Wrist a week earlier when he was debating Nick Fuentes. So this is my DMs to Rose Wrist, 23rd of May. If you think they're trying to genocide you, isn't it right to kill them? Because if the answer is no, they're a bunch of cucks, Lamau. Obviously, I didn't use this one on a trans person because that's, you know.
No, use it on Nazi instead.
Okay. You can see here the debate with Fuentes. Where's the date? May 23rd, 2022. The Vosh debate was a week later, May 29th. This isn't a very exciting thing. I just thought you guys might want to know a bit more. Like, I have my own thoughts, believe it or not. That was my question. And my question, when Vosh was asked it, said he didn't feel like it was a TOS violation. The different question that Destiny asked was, if there were no consequences, would it then be okay to kill Republican lawmakers? And actually, just as a slight critique to Vosh, I don't think that's I feel like he already answered that question because he said as a general rule, that thing doesn't work out. I would like to imagine if you're like a rule utilitarian, I'd probably say that if you're living, as long as you live in a democracy, you probably don't ever want it to be the case that people are out killing Republican lawmakers or any lawmaker. Probably just a rule people should avoid as long as there's like other forms of recourse in a democracy. Now, if you get into more authoritarian environments, well, the answer might get a little bit more pepe, but that's how I'd answer that anyway. I don't think it was a very difficult question. If people believe that my reason for bringing up violent action was to bait Polly into breaking TOS, they would also have to answer this. Why did I also discuss violent action on my stream before Polly came on? Could it not be that this was simply one of my arguments? Should I have refrained from making this point just on the off chance that Polly does have views that would break TOS and that she isn't clever enough to conceal them? I'm being quite blunt here to close this bit. TOS bait isn't a real thing. It's not. If you don't want to answer a question that sounds like it might, because your answer might be TOS or you're not imaginative enough to come up with a euphemism or something, that's probably like if you'd answer a question like the one I asked and just unwittingly break TOS, that's probably your own fault. Like I wouldn't expect anyone I'm talking to ever be that stupid, but okay. The second Polly debate. On November 1st, Polly unexpectedly appeared in my chat and asked for a second
that's fair.
conversation. This one was far less combative than the first. She didn't say anything about me being cruel to her in our previous talk, nor did she bring up the issue of TOS baiting. Instead, the conversation was fairly cordial and we were a lot more understanding of each other's positions. I was a bit skeptical about her reading of the 10 stages of genocide, but I could see where she was coming from. What confuses me is that she made a couple of concessions in this talk that she seems to have already gone back on. I suggested this was something we could agree to disagree on, and she seemed happy with that. She even titled her video on Twitch, I think this goes better. I think this goes better, discussion 2. Me asking the question. Yeah, so I don't know if this counts as like agree to disagree on some things, but not everything.
It's all right. I mean, hey, I appreciate you talk.
Yeah, okay. I asked her if people who disagree with using the word genocide belong in the same box as genocide deniers, to which she said, no, they don't. Do you think it's fair to say people who don't agree that there's a genocide happening right now should belong in the same box as genocide deniers?
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
say that. I would say no. I would say that because that
I would
carries an
hope not.
implication of like Holocaust denial and shit.
Why she has since continued to attack me on Twitter and call me denial box, I can't really say.
Denial box? What?
Denial box coping and seething about President Cum Day, lol. I mean, I can't even really get upset about this. Just kind of funny, but okay. Just to reiterate one more time, the first two accusations made against me didn't actually come from Polly. I was probably going to get a few more clips about Polly because she streamed a lot of weird shit about me later on. But I don't really like clipping people if I don't know that much about them, and I don't want to misrepresent them if they've had like a weird moment on stream or whatever. So I just thought I'd leave it at that. I feel like when it comes to Polly, she's quite good at falling out with people by herself. So yeah, as far as I know, I thought me and her seemed to be on okay terms since the last talk, but who knows?
Yeah, Poly People has fallen out with a lot of people, it seems.
Demon.
Including President Sunday.
Mama. I'm sorry. I couldn't I tried to react. Demon Mama reacted to my debate with Polly a couple of days afterwards. I tried watching it a few times, but I just get like really distracted by some of her mannerisms. So yeah, okay. In her response to my debate with Polly, Demon Mama has a habit of pulling the strangest faces, even when what I'm saying is completely uncontroversial. This is just, I couldn't, like.
All right, let's continue.
Later after it's over, but that's not what we need.
Okay, first of all, when camps were opening, yeah, you could, there was plenty of evidence to say that we're building up to a genocide and the urgency was there. Like again, I just so you know, for my take on Germany,
camps?
I think the Allies should have intervened when the first camp opened, before the annexation. So no,
Yeah,
actually, I'm very for intervening as quickly as possible when that happens. I think that every government in the Allied states were too slow. Okay, so no, I don't know why you think just because I'm contesting you on terminology means you think I'm less urgent about stopping the problem. I don't know why you think that. I'm giving an argument that's like anti-appeasement. I don't know why she's, and there's another one here.
Side at least.
Yeah, because I can tell you very clearly why I have a problem. And it's because the way you respond to these things are different. If a state is committing genocide, say...
Whenever Demon Mama is reacting to a video, pay attention to her face.
For example, this is what justifies countries invading other countries. This is what justifies countries bombing.
See that? What did he just say? He said genocides are the type of things that justify countries invading other countries. And she goes,
other countries. This is the justification that was given in Libya. They said that Gaddafi he had genocidal intent. He was announced that he was going to genocide his own people. And then I think at this point, the whole idea of genocide being an international crime that's supposed to be enforced by the international community, like that's what it was for.
I think Demon Mama would be a much happier person if she didn't traffic in online trans activism and if she was just doing nerd shit or whatever. Probably. If she was just like a regular like video game streamer, she'd probably be a lot happier. Probably wouldn't make near as much money though.
Like both definitions,
which is probably why, you know, you got to make a decision, you know.
Intended for that, and it's just like this is what justifies countries invading other countries. This is what justifies countries bombing other countries. Shocked, but yeah, I don't know. We're gonna see a lot of that, and there's also yeah, you're gonna see a bit of a common trend with those faces. All right. Throughout this video, Demon Mama consistently scoffs every time I bring up the idea of activists pushing against anti-trans laws at a state level. When I talk about recommending activist groups to people who want to get involved in stopping legislation, she seems unimpressed. If anyone wants to engage in activism, if that's their thing, because there's lots of people who come to me like, you know, I want to get involved, I'll probably say like, well, Stonewall, really good organization to volunteer for, Mermaids, all these organizations want volunteers. A lot of them are involved in fighting the legislation, you know, going to, I don't know how it works over there, but the way it comes is like with councils, you can lobby and you can write. If anyone will shake of the head there, let's see. She pulls another face when I talk about people lobbying against legislation in ways that are actionable within a liberal democracy. Research. Well, the way you respond to that is the way I think I advocate for, is people getting involved in pressure groups, in political and charities, in lobbying, and going to meetings and lobbying MPs, protesting, civil, like, yeah, things that you can do within a liberal democracy, like things that are just like actionable. If you think, here it is, the legislators do this because they want to research. Well, the way you, interestingly, she shakes her head at me advocating for activism within the law, even though Polly agrees with me immediately afterwards. If we're talking about, I guess you'd imagine the way to oppose this would be lobby legislators, turn up to town hall meetings, I guess, in America, help with
do everything you can within the law, as many people did within the law during previous genocidal events.
I don't really know how many genocidal events in the past were fought by acting within the law, but we'll see. All right. At least domestically. All right. In response to a chatter, she continues
Jesus Christ,
to
I almost
mock
died
the
there.
idea of political lobbying by doing a caricature of someone writing a letter to their genocidal congressman.
Truth of what's going on.
Hey, everybody, have you considered writing a letter to oppose the law that will ban you from getting health care? Have you considered writing a letter?
Truth of what?
I think if you were contacting a legislator, you would probably contact the Democrat legislator who's opposing the bill. Or I don't know how it is in the US, but I'm pretty sure legislators work in public buildings. Like you can just go there and speak to them. But all right. Or I think are there not states in America where you can just testify against any bill or for or against? You can testify towards any bill that's passing. Anyway. This dismissive attitude makes me wonder, is Demon Mama completely unaware of the impact that legal and political activist groups have had in stopping anti-trans legislation? A lot of people, I don't know, I feel like this is quite well known. This was 2021 talking about bills restricting gender-affirming care for trans youth. There are 2 here that were enacted. Look at all the other ones that failed. And these are mostly in Republican majority states. And it's been like this year as well. The vast majority of these bills are being pushed through Republican states, and they're failing. And the reason they're failing is because activist groups turn up and testify against them and pressure to stop them. It's like, I don't understand, like,
you generally should write to anti-LGBT Republican legislators. Yeah. So, okay. A little bit of background. I once had a conversation with Demon Mama, one-on-one, where I explained to her that just kind of going out and being mad doesn't really accomplish anything. You need to actually have a plan of action. You need to have goals set. You need to have actual legislation in mind as to what it is that you're going to be doing. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of rage that ends up going nowhere. And then she basically tried to tell me that the civil rights movement was literally just people being angry and then just shit getting done. And they didn't have any plans. They didn't have any actual strategies. They didn't have any actual goals. They just wanted there to be no more racism, and then they got it. That was her argument to me. It was amazing. She calls people from now on, by the way. I have, strangely, I don't know how I did this, but through the few conversations I've had with her, I have created 2 memes in her community that she regularly does. Civil rights activists weren't just pissed off. They were running elections. They were organizing voting groups. They were writing in mass to politicians. Yeah. She doesn't accept that. She said, you know how the civil rights movement won? They had a big old march and they went down to Washington and said, fix it. That's how they won. Like, to absolutely diminish all of the work that went into the civil rights movement in general over the course of the decades that it was running, and to say that it was literally just people marching and that's all that happened. They didn't actually have any plans. They didn't give any suggestions. They weren't involved in the voting practice at all. Like, it's just mind-blowing. It's fucking mind-blowing. It really is. Well, yeah, writing to legislators gives them an understanding as to the things that are important to the people that they cover. Like, people are under this very odd assumption that like your average Republican legislator is just out here like, I'm becoming a legislator because I truly believe in the values currently espoused by the Republican Party. I want to make sure all these trans people get fucked up. Like, no, that's the Republican legislators are just trying to keep their job. They're trying to stay elected, and they're trying to appeal to their constituency. If you are part of their constituency and you're like, hey, ease up on this trans hate bullshit, then they're gonna eventually listen when enough of that happens. That's a fact. That's just a fact. That is how politics works. That is how influence works. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how you can look at that and just scoff and be like, sure. I don't get it. Demon Mama's methods of doing anything is to essentially be as feckless and inefficient as possible and just kind of hope you get what you want without even saying what it is that you even want. It's so crazy. So, like I said, through the few conversations I've had with Demon Mama, I have created 2 memes that she has participated in. Number 1 is Policy Brain. If you start asking the question during any one individual conversation with her, hey, what sort of policies would you want to put in place to further your interests? She would say she would call you policy brained, and then use that as an insult in some way, or to say that like you're lacking some sort of perspective because you care about these sorts of things. It's basically her saying that stuff doesn't matter and you're dumb for thinking it matters. That's essentially what she does. So she's come up with policy brained off of that. And then the second one that she's come up with is in regards to veganism, where she will just straight up call you like so for one, she came up with the idea of a vegan cookbook and just distributing that for free worldwide in a way in which is localized to every single region, that tells them what is available in their area that they can make that's vegan and shit like that. I've explained a bajillion reasons before as to why that doesn't work. Number 1, it would be an incredibly expensive process. Number 2, a lot of people just don't have that sort of thing available to them. Number 3, it actually gives people absolutely no compulsion to actually do anything with the cookbook. If you can get a cookbook and it appears on your fucking front lawn or some shit, or like it appears at your hut or your house or whatever the fuck, and you just look at it and you're just like, I don't give a fuck about this, and you just throw it out, burn it, whatever the fuck. Like, they have no compulsion to actually follow through with it. Like, it's the most ridiculous and dumbest idea I've ever heard in my life. So she legitimately thinks that this is like the way forward for vegans, is to advocate for a vegan cookbook. So there's that. And then the other meme is, in terms of veganism, is essentially telling all vegans that they are supporting child exploitation by participating in capitalism. Which and she thinks that's 100% one-to-one with the vegan argument that you're supporting animal exploitation by buying meat. And the reason why that doesn't work, obviously, is because when you buy meat, the suffering is the product, whereas everything else which is made capitalistically that currently uses child labor does not necessitate child labor. It just is that way, and that can change. So it's not fundamental towards the things that we participate in. Anyway, if you want veganism to spread, make easy vegan food cheaper than the meat equivalents. Support subsidies for vegetarian products. That's one way of doing it. Thing is, unless people actually have a compulsion to change the way in which they usually eat or consume, they just won't. A person, like, even then, I would say to make vegan food cheaper than meat equivalents, the only reason why that would do anything is because there are people who are like on a budget who are just like, I guess I got to eat the soy based one, because the meat stuff is like too fucking expensive. That would be the only reason. But the moment that meat companies do anything like appeal to legislation or anything like that to try and kind of get their own subsidies or make it easier for them to engage in the practices that they engage in, whatever it is that they end up doing, the moment that they become competitive, people would prefer meat, and they will stick with meat because that is what they've been raised on. That's what they're used to. You need to give them a moral compulsion to actually change their fucking diet, or they won't. That's just a fact. So having the conversations that we do as vegans is still a very important thing to do. But people like Demon Mama and Vosh and all these people will be like, no, never have those conversations. It just makes you look like an asshole. Just make a meal for a friend of yours and see if it's something that they're into. And if they're not, then I guess they're a lost cause. Like, it's funny to me. It is like probably the funniest thing in the world to me that people who spend the vast majority of their time calling Republicans like demons and evil and like genocidal maniacs, racist, transphobes, and all these sorts of things, and just being absolutely fucking vicious towards their political enemies, will tell vegans, stop trying to tell people that meat's wrong. It's so fucking weird. It's so strange. Like, how do you square that? I just don't get it. In any other context, these exact same people telling us to not engage in those sorts of conversations will engage in those conversations with anybody else that they consider like a political opponent of theirs. They have no problem doing that. But when it comes to vegans, we're supposed to shut the fuck up. It's just so stupid.
Because I feel like isn't that like a criticism we normally make of politicians, is that they're careerists? They don't really care that much about ideology. They don't really have that much conviction. They just do what they're pressured to.
To be fair, most leftists would say that that's only true of Democrats, and it's not true of Republicans. A lot of leftists have deluded themselves into believing that Republicans are just like fundamentally evil people who truly believe the things that they like legislate on, and that they don't actually care about their jobs. And granted, there are a few like that, the Marjorie Taylor Greene folks. But the vast majority of them are just politicians trying to keep their jobs and have a nice cushy job. That's kind of what they're out there to do. Leftists have kind of deluded themselves into believing that Democrats are the careerists and Republicans are the like fundamentally evil crusaders for good from their perspective. Yeah. So that's the criticism that people normally have of politicians, at least in those particular spaces. So he's not getting that totally correct. Now, it's not true. To be fair, it's not true. Both Democrats and Republicans, by and large, are careerists and just want to continue to have the jobs that they have. And as the sensibilities of the United States moves on, they will end up changing in accordance to that. That is the actual fact of the matter, which is just easily observable over the course of the entirety of the United States history. It's always been that way. But yeah, many leftists basically are of the position that because legislation has not 100% given them the fucking utopia that they want right the fuck now, it's because Democrats don't really care and Republicans are fighting tooth and nail to make sure it doesn't happen. That's and they would do so no matter what. Like they're absolute ideologues and they don't actually care about maintaining their career. They just want to play to a particular philosophy. It's just not true.
Like, yeah, there are loads of stories about this as well. There was a bill in, I think it was Ohio, that didn't go through because a Republican majority board flipped their votes after hearing testimony from trans activists. Like the amount, like people can go and turn up and say like, I'm trans.
Americans make for terrible leftists because America has lacked a left-wing policy block for 100 years. So it's this weird caricature of left-wing positions and ideals. Sure. I mean, it's always fucking stupid to like talk about leftism and right and shit like that in America when Europeans are watching, because there's always like this vast monumental difference that Europeans just don't fucking get when we're talking about the things that we're talking about. But yeah.
Trans, this is how this legislation will affect me. And a lot of the time, a lot of the Republican legislators involved in those votes have probably never seen a trans person before. Like that, it does actually impact the laws even in red majority states. So, yeah. Or Is this the kind of action you would be inclined to ignore if you believed Republicans were legislating because they want you dead? Not wanting to jump to conclusions about this, I looked at Demon Mama's stream on transgenocide, which does have a segment entitled What Can Be Done. Here's the segment. You can see there what can be done. It's like a 4 or 5 minute segment after she made her case for the transgenocide ongoing. This is just
I do want to spend a little bit of time right now talking about what can be done. This is not going to be a part of the formal video because I want the video to be very pinpointed and focused in its goal. But I want people to realize there's a lot that can be done to resist this sort of thing.
I don't know why I bother clipping that. I've noticed when watching Demon Mama's debates that every time she
Weirdly redundant. Lonerbox L, very uncommon Lonerbox L, clipping something that just says the thing in the quote.
says there's a lot
That doesn't actually give a point.
can be done, she usually only mentions like 1 or 2 things at most. But after saying there are a lot of things that can be done, she gives 2 examples.
This is something that Demon Mama does very often, where she'll say, "There's loads of things that we can do. There's loads of things, and we do it right now. Actually, she'll waffle on and on and on for a very long time about how there's like an innumerable, almost infinite amount of things which can easily be done at any one given time to accomplish whatever it is that she wants to accomplish, while also giving very few examples. And the examples that she gives are usually like fucking weird.
One, connect with other trans people online and offline. Well, okay. All good. 2, a vague allusion to mutual aid with this example before she goes on to talk about helping with fundraisers for people who are trying to leave states like Florida. Yeah, this was a bit weird. I don't really know what she's getting at here.
The mutual aid aspect is going to be incredibly, incredibly important. And it should not be understated how much simple acts of mutual aid in the past have saved lives. Keep in mind that when we talk about the Holocaust, we often talk about the fact that people hid Jewish people in their attic. That is a simple act of mutual aid that saves a group, that can save a life of many people.
I don't want to, like, I'm not...
Mutual aid equals Venmo me money for Starbucks. More often than not, that's pretty much what it is. Whenever I come into a comfortable amount of money that I have for myself, I always fuck myself by almost immediately putting it directly into like somebody who's like begging for money on Twitter or some shit. Somebody who will be like, "I'm 2 seconds away from just being kicked out of my house. I need help," and I'll just be like, "Oh, okay." Like, I do that. I'm one of those suckers who just I almost got tricked into commissioning some art by a dude who definitely doesn't do his own art. Because he said, "It's Christmas soon and I'm very broke and I need commissions and you can go ahead and get a 50% discount now." And I'm like, yeah, I'm that guy. I'm that guy! I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. Urgh. Bitches and hoes. Bitches and hoes. Bitches and hoes. Whenever people post those things, I always assume it's bullshit, and I know it's an asshole thing to say, but fuck it. That's how my brain operates. I'm not easily trusting. Maybe it's because I remember when TAA was begging because he put his money into cars over bills. So I just assume everyone who's e-begging is just someone who's terrible at managing a meager income and wasting on stupid shit rather than their bills. So for me, I would say that can definitely be the case, and I'm not like against you like kind of operating against people who do shit like that. The thing that I'm thinking of, generally speaking, is whenever I see one of these sorts of mutual aid like calls to action, my first thought is just like, well, what would I want to have happen? If I was in need, what would I want? What would I do? Right? That's the thought that kind of occurs to me. And maybe that's like not the best way of looking at it, but every once in a while I do end up having like an issue. Like I end up not having enough money at the end of the month. I'm going to get in trouble with rent. And I'll like talk to a friend and I'll just be like, hey, I hate to bother you, but I could use an extra like 50 to make rent this month. And they'll be like, all right. And then that'll usually be the end of it. And that doesn't tend to happen terribly often for me either. Usually once every like 6 months or so. I don't know. Maybe that is very often. But I just don't make a lot of money. It's just how it is. I don't make a lot of money, and so I kind of end up getting the shit kicked out of me by the world around me. So yeah.
I'm not like an anarchist. I don't know theory that well. I don't know if hiding Jews in your attic was mutual aid. I always thought something like that would just be aid. But the more broad thing is once you've got the language of
that's actually true. Mutual aid is a very specific thing. It is. So mutual aid, very specifically, is when you help somebody in such a way that it'll come back to you in some fashion, generally speaking. So when someone says, I need help with something, the idea is once you get help, if I need help, you'll be there for me too. That's the idea. That's what characterizes mutual aid specifically.
genocide. I feel like it leads you to all these paths that are just that have nothing to do with the situation America's in.
I totally understand the idea of trimming a bunch of unnecessary things, but by the way, like, don't think that I'm not familiar with the concept. I mean, I got an app. Now the app costs me $4 a month, but I have cut $50 a month of like fucking bogus subscriptions from my monthly expenses, thanks to that app. So, like, it's very often like over time, I'll just forget I'm subscribed to various services that I don't use anymore, or I'll get a service that I don't know what the fuck I'm paying for, and I'll just be confused, like, where the hell did this come from? And then all of a sudden, like, I've just got I'm down money now because I didn't know that I had this particular payment.
Like, if you're talking about anti-trans legislation, it's very difficult to downplay it, to understate how bad it is. I don't really think you should ever need to bring up the Holocaust in comparison to it, though. I feel like the Holocaust is just such a useless allegory to like trans legislation in the United States right now. But yeah. But that's going to come up a lot as well. But I don't even disagree with her with either of these, but I do find it strange that she would be so dismissive of groups that have been so crucial in fighting these laws. In her reaction to my debate, she seems far more interested in more physical forms of action. When I tried to ask Polly what exactly it is she thinks people like me should be doing differently, Demon Mama adopts Polly's position and says I should call it a genocide. She then goes on to say that she wishes cis people would push back harder against transphobia, while someone in her chat says, TOS prevents me from giving an accurate prescriptive statement on how to stop a genocide. But I guess if it's a genocide, that action is insufficient then, is it? What should I do? What more should I do?
You should at least be willing to call it.
Wait, hold on. This is a weird direction. He's being super defensive here. What more should I do? Well, call it a genocide. Call it what it is, dude. Don't fucking split hairs when trans people are telling you that this is an attempted genocide and there are ongoing aspects of genocide. No one's asking you to do anything else, although I would certainly appreciate it if cis people would, you know, push back a little harder. Just a little bit harder against transphobia. You know, just a little harder. You know, a little bit of rip and tear.
It's so funny because there's nothing to this. Whew, that was a very effective think fast. Goddamn. Okay.
Oh yeah, there's someone in chat. Should have pointed that out. Okay. Yeah, okay. She uncritically agrees with a chatter who says I'm only in denial because I'm too cowardly to give up my comfortable life and take action.
The state elimination of the lives of
1852D Derek with the $5. It sounds like Lonerbox is in denial because he's scared of the implications. He would be morally obligated to give up his comfortable life and take action, or accept that he's a coward. True.
It requires nothing. It requires nothing. You require zero actual thought put into your position at all. Just agree with trans people when they say they're being genocided. Just agree. Just agree. Why do anything else?
the state.
Now, this is where I think, fuck me. I don't think it's that difficult to give your prescriptions on political violence without breaking TOS. Like, this vagueness is so. I've given this multiple times. I'll do it one more time. I have said constantly that if there was ever a situation, say like there were anti-LGBTQ riots up and down America, or even just in one town, and they were coming to smash up safe spaces or to attack houses or attack people in the street, then yeah, like, defend yourself by any means necessary. Like, I would never oppose that. Like, that makes perfect sense to use violence in that situation. Same thing with Texas. If Texas ever succeeds in like a state conversion therapy program where they're dragging kids out of their houses and taking them to get converted out of being trans, and you need to escape that state, and you might need to video game some agents of the state on the way. Yeah, I wouldn't oppose that either. Why are these people being so vague about what they want people to do? I know the answer. It's because they're fucking LARPers. But like, if you look at this quote here as well,
Based!
it sounds like I'm in this Demon Mama agreeing with this. Like, It sounds like I'm in denial because I'm scared of the implications. I would be morally obligated to give up my comfortable life and take action. Motherfucker, what action? Like, first of all, I live in fucking Scotland, okay? I'm not even from America. Are you suggesting that, like, my moral compass dictates that every time there's a genocide going on, I have to get my fucking tin hat and my big boots and go over there and, like, sort it out myself? Is that what you're doing? Is this what fucking 8D, 5D2 Derek is doing? Are you fucking, like, there's a genocide happening right now in West Sudan. Are you fucking, like, have you been motivated recently to just jump over there and get all fucking rip and tear? Go for a fucking rumble tumble with the cartoon government? Probably not. You're in a fucking stream chat,
Rumble tumble!
LARPing fuck. Anyway, sorry.
Rumble tumble. That's awesome. Base, they are definitely LARPers for sure.
We'll get to the Holocaust. Don't worry, Silverheart. When I make the point that genocides are descriptively different and require...
The truth is, Demon Mama and Co. are all cowards. It's less even that they're cowards. They're just disingenuous morons. Like, they don't actually think about anything that they say, and they don't care to, and it's not important to them. Actually having any real reason behind anything that they say is not important to them.
Require different solutions. She immediately makes up her mind and decides that I'm doing the rose wrist thing before I've even asked the question.
Whatever the rose wrist thing is.
So again, the Fed posting thing. This is how quickly Demon Mama makes up her mind about my intentions being to ban this streamer. The reason I get pedantic about that difference is because the way you approach both of those issues is very different. One of them, I think the former one, because they...
Oh no, is he about to do the rose wrist thing? Is he about to do...
That was it.
Rose wrist thing, I guess, being the Fed posting that he's been accused of.
Do the rose wrist thing, where he goes, if I admit that it's a genocide, then I have the responsibility to act more fiercely.
Yes, that is true. That's literally a fact. That's literally true. You can't say, like, I don't... I get frustrated when people, like, take literally true things and then, like, say them in a way in which indicates that they don't think it's true or that they think it's absurd. It, like, actually bothers me. Is he literally going to do the thing where he says that if there's a genocide going on, then I have a different responsibility as to how to approach it? Yes, because that's true. Who's Rose Wrist? Used to be a streamer / YouTuber. Kind of like fell off the wayside because he participated in proofreading Destiny's Keffel's manifesto, and the person responsible for essentially running all the various different like .gg sites that all the leftist streamers use. Essentially was like, oh, well, if you went ahead and helped him with that manifesto, then you're clearly a piece of shit, and we don't want to be associated with you anymore. We don't want to work with you anymore. So we're canceling your thing, and we're redirecting your link to the what was it? The Drop Kiwi Farms campaign. Is Keffel still around? Barely. Keffel's got buried. It's just it's not even close anymore. Just absolutely shit stomped. Okay, that gives him at least 20% Omnivamp. Plus more damage. I'll take it. 20%. 25% extra damage from that. 15% extra damage from that, giving him a total of 40% extra damage. And then we have Mecha Prime giving him another 60% extra damage. That's just attack power. That's not even ability power. I like it! If you simp Taftage, at least you have a chance of picks. True!
To rip and tear. And I don't want to think that I'm at the point in history where I should be considering ripping and tearing.
Taftage is also way more worthy of simping for, just in general. She's just a nicer person.
Oh man.
Are
Dude.
stupid and uninformed and have bad research. Well, the way in lobbying and oh yeah, okay, whatever. She follows this up once again, suggesting I'm at a point in history where I need to rip and tear. Again, if you have a position on rip and tear, use a euphemism, use your imagination, and explain to me how it would work. That's all I want to.
I'll be honest and say I've never seen her without clothes on. Very good. Very good.
No, okay.
That was actually tangent. I haven't paid for anything either. But tangent. So you know the Politically Provoked podcast, Waiter? I don't know if you were aware of them. And the girl, the lady who runs that, Brittany. So Brittany got pissed off at Taftage for posting nudes on Twitter by saying, that's not something I expect to see when I log into Twitter. You're a piece of shit for posting your nudes on Twitter because I saw it. Which, you know, there's so many issues with that. It's like, well, why? Well, you can block adult content. I don't want to block adult content because I do want to see nudes of people that I want to see, but not you. Okay, well, that's your problem then. I don't know what to tell you. Why are you following me? No, it's not trans girl. It was that. It was literally just her having this like fucking panic attack. So fucking stupid. Oh no. I have to figure something out now. David came at me with his fucking schedule now. I have to fucking figure it out. Okay. Tuesdays and Sundays will be the best days for me. It'll mean one missed session for both games every 5 weeks due to a scheduled night shift. But I'll be able to make the other 4 to 5 sessions within that time frame. Okay, cool. We don't need to change shit then. Right? Pretty sure that's what that means, because those are the games that he's a part of. It's a Tuesday and a session. It's a Tuesday and a Sunday. We're gonna burp. Slap him in there. And then we need to get to level 9 so I can put Leona in. And then I can just start rolling down from there. We've got full Aegis. I need another defender. I'll have to see if a Rel comes up. If a Rel or Poppy, either one. Oh, close one, big boy. So what you're saying is the current play times are actually totally fine in comparison to just about any other time. If I'm understanding correctly. We're gonna do one of these. Do one of those. And we've got loads of HP left until we hit our last here, so. Ooh, got a sure shot group. Well, aren't you a bitch? No, let's not rush it. Let's be patient. As it stands, missed session for Tuesday game, January 10th, February 14th, and March 21st. And missed session for the Sunday game, January 1st, February 5th, and March 12th. Why do British people have such weird fucking work schedules?
Given that this is over the topic of killing Republican lawmakers, like, how fucking stupid would that be? If you can't give a very categorical no to that suggestion, like, if that happened, the Republicans would win a majority like overnight. They'd have no problem. Like, they would ride that all the way into the polls like immediately. It's just such a stupid suggestion. Anyway, unless, I don't know, I'll never know what rip and tear means because they'll never elaborate on it. All right. I don't think it's an accident unless, like, I can imagine maybe someone coping here and saying something like Stonewall, but again, Stonewall made sense. They were being physically attacked in their space. They were raided by the police for no fucking reason. Of course, it makes sense to use physical force like back. Again, I think there might be this thing where a lot of people, especially in the anarchist sphere, act as if there's no difference between systemic and physical violence. But yeah, well, that's going to be a common thread. I don't think it's an accident that people like
I want that, Leona!
outline their positions on violence, something which is easy enough to do with euphemisms, or to at least explain exactly
Give it to
how
me!
positions would be helpful.
She's got the Aegis crest. I can get yet another Aegis.
Exactly how a rip and tear would work, or how it would be helpful.
Like, put that shit on fucking Riven, make her crazy tanky.
Any real thought to. I have, on multiple occasions, openly given my line for when I think violence against the state or even against other civilians would be morally acceptable. As I've made clear, I don't believe that point is now. However, if Demon Mama or 8D5D2 Derek want to explain to me how going to the States and beating the shit out of transphobes or whatever else they're alluding to will help anyone, I'm more than happy to listen. Since we're amplifying small trans voices, I want to give this honorable mention to a Twitter user called Powerbottom Politics on this topic.
If you're gonna go and tell people that they should rise up, do it
Oliver is a trans man, he, him, sorry.
your fucking self and stop telling.
We'll go from the start, sorry, don't want to disrupt the flow.
If you're gonna go and tell people that they should rise up, do it your fucking self and stop telling me what to do with my fucking life. It's like you gotta utilize your platform for this, that, and the other fucking thing. You utilize your platform to help me wipe my ass. But then the second it's like, well, we gotta start rioting and fight for our rights. Oh, but me, I'm just gonna keep streaming. That's my contribution to this. I turn on a camera every day. You quit your job and go, like, drive to the Supreme Court and fucking, like, throw rocks at cops with guns. Me, I'll just, you know, stream a video while I'm taking a shit. That's my contribution to the movement.
Fucking based as hell, son.
Demon Mama also seems to have a very idiosyncratic view of what constitutes a genocide. She hints at me being the genocide-denying type and argues that trans people who disagree on there being an ongoing genocide are also in denial.
Gallet says, how could Loaderbox think this way? He's been so based on so many issues. I'm shocked he's saying this shit. I was honestly surprised too. I never took him for the like genocide denying type or the genocide downplaying, which is a form of genocide denial. I never took him for that type. Unfortunately, I have learned better. I have learned over time. I have grown I've grown more wise, and I have learned that there is a certain death orbit, and that death orbit can do horrible, horrible damage to people's otherwise based opinions.
I think I'm somewhat familiar.
The way these people talk about Dustin is so fucking weird. Anyway, trans people are also in denial if they don't agree. No, but you can say, but you were talking as if you're like the genocide thing is like me refusing to listen to trans voices and all that. But I can fucking pull forth like quite a few trans people who don't like the word genocide either. So it's not like
it doesn't matter if they like it. Trans people can also be in denial. There's a lot of trans people who don't.
Here's where we come to the issue, though, there, lady. If trans people can also be in denial, and I shouldn't even listen to trans people about whether or not there's a fucking genocide going on, then why the fuck should I listen to you? That's how that works.
Don't recognize how bad things are.
Okay.
Listen to marginalized people. Wait, no, not them. Do you not see how ridiculous this gets? What'd you send me?
I find it odd that she would be this confident in her take because of how she approached the topic. It's very likely that she just learned the UN definition of genocide in the middle of her stream. At one point, she even agrees with Polly's take that any form of systemic discrimination that leads to people dying would constitute a genocide, and then goes on to bring up the definition in an attempt to debunk my understanding of the claim.
Responding to
People
him.
die because of systemic... Wait, what did I say there? Term, sorry. Idiot.
Responding to
People
him.
die because of systemic discrimination. That's not genocide, no.
How is
Yes,
that
it
not
is.
genocide? If people die as a result of systemic
Yes, it is.
discrimination,
That's in the definition of genocide. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. This is
Can
pathetic.
wait. Can we just... Can you just
under
admit to me,
color
right?
of
Can you
law?
just- wait.
Wait. Sorry, I just want to do a debunk. I'm feeling a little paranoid here because I know people are going to react to this, and I want to just prove to you what I'm talking about. I just had this up. Hold on, let me just show you again, one more time, just so that we're clear. I'm gonna show this up right here. What he just said was that a law that legal discrimination that leads to death is not genocide. I'm sorry, but the UN literally disagrees with you. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. This is Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Going slower, Article 2 of the Genocide Convention narrows it, also including deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Loanerbox is wrong. Loanerbox is wrong even by his own definition. This is phenomenally stupid.
Wait, how did he level up to 10? Oh, okay.
I don't know. I feel like if you're paranoid about people reacting to your take,
He was just
maybe
looking
you
at
could
us,
Probably
okay.
like, I don't know what concepts on earth you would you would never do this with any concept. Like, imagine if I just looked up the definition of anarchism and then acted like I knew what anarchism was off the words in the definition. Why would you do that? And I feel like if you're in a position where you're literally looking up the UN convention, like an international crime, and saying that every form of systemic discrimination which gets people killed, which would be all systemic discrimination, like all systemic discrimination either like results in hate crimes or suicides or lowered life expectancies.
To be entirely clear, because I want to make it 100% like completely clear, here is the problem. The main argument in favor of there being a genocide is not via any sort of definitions or via any actual policies that are put in place. These are just alluded to. When it is explained that the definitions that are being given are too vague and not comprehensible, we are told, well, you don't have to understand it. Just believe me when I say that it's what's happening, because that's what I need you to do as an ally. Then, when the question of what about other trans progressives who don't agree with that particular characterization comes up, they say, don't listen to them, they're wrong. Okay, but now I have to figure that out. Now I have to know why one side is right and the other side is wrong. That's how that works.
Or health issues.
And at that point, you can't rely on saying that I need to just listen to you, because I can listen to a lot of people who have the exact same identity as you. So now you're relying not on your personal experience, not on your identity, but on objective, verifiable facts. So now we have to go back to why are you right? I need you to explain how you are right. It's that simple.
Like all these kind of things, like every marginalized group on earth is dying, like has people who die that they wouldn't have otherwise because of discrimination. Like that's just not like, but like, why would you do that? I feel like the international community is going to be very busy. Like, what would that look like? Just every country just policing each other for every form of discrimination or systemic racism. Like, it's so stupid. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this is Jordan Peterson's level of reading comprehension. Demon Mama is using exactly the same thought process that led Peterson to believe that C16 would make misgendering illegal. Remember how Peterson said that C16 would lead to people being jailed for misgendering because they would make misgendering illegal? If the page ever loads. Why not? Why is that not the case? It protects trans people from discrimination. Is misgendering not a form of discrimination? Why wasn't it made illegal? Why is it not illegal to misgender someone in Canada? That's because discrimination has like a more narrow meaning under law. Like there's precedent. And this isn't even a question of law, by the way. Like this is also, it's also just like a general question of language. If you were going to look up the definition of a chair and just go by the words of the definition and shoehorn everything that fits the words, a horse would be a chair. Like a separate seat for one person, typically with a back and four legs. Like a horse with a saddle on it would be a chair. The reason it's not, again, like I've explained this with the whole Wittgenstein thing as well, is like a word gets its use not just from the definition, but from it gets its meaning from use. So, oh God, it's so stupid. All right. For another example, Demon Mama's approach here is a mirror image of Count Dankula trying to interpret a hate speech law. This is 1-to-1, by the way. Like,
right, but anyway, this is the gist of what is going to happen with this law. Adding age as a new characteristic in connection with the aggravation of offences by prejudice under Part 1 of the bill. Basically, if you call someone an old fuck, or I don't know, maybe even if you say something like, you don't understand just now, you'll understand when you're older. Ageism, jail. creating new offences related to stirring up hatred. What is stirring up hatred? What could constitute as stirring up hatred? Is that going to be clarified? Is that going to be set out as a set definition? So, for example, if I said something like, fuck the SNP, would that stir up hatred?
He's doing the faces as well. He's doing the little frowny detective face. Yeah. He's just doing the exact same thing Demon Mama is doing. He's just taking the words in the law and just arbitrarily doing his own interpretation of it. That's all both of them are doing. Stirring up hatred in practice basically just means inciting violence against a marginalized group. That's what you have to do to stir up hatred. I think we get like 9 convictions a year on average in Scotland for stirring up hatred because the threshold is so high. So I feel like if you want,
I'm reminded of the ends. I forget exactly what the bill was called. It's so long ago at this point. This is back in like 2012, 2014 or something along those lines. I can't exactly remember. It's been a long ass time. But there was a a thing wherein a bunch of progressives lost their fucking minds because they believed that there was a new law that was being put in place that allowed for the government to just arbitrarily imprison American citizens over fucking nothing. And one of the main parts of the wording, and it wasn't even a law, by the way, it was a budget pass. It was just affirming something which already existed. The wording of this particular bill was that if an American citizen is found substantially aiding terrorists, then they can fall under this particular provision. And so people started asking, well, what the fuck? What does that mean? What does substantially aiding mean? Do I need to be picking up a gun and going over there? Yes, actually. Yes. That is what it's meant. That is what is meant by it. Actually.
wanted to learn a concept, whether it's like genocide or Marxism.
People want to ask that question and then act like there's no answer to it, nor will there ever be. And that's incredibly irresponsible people to do.
Or anarchism or hate speech, like you would probably want to read like an article about it, or even just the Wikipedia. Don't just grab the definition and just decide arbitrarily the meaning of everything. Like because that's where you end up. You end up saying that genocide and systemic discrimination are just like what, the same thing? All right. I'm aware that Demon Mama can just hedge her bets here and say she doesn't actually care about the UN definition of genocide, or at least she seems to only care about it for as long as she thinks it supports her point. That's what she says here with Sunday.
I just brought up the exact page that he kept referencing, the UN Convention on Genocide, and even in there, they're very clear that like they take pains to say that like the Genocide Convention uses the most narrow definition, the most narrow popular definition of genocide, and even then, I believe that it's very easy to make a case for an ongoing genocide in the United States based on the UN's parameters. But on top of that, who the fuck cares about what the UN thinks a genocide is? I
feel like
I will provide this definition. If it doesn't end up working out for me, then honestly, I don't give a shit. Then why bring it up in the first place? God damn it.
If you don't care about the UN definition, you can just say that. Like, but it's also just like acting like it supports you for as long as you think it does. Yeah, okay. If she wants to have that position, she can go ahead. But if you are going to interpret the definition in that way, you aren't really appealing to that definition at all. At this point, what you're appealing to is private language. This would raise the question, how are you deciding what is and isn't a genocide? If your understanding of genocide is that it's synonymous with any form of discrimination that gets people killed, which would encompass all systemic discrimination, what is the value in using the word at all? Demon Mama and the Holocaust.
Oh no.
Oh God. We're ready for a bit of a circus show here. All right. The third accusation made against me from my debate with Polly was over my views on the Holocaust, specifically my assertion that the genocide of the Jews by Nazi Germany was carried out between 1941 and 1945. First of all, we're using the word genocide of the Jews here, okay? Genocide and Holocaust are slightly different terms, and some people use them synonymously. Some people say that they're a bit different because they describe different periods, but we'll get into that. Okay. First, let's look at how this question came up. When I asked Polly if she could give me examples of Republicans who want to kill trans people, she argued that this was an unfair question. After all, why would they be open about their intent? I responded by offering her some leeway and explained that intent can be inferred. I used the example of how Hitler didn't publicly express a desire to kill Jewish people until the war, but that the intent could have been inferred from as early as 1919. For some reason, Polly decided to move off the topic of intent and asked me when I thought the genocide of the Jews began. I was hesitant over this question because I know the answer is more nuanced than she would be willing to admit. I said 1941 because that seemed like the clearest cutoff point. Okay. Wait, can you tell me which you've seen this quote before?
We already went over this particular clip, Loner Box. You don't need to repeat it.
So we'll just go into. What did I just say? Wait, what did I just say?
Okay, so what I think you said is that Hitler had genocidal intent before. Wait, when would you say when would you say the genocide of the Jews actually happened or started?
No, wait, that's not the question. Is whether or not the intent, when the intent showed, right? So again, trying to keep her on topic. Okay. And
well, now I'm interested in your answer to my question.
Well, the signs of the intent were there from like 1919 when Hitler wrote that thing about removal.
Yeah, but when would you say? When would you say, according to you?
Are you trying to maybe take note of how confident Polly sounds here, and how despite what other people were saying, how maybe not so good faith she's. Wait, are you trying to get me into a gotcha to say when the genocide started?
No, well, I want to know your answer. It's not
okay.
Gotcha.
So if I say anything later than no, you are. Don't lie to me. If I say anything, if I say anything later than 1933 when the Nazis got elected, you've got a dunk, right? That's the kind of level we're operating at right now.
Are you unwilling to answer the question?
No, I'm not willing. I think the genocide started in 1941. Final solution implemented and ordered in 1941.
Okay, so
okay. Demon Mama believes this is an idiotic position.
I would be surprised if it is a commonly accepted point of view that the German genocide of the Jews didn't start until 1941. That seems.
He reiterated that twice. It's an idiotic position.
Literally impossible to me.
Okay. I don't
an
know
idiotic
how
position.
many references
they
I
said
need
so.
to bring up until she
Therefore, it's
she
true.
was wrong about this, but here are a few. Let's go through a few, shall we? We already remember the one. This kind of suggests from the 10 stages of genocide. He says this in the essay as well, suggesting that the genocide is being planned at stage 7. The genocide they refer to is the final solution. Genocidal massacres begin, so we go from final solution being planned to beginning at 8. Bearing in mind, remember the definition under international law was genocide is killing people. The state organized killing people. Okay, let's go with this next one from the Anne Frank house. The decision to resort to genocide. Historians disagree about the moment when Hitler decided that all European Jews should be killed. A signed order does not exist. However, based on some other sources and events, there is a strong likelihood that the decision was made somewhere in the second half of 1941. You can go to the Wikipedia, I guess, 1941 to 45, genocide of the European Jews. This is from the Wiener Holocaust Library. This is like, I think they're either one of or the oldest Holocaust library in the world. In 1941, the Nazis' persecution of the Jews became a genocide. See, persecution and genocide are separated because they were different events. In just under 4 years, millions of people were deliberately murdered at the hands of the Nazis and their collaborators. This mass murder became known as the Holocaust. This is from a book called Teaching the Holocaust, the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, the government-funded charity between 41 and 45. I can go a bit quicker. This is an article from JSTOR. genocide wasn't the original plan by Yehuda Bauer, very prominent Holocaust historian. You can see here, when they talk about the plan, they're talking about the final solution because the final solution was the genocide. Okay. We'll read that article a bit more later. Holocaust Encyclopedia. So this is where people are maybe getting a bit confused. If someone Googles the Holocaust, you'll get different answers because some people use the Holocaust synonymous with the genocide, 41 to 45. Others will say it was the period of physical state violence against Jews, which was Kristallnacht onwards. And others will say it was just the entire process of persecution to violence to genocide, which is 33 to 45. Anyway. Why did I link this one? Oh, yeah. The final solution was the organized and systemic mass murder of European Jews. The Nazi German regime implemented this genocide between 41 and 45. What we got here? This is a Google book. Euthanasia to the final solution, the origins of Nazi genocide. So when they say euthanasia here, they're referring to Action T4, which was when Hitler ordered, that's his order there, the killing of 1/3 disabled and mentally ill people. September 39. That was, so the question was genocide of the Jews. There is a bit of a gray area with, no, I'll get to that later, never mind. But yeah, final solution and the euthanasia, those are the two genocides. One against disabled and mentally ill people, the other against Jews. Okay. What we got here, this is, again, just the contention about what people refer to with the Holocaust. The term Holocaust is most commonly used to refer to the genocide in which approximately 6 million Jews were systematically executed in concentration camps like Dachau, Auschwitz, and Bergen-Belsen. Some of these camps were opened earlier than 41, but they were opened as concentration camps. They were later, the death camp facilities were usually added on, and that was from 41 afterwards. Yeah, concentration camp and death camp is not the same thing, okay?
Understood.
This is from Richard J. Evans. He was actually the historian who testified against David Irving in the Holocaust denial trial in England. There's a whole film about him, genocide.
There's a whole film about him.
Hitler. When he's talking about, yeah, genocidal ambitions in Eastern Europe, Soviet Union invasion, 1941. Again, like, pretty synonymous. And then here, it's another one from Evans about the final solution. And he constantly refers to final solution here as the genocide, like their complicity in the genocide. Yeah, you can read this whole article if you want. They had no real understanding. This is about talking about local Germans, I think. Unprecedented act. Yeah, okay. So, now that we know.
No wonder this guy's in front
as well. After our debate, despite acting as if she had caught me out on this point and accusing me of equivocating very offensively on the start of the genocide of Jews in Germany. This is Polly after the debate. He equivocates very offensively on the start of genocide of Jews in Germany. She's actually using the word equivocate properly there. Like, equivocate doesn't mean equate.
Which is rare. It's rare that people use the term correctly.
Your ideas or try not to implicate yourself. But despite that, Polly herself admitted to her chat that she didn't even know whether or not I was right.
Every time I see the dude's face, I get irrationally angry. Like, I was... Is he right about the Holocaust? like, I don't know. Like, that just seems wild to me. Somebody would... I think we all voted on.
They made a movie about the David Irving Holocaust trial. Yeah, I'm aware they made a movie. I never saw it.
I feel like, you know how video essayists make really bad critiques of debate bro culture or debate pervert culture for being gender neutral? This is probably quite a good example of being overly confident about your take in the middle of a debate, only to second guess yourself afterwards. Yeah, okay. Without even bothering to check whether or not there was any merit in what I was saying, Demon Mama spends the rest of the stream getting increasingly excited and attempts to drop a series of bizarre statements and counter-arguments. She agrees with a chatter who makes the point that the final solution was not the start.
Wait, hold on a second. This is really funny. Somebody in Poly People's chat says the final solution was not the start of the genocide. That's such an excellent point.
The person she's quoting in chat doesn't even say that. You can see him here. He just says final solution was not the start. She added in of the genocide because she's like, because she's seeing what she wants to say.
That's such an excellent point. The Nazis literally called it the final solution, implying they had tried other solutions before. Oh God. Oh, liberals are so lost.
The faces get a little bit more animated.
Liberals are liberals.
Really close to getting it there.
Dirty libs.
The final solution was the genocide, and the other solutions were, you would call them ethnic cleansing. That's what they wanted to move them out. Like, those are different things. If you want a justification for why they should be seen as different things, the way you would pursue recourse for ethnic cleansing is probably different from genocide. Like, if an ethnic cleansing happens, you would advocate for like right of return or refugee rights or something like that.
You're a bitch. I wanted that. Fuck you. I hate you. Die in a fire.
Yeah, there's a whole article about this.
All right.
The one I brought up from Yehuda Bauer. About how genocide wasn't the Nazis' original plan. Their original plan was emigration or forced emigration. And he actually goes through this to talk about how, although there's a bit of a gray area, when the Nazis invaded Poland, they carried out massacres that were targeted towards Polish intellectuals and thought leaders and political opponents of the Nazis. A disproportionate amount of those deaths were Jews. So I don't know if like Tannenberg has been called like a genocide of the Jews. It probably has. I think I've heard it like once or twice. Can't really remember. But Nazi policy, and this whole paper goes through that, is up until 1940 or early 41 was still emigration. So their official policy up until 1940, there were two plans. One was Nisko Madagascar, where they wanted to send them to Madagascar. The other one was, don't know how to pronounce that, but Jacques Druble, this was their plan. It's a bit less known, where they wanted to deport their Jewish prisoners over to the Allies, to the Allied states. The idea was that they thought if a bunch of Jewish refugees turned up in the UK or the US or whatever, that would get the British or the American public to sympathize with the Nazi cause if they had a bunch of Jewish refugees arrive. But yeah, so this paper is really, really interesting. Even at the end, and also like in 1940 as well, there was like a memorandum from Himmler where he openly rejected mass killing. And by 1940, even Heydrich was still calling it the territorial final solution. It was in 41, just around the time of the invasion of the USSR. That was when it changed. If you're going to bring up the Einsatzgruppen, yeah, they targeted Jews. They were mobilized against Jews in 1941 in the summer. Yeah. Here, the last alternative was the final solution, which took form in 41 with the adoption of the Einsatzgruppen plan for the mass murder of Jews in Russia. Yeah. So I think that covers everything. Near the end of this paper, there's a really, really interesting part, like really spicy as well, where Yehuda Bauer actually suggests that
I feel like I should put
that the final solution wasn't even inevitable by 39 or 40. He actually argues that one of the reasons it happened was because other countries in Europe were just unwilling to take Jewish refugees. He actually blames anti-Semitism across all of Europe for the reason that the Nazis had that many prisoners that they decided to kill them instead of try to move them out, which is a pretty bold take. But yeah, this guy is like a high up historian on Holocaust. He's like really well known. The reason I'm being so thorough on this, by the way, is just because I've never really tried to present myself as like an exceptionally intelligent person. Like I'm not. What I think I'm maybe good at is that I put a lot of work and a lot of effort into the takes that I come out with. Like I second guess myself like constantly. I'm always like trying to make sure I've got multiple sources or double checking things and every time I say something I think is not true, I'll say I'm not sure or maybe this is wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I do try really hard to get things right because but the fact that me and Demon Mama have like an audience overlap and the fact that that whole thing just gets kind of like shat on in the eyes of a few audience members, or like 4,000 or 5,000 audience members, just because this charlatan hack fuck wanted to get some dunks for her stream. Like, it's really fucking irritating, but okay. She agrees with another chatter who accuses me of using the same logic as Chomsky and Tankies.
Hippie Punk says this is the same logic that Chomsky uses to say that Srebrenica wasn't a genocide, and what Tankies used to blow off Xinjiang. This is not a road to go down. I agree.
Srebrenica. Chomsky.
I agree. As
said
if you have any idea what they're
Srebrenica
talking
wasn't
about.
a genocide because they only killed men. Like, that's it. I mean, he just completely ignored the fact that actually in most genocides, the victims are mostly men because the women are raped. He just ignored it. Like, he also said that the concentration camps in Bosnia that had torture chambers in them were actually refugee camps. When tankies talk about Xinjiang, they'll just say all the information they don't like that proves genocide is Western, or they'll try to discredit one of the people spokesmen for the UN because it's like because he was a Christian or something. Like, really? That's what I'm doing? Okay, fuck. Even as I tried to qualify the point that before 1941, the genocide was set in motion, the conditions were laid for it, or that they were on the precipice, both Polly and Demon Mama completely ignore this, and Demon Mama decides to accuse me of downplaying and genocide denial.
I mean,
liberals are so lost.
There was already like, well, I guess there wasn't the there was already laws being passed trying to eliminate.
You would say that it was set in motion, like the conditions were laid for it. They were on
there
the
was
precipice.
law. No, but like
No,
there were
because that's
already Jews
downplaying it.
dying.
That's if you were to say if this was a conversation only about the Holocaust, all of this would be considered genocide denial. Because it is. Because it's downplaying the very real threat. We only have this in hindsight because the Holocaust already happened.
I mean,
the real threat of what? Threat of genocide? Fuck. I guess that's probably quite a lot of historians and Holocaust libraries that probably need to get held up for genocide denial, but okay. She agrees with another chatter who says my opinion on when a genocide starts, and apparently also that of every source I've posted above, is similar to what the Nazis do with Holocaust denial.
Yeah. Killjoy 40K says what Lonerbox is doing is similar to what Nazis do with Holocaust denial. I don't think he's doing it deliberately, but he's made a goalpost that can't be met except in hindsight, meaning nothing is a genocide until after it's already too late. Yeah.
That's not true. That it's so upsetty spaghetti for me. Sorry, I need to do something new. Actually, pretty sure I already. Huh. I don't think I do. I need to type up an ad, I suppose. I need another player for my Tuesday games. Need to get on that sooner rather than later. Because those guys kind of need it. Me, Dragons. Copy. Boop. Ooh. Do time. I know this is like super fucking fun. Witness. Oh, this lady got her tits out? I don't know. Polly seems to intentionally dress provocatively. I don't know why. Interesting. Boom, boom. Huh. I guess it's a long form campaign. Um, yeah, we'll do that. Let's see. So, information about what sort of game. This long form campaign features an ever expansive homebrewed world to explore and familiarize yourself with. I heavily engage my players in roleplay, and there is always a substantial amount of dungeon delving and combat to be found as you investigate the various threats which exist in this world. There are heavy religious themes following the homemade pantheon of this world, as well as with some of, well, no. And the philosophical nature of divinity. Yeah. Thrill of the Hunt's really good for early leads. Okay, we're going to do that, and we're going to do that. There we go. Now we got underground going. And we'll do that as well. So keep an eye on this. Eventually, the idea here is to get a vein and then just kind of like fucking pump her full of steroids in terms of items. Additional information. Usually utilize the voice communication software. Usually use Discord or voice chat. It's Foundry VT, our top program. Bip. Fun thing about Pandora's items is that if I find somebody that I want on my final team in a carousel that I don't already have, that has an item on them that I want, then I can just take them. I don't have to worry about anything. So bip, bip. We got a Runance. We're gonna grab that. Runance is one particular item in which we will have for Vayne eventually. All you'll need to participate is Discord, microphone, and a working internet connection. We have one additional seat available. Apply quickly. The Need for Fear features old forgotten god sealed by the rest of the after realizing that they had made a terrible mistake in their creation. Gonna keep that. Adon was created by the gods. Protect the world from those who seek to usurp them. Gods themselves, their place in heaven. Yep. All right. Worried about this. We need a giant slayer and we need a Gwinsus. That's gonna be all right. Heavens. Fortunately, this meant that when humanity and conscious creatures as a whole decided longer on inevitably all of children of the world on value so dear. Recently, Edon has been released by a cult of stayers. That, and that, and that, and that. There we go. Okay. So far, so good. We're getting our losses in, building up our underground. Thankfully, even with his release, many of the gods' seals still prevent having his full potential. You found out about this. Lots are on the road. Others assigned the responsibility finding out how to re-kill Adon, or the world consumes us all. Okay. Boom skis. Not if you don't. All right.
She even says there, nothing is a genocide until it's deemed one, but she changes that into it's already too late. In this debate, I mentioned examples of preventing genocide. This hindsight argument is so weird. Like, does she just think that I'm of the persuasion that states should just put their feet up and chill and stay at brunch until the genocide starts? I don't understand it. Like, it's so fucking weird. All right. The point she makes about hindsight is also strange, since I mentioned at least twice that Allied intervention was justified before the invasion of Poland. And I already mentioned that genocidal intent could have been inferred before the Nazis took power. Is she trying to imply that I'm pro-appeasement? That I don't believe in states taking measures to prevent genocides before they happen? The answer to
yes!
That is no. I think it's just like a very hollow critique with no thought.
Oh, okay. I can see that. I can see the idea of like, well, no, they just have no idea. Imagine trying to sign to an online role-playing game without an internet connection. Well, yes, but also you'd be surprised.
Thought behind it. She seems pretty excited to learn about the Dachau concentration camp, which opened in 1933.
Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if there was something I had in my back pocket? Anybody want to guess when the first when the first concentration camp for Jewish people, communists, and other dissidents opened? Anybody want to guess? Can we get a guess? 22nd of March, 1933. But guess what? According to Lonerbox, the genocide didn't start until 1941. What a moron! Dachau. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
The way that she said that reminds me of Mike from PA screaming about Destiny being a moron because he thought that out of all the Democratic candidates in 2020, Biden had the biggest likelihood of winning.
I apologize. I've literally never heard that word said out loud, I don't think, or at least I haven't in my... wouldn't...
So again, I know it's difficult to hear, but like genocide and concentration camps for political prisoners, I think Dachau was, they're not the same. It's not the same thing. Like,
yeah, we had concentration camps for the Japanese, but we also weren't genociding them.
If you want to know why, again, you can just think about it. Like if you had two criminals in front of you, or two bad guys, so let's say one of them is an overseer from the Japanese internment camps in America.
Is Mike still around? I'm pretty
like
sure.
Rudolf Hess, the guy in charge of Auschwitz-Birkenau. I don't think he would convict those two guys of the same crime. Like, one would be guilty of genocide, the other would be guilty of like human rights abuses, you know? This is despite me saying earlier in the debate that some kind of intervention was justified as soon as the first camp opened. Once again, Demon Mama isn't interested in this point. This is what I do think she learned about Dachau like in the middle of this stream, because when I say when the first camp opened, that was a point to justify intervention. She looks kind of shocked, like as if to suggest that's too late. I don't know.
All right, let's continue.
Later after it's over, but that's not what we need.
Okay, first of all, when camps were opening, yeah, there was plenty of evidence to say that we're building up to a genocide and the urgency was there. Like, again, I just so you know, for my take on Germany,
camps?
I think the Allies should, I don't know what she's saying there, but it sounds like she's saying when they built camps, as if that's like too late. They've intervened when the first camp opened. I don't know if maybe the Allies should have intervened when Germany was still a democracy. The first camp opened before the annexation. So no,
Yeah,
actually, I'm very for intervening as quickly as possible when that happens. I think that every government, why the face? What the fuck? In the Allied states, it's like she just does them when she remembers to. We're too slow, okay? So, no, I don't know why you think just because.
I think Demon Mama has like a constant need to be performative that like it's just subconscious.
I'm contesting you on terminology means you think I'm less urgent about stopping the problem. I don't know why. There's another one. All right. This is the climax of the fucking circus show. She decides to blow me out with possibly the strangest dunk of 2022.
Okay, hold on. I just want to blow him out again one more time.
Do it.
Just so we're clear, the UN Convention on Genocide was not even put into law until December 9th, 1948. Let's just rewind here. I just want you guys to hear how fucking right I am and how fucking right Poly People is on this. Listen to this real quick. Let's just listen to this back. Listen up.
Didn't start until 1941. That seems literally impossible to me.
It's when according to what, like legal definitions or
according to what legal definitions? Guess what, bitch? The legal definition you're using, the Holocaust at the time could not be considered a genocide because the UN fucking assembly on genocide did not happen until December 9th, 1948. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Fucking hell.
Okay.
What?
The word genocide was coined to describe the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide. Like, you can retroactively call something a genocide. you couldn't convict people that, like, okay, yeah, the Nazis were convicted of crimes against humanity, not genocide, because it wasn't there until 48. But we're talking about describing it. She asked me when the genocide of the Jews started.
Christ.
And I said 40, like, yeah. And I said 41 because we're talking retroactively. You know, like, murders happened before murder was a crime, before it was enshrined in law, and we can call them murders. Same with genocides. I don't know if this is just like people make mistakes. People make mistakes. After taking a minute, she decides to take this one step further.
You want to go one further? You want to go one further? You ready to go one step further? Genocide is the intentional destruction of a people, usually classed as ethnic, national, racial, or religious, in whole or in part. Raphael Lemkin coined the term in 1944. The term genocide did not even exist at the time that he's talking about. So all of this stupid semantic nonsense is a bunch of fucking hot air. The definition didn't even exist, so it wouldn't fucking matter if you called it a genocide or not. The terms, the legal terms, didn't exist at the time. Lonerbox's argument is so upside down in this conversation. It's so ass backwards. You want to...
Like,
my least favorite part about Demon Mama's like persona is her desire to always seem like she's got like some fucking bomb that she's about to drop. I absolutely despise it. She's just like, I've got something in my back pocket. Do you want to know this thing that doesn't actually support my argument? But I'm gonna pretend like it does? Like this is some sort of massive fucking own on my part? I hate it. I absolutely despise it.
you know what's really fucking sad about that bit? Is that she has the screen up. Not only on the Wikipedia, not only does it mention genocides that happened and are recognized in the 18th and 19th century and under the Ottomans. See what it says there? I don't know if you can see that. You might have to zoom in. For World War I. You see the year there? World War I started in 1939. They're not talking about when the war started. They're talking about the genocide, because the Wikipedia for genocide. Like, what the fuck is happening inside this head? Like, what kind of activity is taking place in this abandoned fucking air raid shelter of a skull? Oh, did I say the wrong number for World War II? Sorry, 1939. War started in 1939. Did I say 13? Sorry, fuck. Anyway. Oh well. Yeah, this one is especially weak because she's citing Lemkin's definition, which was, in large part, inspired by the Armenian genocide, which happened in 1915 to 16. Yeah. It's just an article about the Armenian genocide. All right. A couple of days later, she makes the same point in a talk with President Sunday. She's had a minute to sleep on this argument as well. Like she's processed it.
That is because, out of curiosity, I'm not trying to get a gotcha on you, but maybe a meta gotcha on Lonerbox here. But do you know when the term genocide was coined?
Oh, I did actually. I did, and I looked it up on stream. I've completely lost it.
1944.
Thank you.
So the word did not even exist to name the phenomena that was going, that already happened 4 years. You know, by Lonerbox's own timeline, he says that the genocide began in 1941. That is because.
All right. She caps off her stream by saying I was completely unprepared and that I downplayed the Holocaust. Right. Yeah, you're gonna go and tell your chat now that I downplayed the fucking Holocaust, or that I
you stupid idiot, you fucking moron, you did. It's not her fault that you were an idiot. It's not her fault that you fucking suck so much dick at your job that you came on here and fucking blew it. It's not her fault that you came on here completely and utterly unprepared and accidentally did a little bit of a whoopsie doopsie Holocaust downplaying. Are you serious, man? It's not fucking her fault, it's yours. You fucked up. You got everything wrong. You did a oopsie doopsie. Own it, man. Fucking own it.
I just think it's nice.
She will never own any sort of oopsie doopsies on her part, by the way, ever. I remember once, a decent while back at this particular point, Demon Mama did a stream where she was like, I'm going to, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through all of my old streams, all of my most contentious debates that people thought that I kind of fucked up. And I am going to critique myself. We're doing a self-critique stream. Now, she didn't end up actually critiquing herself during that particular stream. What she did is she watched all of her most contentious debates that people were like, I don't think you did really good on this one. And then she went, oh, I fucking owned that shit so fucking hard. And then whenever anybody was like, I don't know, maybe you could have done X, Y, and Z a little bit better, she was like, I don't know, maybe, who knows, whatever. And just completely downplayed any sort of errors in rhetoric or substantive points or anything on her part. I remember I actually went onto that stream to give several critiques, and her response to basically all of them was, whatever. She doesn't actually care if she gets shit wrong. She doesn't. It's all just a game to her. It's all just performance. Getting shit wrong doesn't matter. It's very frustrating. It's very fucking frustrating. If she wasn't trans, she'd be a 2012 YouTube skeptic for sure.
Nice to watch the confidence like after we've gone through everything. I don't know. The fuck me. This whole thing, this whole video is like, I don't know, watching her like navigate these points, and a lot of them you can tell she's just kind of noticed them for the first time and everything. Like, I don't know. It's like watching a clown running over a minefield. It's just okay. Let's go back to the presentation. Given that Demon Mama has admitted that her understanding of genocide is completely interchangeable with systemic discrimination, any date I gave after 1933 was already bound to be wrong. It would make me wonder, when did she think the genocide of the Jews began? Would it be 1933? Why not earlier? Would she really say you need to wait for concentration camps and a totalitarian regime to call it a genocide? After all, Jews were routinely dehumanized and blamed for Germany's loss in World War I. The German Supreme Court was stacked with anti-Semites, and anti-Jewish attacks were not unusual in the Weimar Republic. In the late 1800s, Jewish emancipation in Germany was met with an immediate backlash from anti-Semitic parties, and before then, the Jews were de facto second-class citizens. By Demon Mama's understanding, the genocide of the Jews could have been ongoing from as soon as they started arriving in Europe on Roman slave ships. But of course, when we're engaging with Demon Mama, the common thread is always absurdity. This is because, this is because she saw.
One sec. I doubt she could out-debate Turkey Tom. She'd just call him a Nazi. Probably. And, like, essentially try to make the whole thing about him being a Nazi and try to, like, lead him down that particular route. And he would probably meme himself. That's probably what would end up happening. Do-do-do. Jaguar. Junior. Rabbit. Why does it keep doing that? Jaguar. Save. Close. Add page. Junior. Create page. This is what I do for my players. When they say, this is the person I know, I go, cool, and I roll with it. Alrighty. All right. Be right back. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Suffers from what we in the industry.
Actually, wait. No, I want to pause that. But don't miss anything. Ooh, and I'm back.
Might describe as the dunk brain. When Demon Mama engages with other creators, she isn't listening to the substance of what they're saying, nor does she have any interest in understanding or fairly characterizing their opinions. The only thing she's listening for is an opportunity to shoehorn people into the worst possible positions. The more cheap dunks and the more accusations of dog whistling, Nazism, genocide denial, Holocaust revisionism, or whatever else, the better. Is she doing this maliciously? Who knows? Personally, I think she does this because her first goal, above everything else, is not to inform her audience, but to entertain them. Honesty, nuance, and charitability are all an inconvenience to her. The result is an incoherent, highly performative clown show riddled with inconsistencies and flat-out false statements. Sorry.
That's a pretty adequate critique of Demon Mama's content in general.
My voice went there. Ooh. Honorable mention. Smugbug. Smugbug is a small streamer, averaging around 40 to 50 viewers, who came out of my community after having veganism debates with members of my audience. after getting into a Twitter exchange with Demon Mama, incidentally in a cursed thread on the topic of trans genocide, she had no hesitation in calling him a Nazi. But why? What was her evidence for this?
So, with the word genocide.
Oh, wait, Smugbug is the Nazi hat guy? Oh, okay. Smugbug is literally a Nazi.
Literally
okay,
a Nazi.
that makes sense. Smugbug is the Nazi hat guy. I did not realize that. Oh yeah, he's on Team Genocide. That's right. That's what he calls that's what he calls trans people who think there's a genocide going on. He calls us Team Genocide.
What's kind of
To his credit, even President Sunday, he's not a Nazi, he's an idiot.
Wait, no, President Sunday, he literally his avatar literally has it. Okay, sorry. I gotta prove this. Hold on. What's that guy's actually name? Hold on. I'll get it. Hold on a second. I gotta show you this. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Ah, here he is. Okay, here we go. So, here's the guy right here. See? This is the Nazi commandant hat. He covered up the SS symbol with the vegan police, but just so you know, this is the Nazis' hat. It's not just a military hat. Watch this. Ready?
Watch.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. Hold on, ready?
I'm gonna show you.
He picked, you can see him there. He picked one and it had the colors. I know what you mean, but it's a vegan thing. He's mocking vegans. Hey, hats off Sunday. Pun intended. Yeah.
It's literally the Nazi one. Every other faction in the world stopped using these colors because the Nazis did it and nobody wants to be associated with the Nazis. Nobody else uses the black and silver. I'm not kidding you. I don't buy that he's just stupid. This particular person. I think he's a Nazi. Sorry.
All right. I don't know if...
Sorry, you've been declared a Nazi, therefore you are, no matter what anybody says.
Like,
sorry.
I feel like if you have to explain it... The joke is that people call vegans food Nazis. Like, militant vegan? Okay.
Nope.
Even
Nazi.
President Sunday, who has interacted with Smugbug in the past, tried to correct her in chat, but of course, the truth was far less entertaining, and she carried on with the routine anyway. She went one step further and accused Smugbug of trying to hide the fact that it's a Nazi hat by claiming it was from the USSR instead.
thing about it
Is it factually the Nazi one? Yes, it is. Go ahead and look at it.
There's kind of like 3 different definitions of it. There's the colloquial definition.
He tried to say, but Soviet. Look, I'll just show you this. It's super, super simple. Watch. I'll show you. Look. He tried to say it's the Soviet one, but the Soviets used this one. Theirs was green with gold. Nobody uses black and silver because the Nazis used black and silver. I'm not kidding. I'm not like, this is a dog whistle. It's just a 101 dog whistle.
101.
Is it
Even Sunday, where is he? Wait, what? Oh yeah, not the start. All right, I'm not wasting energy defending Smugbug. He held his own for a little bit, but
he was like, "This isn't worth my time.
alas,
I don't like the guy
serve the
anyway."
truth no longer. All right. If Smugbug had tried to say it was a Soviet hat, it's not. It's a Nazi hat. That would be pretty dark. That would be a little bit sussy, I admit. If you look at the original thread on Twitter, nowhere does Smugbug make such a claim. This is a screenshot of the thread. The thread's still up as well. They're talking here. Demon Mama chimes in here. Vivian, appreciate you're really charitable and willing to hear us out rather than dismissing everyone on our side of the discussion as just Nazis or something. Thanks for always looking for the good in us. Your Avi is, I'm very sure, ironically, sporting a literal Nazi commandant hat with one symbol change. I wonder why people might mistake you for a Nazi. It is not a Nazi hat, it is a vegan hat. I am very proud of my beliefs and like to display them prominently. Yeah, totes, bro. What part of this didn't seem real, Demon Mama? So, the Soviet hat was actually brought up by someone else. There's Sonsol saying it. That's not Smugbug. They're different people. The thread is still up. You can find it there. What she saw was someone else posting a Soviet hat, which she then attributed to Smugbug to make it look as if he was trying to hide something. As a very wise Twitter user once said, they don't care about the truth. The more ridiculous the claim, the better. It's from Demon Mama. I don't know if there's a word for this level of projection. I feel like it needs its new term, you know? As one final footnote example of one's brain on dunk, Detective Demon Mama, upon listening to a clip of me talking about President Sunday, completely mishears me referring to a group of Destiny associates and act as if she's exposed me as a Destiny associate myself. With his like endless
here. Can we just listen to the beginning of this little clip again here? Take a close listen to what he says
Does he have 2 Silent Crusaders?
here. Tell me when you hear it.
You bitch!
Someday with his like endless meltdown over every fucking like Destiny associate and then like stalking the guy and shit and like.
Did you catch it?
Did you catch it?
So
look at her doing a fucking Gendo pose like she's figured something out. Jesus Christ. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. She's like, you mentioned that President Sunday goes after Destiny associates. I do believe I understand what's going on now. Fucking hell.
apparently Lonerbox sees himself as a Destiny associate.
She didn't. She doesn't listen. She doesn't listen. It's all just in one ear and out the other. It's just absurdity from top to bottom.
These days, those are his words, not mine.
Those are not, in fact, his words.
Made that. Well,
narrator voice. Those were, in fact, not his words. Like. So stupid. I can't with this bullshit. It's just so dumb.
said that some of his things sounded a whole lot like a certain person, but those are his words. So I just want you to, like, you know, keep that in check. Okay, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind.
So she's listening to this for the third time now, right?
The beginning of this little clip again here. Take a close listen to what he says here. Tell me when you hear it.
Fucking president, come down.
He does. He has 2 Silent Crusaders. You son of a bitch.
Endless meltdown over every fucking like Destiny associate and then like stalking the guy and I'm referring to the fact that Sunday gets into fights with Destiny associates and melts down over them, because this clip is me talking about how maybe it's a better idea in the future not to think about how people are to me, but how they are to other people, i.e. the Destiny associates. Like, she's like, how can you be this bad a listener? Okay.
Intentionally.
By the way, I don't think I've really been much of a Destiny associate. Like, I've spoken to him on 2 panels. One was arguing against him.
Which is about Demon Mama's association with him as well.
Incidentally, to defend Demon Mama on the Hippy Dippy champion thing. You can see my chat logs in DGG. I've probably spoken there about 4 or 5 times. I've always been much more of I came out of Vosh's community, and that's where I spend like my chat logs there are pretty long. I don't know, like I have first of all, Detective Demon Mama, I've never hidden the fact that I've watched Destiny like on and off since, I don't know, like 2018 something, since like I think it was the Jordan Peterson fan debate that I first watched. But I might as well say, like, if I ever do end up associating with Destiny more often, and that's like a reason for you to write me off, fuck you. Just, yeah, leave. Cancel your Patreon and go somewhere else. Like, you strange fucking cultist. Like, whatever. I don't know, like, the way that the people involved here are, like, when the fucking...
strange cultist.
Whenever the ghost of Dustin enters the room, like, they just... It's so strange. And it's going to keep happening as well. Don't worry. But okay. She says this about anyone she doesn't like. I came out of Voj's community and she called me a DGG and Destiny Arbiter. Yeah, it's because if you want the lazy way, I get it. Because, like, lots of audiences are very poisoned against Destiny or whatever. So yeah, it's just like a very easy way to write people off without actually engaging with what they're saying. By the way, like, I'm as much of a Destiny viewer as I was like last year when Demon Mama was soying out over my videos taking down Lauren Southern. So yeah, fuck. I guess, like, you'll believe everything I say uncritically when it's attacking a right winger, but then as soon as, like, I have a contention with your, like, fucking trans genocide thing, then suddenly it's like we turn on the dunk brain and all, like, charitability goes away. Like, you know, it's weird. I'm gonna try to, like, match the tone of each individual person, so be a bit less boisterous for this part.
Woo, that was close.
Sunday. After my first debate with Polly and several response videos from various creators, one of the responses came from President Sunday. Of all the people who responded to me, Sunday was the only one I already had some recent contact with. I had checked in on him when he was fighting with a bunch of DGGers, and he seemed to appreciate my concern. There's just a... Sunday spoke about this DM publicly, so he'll be okay with that. Just, I'm going to be a bit selective cropping DMs for Sunday because Sunday hasn't lied about any of the DMs. So, like, I'm not going to show anything he hasn't spoken about. But yeah, I think he actually made a tweet about this, about how, like, how much this meant to him at the time. But even though I think he was completely in the wrong, like, still think it's worth, you know, treating people like human beings at the end of the day.
That's why you'll never make it, Loaderbox. You gotta understand, when you're a streamer, you gotta treat everyone like they're a piece of fucking shit. Absolute garbage. It's the only way. It's the only thing that anyone respects you for.
Saying I ignored multiple trans YouTubers who reached out to me after the debate. President Sunday asserts the same here.
Like, once again, the only reason why I'm even talking about any of this right now, not the only reason why I'm talking about any of this, but the only reason why I'm being looped into this is because, in an effort to sideline Demon Mama, Doe, and other people like that, Lonerbox came to me.
This is simply not true. Doe reached out to me before I ever spoke to Sunday. We spoke in DMs and I offered to talk over voice chat, although it didn't seem especially enthusiastic about that. This is Doe's messages from October 25th, just one or two days after the debate. You serious with this trans genocide debate? Is this just DGG stupidity? I've been hearing Destiny. He's here again, going around talking about words like Nazi or genocide don't have meanings anymore. I'm legit disappointed. I thought so much better of you. And I offered to speak to Doe about this. I do appreciate you coming to me in private, though. If it's something you think could be talked through in a private voice call, I'd be more than happy to, but no pressure.
When I first heard Vosh talk about it, he said we were possibly approaching a genocide, not that there currently was one. So no, I don't think it's a DGG thing. My position is that words do have meaning, and people online often use the word genocide in a way that isn't recognized in common parlance, let alone in any other way. I looked through groups like Stonewall, Mermaids, Trevor Project, and a few mutual aid groups too. None of them seem to be using the term at all. I do appreciate you coming to me in private, though. It is something you think, if it's something you think you can be talked through in a private voice call, I'd be more than happy, but no pressure. Isn't Lonerbox a nice fella? And that's why you will inevitably fall, good sir. That will be your downfall. Good sir.
If it's something you think could be talked through in a...
First of all, I never said she set you off because she was a trans person talking about Bills targeting her. Ooh, left out a little bit of context there, Mr. Lonerbox. Left out a bit of context there. I don't know what they're referring to here. Despite your use of quotes there, you deliberately didn't quote me and presented a straw man, which was easier for you to knock down, a tactic you used repeatedly throughout the conversation with this girl. Secondly, posturing past work as evidence that you didn't have a bad conversation is weak. Let's skip the "I was set off" paragraph for now. We'll return to that. Quote, I literally agreed with her on everything regarding the legislation, apart from whether or not it was a genocide. Not sure why you mentioned it, but I have never disagreed with this because gender isn't in the definition. I think it should be. I mentioned it because the legislation we're experiencing constitutes a deliberate attempt to make life unlivable for trans people, to force us into the closet. To criminalize those who help us, to criminalize our condition. And politicians rile up stochastic violence against us by referring to us as pedophiles and groomers. She didn't say you weren't listening to trans people. She did afterwards.
I'd be more than happy to, but no pressure. I'd be willing to sit with you and rewatch that entire conversation with you, privately or not, if you really want. We can go over every single point if you really want. I'm going to take this as a no. I'm autistic, but I think this kind of suggests I'm not really up for it, but okay. Demon Mama has said nothing to me. If you want to know why I didn't reach out to her, just watch any debate she's had on her channel. Ever had on her channel. Sorry.
Ever.
I did notice eventually when I got around to viewing her entire response, she did challenge me to a debate, but again, like, I don't know why she assumed I was going to watch that whole thing, like, immediately.
She didn't. She challenged you disingenuously.
A non-binary trans person from Vosh's community reached out to me and we spoke about setting up a call on stream. The conversation ended with this message from me and they didn't respond. I'm not going to out this person but yeah, just this was the last message I sent to them. They didn't reply. So if they want to challenge that, they can go ahead. A trans video essayist reached out to me after criticizing me in one of her videos. The conversation was short but very cordial. We exchanged some kind words and the conversation ended. Yeah, this person again, I'm not going to, put you on the spot or whatever. Fine.
Stochastic violence. It's when, okay. Stochastic violence is when you say things which are morally charged in order to encourage other people to engage in terroristic acts without yourself necessarily encouraging any sort of terroristic acts yourself. So, for instance, when a prominent politician says something like, oh, so telling you to blow up a school, not telling you to blow up a school, like, okay, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. It's like if a prominent politician were to say something like, these drag shows are places where people engage in all sorts of grooming behaviors. That is incidentally encouraging people to view them in that way. And then if they believe that to be the case, they will then act in accordance to that information by potentially doing something awful. Like, shooting up a place or something along those lines.
President Sunday was not roped into this conversation. I only offered to talk to him after he made a 5-hour mega-analysis of my debate with poly people. He had also appeared in my chat at least once when I was discussing the topic, and in any case, I thought I'd get a more productive conversation out of him than I would from Demon Mama. It's actually 5 hours.
So like Pizzagate. Yeah, like Pizzagate.
Just looks like 8 on the thing. This thumbnail is very funny. Well done. I'm not joking. It's funny. All right, When Sunday and I were still figuring out a date for our talk, Polly had unexpectedly appeared in my chat asking me for a second conversation on November 1st. Because I was fairly satisfied with this talk, I started to feel like the drama was winding down. I agreed to talk with Sunday on November 7th, but I was admittedly looking forward to moving on to something else. Doe had stopped responding to me on October 30th, but it already felt like the conversation wasn't going anywhere. I'll bring this up later. Right? Just to give you the date, though. This was when Doe stopped responding to me. We were both exchanging big, long messages like this. But yeah, this was the last before, for at least like a week or two. All right. 3 days before the talk, I indicated that I was leaning towards putting the whole thing to bed, that I would still talk if he wanted to, but wasn't especially fussed about it. To be honest, I'm leaning towards putting the whole thing to bed now. If you really want to talk, we can do Sunday or Monday, but yeah, I'm not especially fussed about it now. This is November 4th. 3 days before the... yeah. On November 5th, I noticed that Sunday had scheduled his stream on YouTube with the title, "Is There a Trans Genocide?" This was the thumbnail at the time. Yeah. When I asked if we could change the topic to focus a little closer on the key disagreement, he declined. I think we should change the title, though. What is a genocide? Seems more apt since that's where the disagreement comes from. It's actually not. You'll see when we chat and I lay out my case. A little bit ambiguous, but okay. At some point, whether it was before or after this, I can't say, President Sunday had 5 people doing research for him behind the scenes. This is something he never told me about until he slightly alluded to it on the evening before our talk. The only indication I get of this is here. Why is the thing not centering like it was? Fuck you, chat. Go away. 3 issues I'm going to bring up in sequence. Here, this was the one indication. We're beginning a day-long research and prep stream to make sure we do it well. Have a lot of people working to make sure I'm as informed and measured as possible, so this should be interesting. Now, I thought he was referring to he's going to do his research stream and people are going to help him while he's doing research. That's all I got from that. But okay. Until that point, all I knew was that he had one research stream planned the day before, on November 6th, starting at 9 p.m. my time. The day before our conversation, I was watching his review of my debate with Poly People, and I came across this clip, which I found a little puzzling.
Because he's not taking account of the actual consequences of his decisions in this conversation. See, if he chooses simply to not engage in this argument and just goes, okay, guys, look, I don't agree with the language of genocide here, and I don't agree with the language of genocide here either, by the way. I think the term is hopelessly fraught, and I think it tends specifically...
Nice. Well, there you go. We don't need to have the debate. You seem to agree with what my stated position is. There you go. Dunzo. Easy. Lates. GG's. See you next time. See you later, sucker.
to debates like this that are...
It was weird hearing that after he put up a debate topic of is there a trans genocide, but...
only obscuring of what's actually at stake. I think the term itself has too much evocations of the conditions that brought about its initial use. I think we need a more general and more specific term that encompasses things like general systemic group annihilation attempts, right? But given that this is the situation we arrive with, this is the situation we were born into as it is, and given that this term is already in use, the use of this term and its situation in our social imaginary and how
Mornaka, you're right. We do use democide for that. Yeah, you're right.
How we talk about these things, that now becomes itself like a political entity with real weight. And if something has been identified as a genocide by one party, and another party successfully counters that, no, this is not actually a genocide, the response from outside by the wider world is to downplay its significance and to turn away to things that are more serious. With the result that this thing is now better allowed to press forward and to advance to a worse state.
There's something about the way he's talking about political weight here, even though the genocide argument is like, it's...
So to put that in terms which are not pretentious, I think it's irresponsible to even having had this conversation, because even if you're right, it only means that other people who perhaps have a disingenuous view of things will utilize for their own purposes and their own nefarious benefits. That's what he means.
I have never seen that much evidence of it outside of Twitter or like this very tight left-wing space. I don't know if I completely disagree with what he's saying there. That's kind of why I was leaning more towards just like leaving this conversation alone, but yeah.
So I think this was a profoundly juvenile display by someone I otherwise generally respect. It's extremely disappointing. My hope is that he can, at the very least, what even is it? My hope is that at the very least he can get out of his head long enough to recognize that regardless of what he thinks about the matter, he's talking to a category of people that are actually fighting for their existence in a country not his own, in a context he doesn't fully understand, and that how you comport yourself with respect to these different actors has real consequences. And sometimes it's...
I will say, the fact that he's saying this in reference to one discussion I had with poly people, of all people, for reasons we'll find out later, that's kind of funny.
The best thing to do is nothing.
Ooh, dramatic sigh. I just thought from hearing that, get out of my head, I don't know, acknowledge. It felt like the only thing that people wanted from this conversation.
Well,
was,
shit. I got the shit
Sunday,
kicked out of me.
Was for me to like flip on something. Maybe not the genocide thing, but to like, I don't know, acknowledge my horrible behavior with Polly, which we've already gone over.
Is that the guy with the books? Yeah, President Sunday. He's the guy with the books. He's very full of himself. He believes himself to be far better educated than most people on most things, which, who knows, maybe he is, but he doesn't demonstrate it to any substantial degree.
Something like that. Like, I just have no idea. It was just really...
He has an incessant need to just absolutely draw out any single point he makes, using as many words as he can fit into a sentence. He reminds me of me like 10 years ago. I grew out of it. He looks like he's in his 50s. I'm not sure what his excuse is.
Yeah. On top of this, he still hadn't said exactly what we'd be talking about, and besides saying, "You'll see when we chat." At that point, I had been flicking through some of the response videos people had made about me, and most of them just seemed like reiterations of Demon Mama's points. Nearly all of them seemed like they were just looking for an apology from me. I had no intention of doing this, and I didn't see how an hour of me sticking to my guns with Sunday would have helped anything move forward. From my end, it felt like the whole thing was settled, especially after my second conversation with Polly. That's the other thing as well. Lots of people were talking about how the main thing, Doe said this as well, that the big problem was my conduct with Polly, but I thought, what's the point in having that discussion? Because I've already spoken to Polly. If it's between me and Polly, we had a second conversation and it was chill. And that, as far as I know, that's the last I've heard from her. So it just seemed weird that these guys were trying to like insert themselves into that whole thing, but yeah. After seeing Sunday lay out the conversation topics, realizing this was never going to be a productive conversation and having other real life things to attend to, I decided to cancel.
What's up, Thorium?
I made sure
Did you just wake up or something? I thought you were leaving.
To let him know before he started his research stream, as I didn't want to waste his time. So he lists the topics.
So, in terms of topics, the first topic, it turns out that he agrees with him. And the second topic, it turns out that fucking Lonerbox agrees with him. And then the third is just like, okay. Any further questions? No? Okay. So yeah, I wouldn't see a reason as to why they should have this conversation.
First, about the definition and use of the term genocide generally, whether it's useful, fraught, limited in application, etc. Considering some problems with arguing that trans people are targets of genocidal actions, arguing the contrary. Third, hopefully much more cooled down conversation about engagement on these questions given present circumstance. I don't know if this is a reference to the poly conversation, but I don't know. And then that's when I sat on it for like 20 minutes. This is the beginning. His research stream before the 7th was starting at 9, so tried to make sure to just get it like bang on there before he starts doing research. Sorry, not interested anymore. Nothing personal or anything. I just have a million other things I'd rather do right now. Was this the best way to let him know? No. It was a decision I should have made earlier, and I definitely could have worded it better. If he had asked me to elaborate, I would have. But instead of replying, he said this.
There are 3 issues I'm going to bring up in sequence. It shouldn't take a tremendous amount of time, and my goal in this is to help build some bridges so you can have a more positive relationship with the community on this issue, not bully you into being turned on any
He's just reading the DMs here.
problems with arguing that. And then he just replied just like 2 minutes ago. Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested anymore. Nothing personal or anything. I just have a million other things I'd rather do right now.
Dramatic sip.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested anymore.
Yeah. A thing someone can say.
Interlocutor on this issue.
Isn't this the guy that dragged Hassan over Ukraine months ago? Yeah. Lonerbox I consider to be a fairly well informed individual, and he got in a lot of trouble, just to give you the TLDR or the TLDW. He got in trouble about a month and a half ago because he was watching a video and someone said that there was like a trans genocide happening in the United States, and he was like, I don't think we're at the point where there's a genocide going on. And then he ended up arguing with his chat about it because they were like, well, how can you say that? And he's like, well, because there's not. And then another streamer came in and was just like, there's definitely one going on. And they had an argument about it where he was explaining why he doesn't think that like any of the current issues that trans people face constitutes a genocide. And she basically was just like, I'm trying to get you to just accept that there is so we can move on. And he's like, well, I'm not going to do that because I don't believe that there is. And then it turned into a big old fucking stink fest. So Lonerbox got in trouble because he didn't believe that there's a trans genocide currently happening in the United States right now. And he thought that that was not particularly useful language to use right now. Yeah, he got in trouble for that. A bunch of streamers got mad at him. They got really pissy and they said, how dare you? And that's the whole thing. Including this guy, Mr. Sunday, Mr. Boring Man, Mr. Old Man Voice, who wanted to have a quote-unquote debate with him, but according to him, the debate was more or less just going to be him agreeing with Lonerbox, that the term isn't terribly useful, but that we should be careful about who we have that conversation with and in what context we do, because mean people might misuse those sorts of conversations for their own ends. And Lonerbox is like, I don't really want to do that. I heard Demon Mama's dopey name in there. Is that the one insisting that there was a trans genocide? She's one of the ones insisting that there is a trans genocide. Not was, is. Like, currently ongoing. That is what they are arguing. And she is one of them that is arguing that to be the case. And she has made many stupid remarks to try and defend this. She's tried to claim that Lonerbox is just really stupid and ill-informed and has no idea what he's talking about. And his arguments are essentially the same as Nazis who deny the Holocaust. They're all the same.
That's actually unreal. That's actually disgraceful.
Disgraceful. He doesn't want to have this conversation with me?
That's fine.
What an absolute piece of shit.
Having the conversation anyways. That just kind of expedites things, actually.
Oh.
It just expedites them in a really disappointing way. I had some respect for the guy. That's actually really pathetic.
I just want to say, imagine I had some respect for until that DM, till I cancel the conversation. Like, I don't know if I could fathom being so entitled that me canceling a conversation with you warrants that flip. That's just like, and that it expedites things, as if what, like you already felt like I was gonna be fucking written off anyway. I don't know, like, but you know, it was almost worth doing it in that way, because that's kind of that level of like maybe slightly rude way of pulling out of the conversation, and that's all it takes to show me like who you really are. Well, cool. He then went on to spend the next few days tweeting about me, at one point even claiming I was ready to throw my trans viewers under the bus at the drop of a hat for the sake of my ego. He tweeted a lot of these. This is me on trans genocide, apparently. Well, that sounds kind of boring. Okay. I was ready to throw my trans... This tweet is insane.
This point's basically clear that Lonerbox is ready to throw away his trans viewers under the bus at the drop of a hat for the sake of his ego. It's honestly just sad. Everyone who worked on addressing him on this issue had respect for him until he showed how insincere he was. Literally, this same guy, President Sunday, came out saying, yeah, I actually agree with him, that there's no genocide going on right now. I just don't think that having the conversation right in this context is a good idea. Oh, well then you are probably throwing your fucking trans viewers under the bus. By that fucking logic, Jesus Christ.
At this point, it's basically clear that Lonerbox is ready to throw his trans viewers under the bus at the drop of a hat for the sake of his ego. It's honestly just sad. Everyone who worked on addressing him on this issue had respect for him until he showed how insincere he was. Bearing in mind, this is after he's seen the second conversation with Polly, where we agree to disagree, have a polite conversation. She doesn't accuse me of being cruel to her or TOS baiting or any of that. That's someone else's accusation. And we just go our separate ways. But because you want to be part of it, and I don't let you, or I change my mind about it, that means I'm going to throw my trans viewers under the... There are trans people in this chat right now, right? This guy is speaking for you right now. Like, what the fuck? Okay. However, after hearing about how much work and how many workers he had devoted to researching for this topic, I was curious to see what arguments he had come up with. Here are some of my impressions. I'm not sure why, but he seems to think I ignored or misunderstood Lemkin's original definition of genocide, even though he sees me allude to it several times in the second debate with Polly. This claim comes up quite a lot, like I'm almost 100% sure it came from Sunday. I couldn't find the exact clip, but people who were watching his streams saying like, yeah, I misremembered or misconstrued Lemkin's definition and reasoning as to his formulation to the definition of genocide in the first and second Polly people debate shows I haven't researched the topic well. I think he said it in the research stream, but it's weird that he would accuse me of that because I allude to Lemkin's definition like several times in this debate with Polly, and he's watching me do it because. But I think the reason for it being narrow is because the word genocide was literally coined to describe a crime without a name.
Sure.
Specifically the Holocaust, also the Armenian genocide, which is why not so much in so Holocaust and Armenian genocide, that's Lemkin. I have problems with the way it's used in law, like quite a lot of problems. Cultural genocide is just not recognized in law, which is a huge problem because the Uyghurs in China,
Yeah.
Canadian residential schools. I think the point of so it's like I've referred to Lemkin's definition since the beginning of this thing, but so that'd be weird. But yeah, like I think the only reason political category isn't in that definition is because Stalin didn't want it to go there. Again, political affiliation, it was in Lemkin's definition. It was taken out by the UN. So funny that I wouldn't know that if I didn't know about Lemkin. Yeah.
Well,
So,
sure. I mean,
I wonder why. But
when you have a bunch of
but yeah.
genocide doers making the rules, it's gonna.
I think the problem is that they think Lemkin is like a big own because apparently Lemkin's definition does allow for the situation in America to be a genocide, even though it kind of doesn't. But yeah, right. At one point, he tries to make the case for cultural genocide by comparing today's. Sorry, just another thing of this. I don't know if the next time I debate something, I just need to like actually say, oh, by the way, Lemkin coined the term, and then here are his contribution. Like, just I don't know. At one point, he tries to make the case for cultural genocide by comparing today's situation to the treatment of indigenous children in the United States and Canada, describing it as exact corollaries.
Yeah. Now, in terms of cultural genocide, with the case of trans people, we actually do have exact corollaries to the case of indigenous children in Canada and the United States. The forced transfer of children from one group to another. Children in some states have been removed from their parents' homes because they have been allowed to transition early on.
Now, this is something you're going to notice a lot. Once you go in to this topic, trying to prove there's a genocide, you're probably going to read a few stories in the press and misconstrue them if your goal is to put them onto the definition of genocide. As far as I know, I could be wrong. I don't think any kids have been taken away from their parents because they allowed their kids to transition. What happened in Texas, the directive I mentioned already at the beginning of this, is that he issued a directive saying that if parents allowed kids to transition, they would be put under investigation for child abuse. They weren't able to make it child abuse just to let your kid transition. I think I don't know if Greg Abbott was just hoping that he would investigate the parents of a trans kid and find out that the parents had been like forcing this reluctant kid to take hormones because they're like a liberal groomer or whatever. I have no idea. But as far as I know with that story, 9 families were put under investigation. I think a couple of them had meetings, like one meeting with an investigator, and then the investigations were blocked by a federal judge. As far as I know, I don't think any kids have been taken away just because their parents were allowing them to transition. But the problem again is like, and you know, he can make mistakes like that when he's talking to someone like me because I'm a pretty left-wing person, pretty left-wing audience. Challenging that optically always looks like I'm doing the downplaying thing. But like, if you took that to someone who was on the fence and tried to say that there was an equivalent of an indigenous cultural genocide happening in Texas, like you've lost them because that hasn't happened yet. Like, now you can say a lot about the fact that they're trying to, and it's fucking obscene that they're trying to, but there's when you notice that there are all these like institutional barriers in the way, I don't know, like if the situation is bad enough as it is, you don't actually need to like lie about it. You don't need to do that.
True.
Throughout his research stream, President Sunday
Lying
repeatedly brings up a
unnecessary.
story from Florida where the medical board voted to start drafting a rule that would ban puberty blockers, HRT, and surgeries for trans youths under 18. This is just a story about the bill. Everything about this hearing was reprehensible. Their expert testimony was riddled with bunk science and was delivered by people who had no background in trans-related research. Sabercat, is that an example of a kid who has been taken? I think I've read that article. Oh, sorry. We'll come back to it. Again, I could be wrong, and that would change things if it were the case. Everything about this hearing was reprehensible. Their expert testimony was riddled with bunk science and was delivered from people who had no background in trans-related research. One of them was a dentist. When they began the public comment section, 8 of the first 9 speakers were detransitioners, and only 1 had received gender-affirming care as a child. Only one trans person was allowed to testify, and the hearing ended 45 minutes early. But for Sunday, this story also contained evidence that the people in the hearing were acting with genocidal intent. His evidence here is a paragraph which mentions protesters chanting the words, "The blood is on your hands," to which a board member responds with, "That's okay." This is him reading the article.
At one point, an audience member yelled that trans youth.
Sorry, loud.
That trans youths would suffer if the board voted to bar care. The blood is on your hands, quote unquote. To which Zachariah responded, "That's okay." Is this recorded? Is there a video recording of this?
I am utterly transfixed by the idea that this is in any way what they think it is. I think this is crazy. Has anybody seen those videos of the folks during the hearings in Florida on whether or not we should have like mask mandates and shit? Anybody remember those? Do you remember the insane fucking things that they would say during those? I wonder how trans people will feel in 2 years, and the new trendy topic is like animal rights or something. Yeah. They would say crazy shit, like insane things during those hearings. About how they're fascists, they're serving Satan. And generally speaking, the response by the people was just like, yeah, okay. All right, fantastic. Good, yeah. That's how they generally responded to those statements. So I'm not in any way surprised by someone saying their blood is on your hands and then someone going, okay, that's fine. Not in any way surprised.
That's an insane statement.
No, it's not.
That's okay?
Yes.
I'm not even arguing the point, just saying that's okay.
Yeah. That's what I would come to expect in a hearing like this. Yes. I don't even know if that actually happened.
Lower
But
Box, if you're watching this is a statement by a medical board. They're being told their policies will result in deaths, that the blood will be on their hands. The retort is not to say, no, the blood will not be on our hands. These are multifaceted. The causes of these deaths are multifaceted.
it's someone shouting from the audience. What do you mean? We're going to just engage in a polite debate really quickly?
Faceted, and we can address these by other means than these surgeries, yada yada, or some other bullshit. No, he flat out just says, no, that's okay. There are ways to bullshit this easily for a disinterested audience that would fly. Zachariah doesn't do this. The board member doesn't do this. He says, after cutting the public comment period short, 45 minutes left, he only allows one more person to testify. Someone in the audience says the blood is on your hands. Trans youths would suffer, and Zachariah responds with, that's okay. Lonerbox, that's an admittance.
Is it? That's an admittance that we're trying to genocide some folks.
An audience member yelled that trans...
I think people in chat are already starting to figure out the problem here, but he refers back to this quote several times throughout the stream and even uses it in response to hearing me talk about being able to infer genocidal intent from Hitler. So here's just a few.
This is a matter of record now. Once again, Florida Medical Board votes to ban gender-affirming care. At one point, an audience member yells that trans youths would suffer if the board voted to bar care. Quote, the blood is on your hands, unquote. To which Zachariah, a board member, responded, quote, that's okay, unquote.
Okay.
It's so stupid.
Whether the propaganda statements I cite, quote, the perpetuation of the race of Aborigines is not to be desired, unquote, should weigh as intent may be hard to judge. I give weight to the actions that were excused by the words. Some redefinitions of genocide, see Fine and Gigliotti, have made persistence in a destructive course equivalent to intent to destroy. And I agree with this. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this case of the Florida Medical Board, when a medical board member is told the blood is on your hands, people will die from this. When he says that's okay, he has been made aware. He has been made absolutely aware of the consequences.
He now knows
of
100% that the consequences of this policy will definitely result, even though literally whether or not that's the case is part of the reason we're even having this fucking discussion. He now knows 100% that yes, it will lead to the deaths of trans children. He knows. He's aware, and he says that's a good thing. He said that. It's such a massive stretch.
These people are pursuing. And he's owning it.
So, again, like, the reason I have such an issue with people bringing up, like, trying to do the genocide is, like, they keep on trying to draw corollaries like this that just have no... When he's talking about persistence in a destructive course, he's talking about the treatment of indigenous people in Australia, where the state was committing massacres and also dragging kids to state reserves to force them to learn a different language in order to give them to white families, often as laborers. But yeah, also, I don't know if a crowd chanting at you is you being made aware. We'll get to that. Even when I talk about Hitler, like if someone wanted to say that Hitler sounds like a genocidal guy, you could have said that from like 1919.
Sure.
Because he was already saying Germany will be better once every Jew is removed. And I'm like, okay.
Well, he wanted to remove all the Jews from Europe, right? I mean, he was pretty open about that.
Yeah, there's no way you're doing this without killing people in the end, right? Like, you can try all your Madagascar plans or whatever the fuck they tried all the way up until 1940, but...
you mentioned the Madagascar plan. Where you told me about that one.
Inevitable conclusions, like, we know now. Like, it's always the same.
Okay, you have board members in Florida, medical board members, responding to, there will be blood on your hands with, that's okay. They've been made abundantly, it's been made abundantly clear, people will die from this. We have the statistics. We know what the medication, with the treatments that are on offer right now, where they are on offer. We know what they do. We know they save lives. Taking those out of the equation, once we already know they save lives, that is killing those people. They know this. They are fine with it. 41% jokes abound.
Did he actually? Never mind. For reference, here is the clip of what apparently constitutes genocidal intent. Did he say board members, even though it was only one? Oh, okay. Doesn't matter. This is the hearing where the that's okay thing happened.
I want before you can come to the podium. You'll be the last speaker for the day, and let me finish. Let me finish. Don't shout. You're not going to win. Let me finish. What we're going to do, we'll give you an email for the state of Florida. You send your information, and whatever information what information you send will be a part of the record. You know what? Okay. You know what? Okay, that's fine. Okay, Miss Patty Sullivan, you may proceed. You may proceed. That's okay. That's okay. Let's have some decency.
Yeah. The way that President Sunday is framing this is, and I already kind of assumed that this was the case. The way that he's framing this is a person just kind of like came up and impassionately gave a speech about the harms that this will cause, and they know this for a fact, and they told him about all of the various different studies as to how they understand this and how they can confirm that this is definitely the case. And then this entire board heard all of that, heard the impassioned pleas, and said, "Good, I hope more die." That is what President Sunday is framing this as, and it's fucking absurd.
Forum here. Patty Sullivan, you may proceed.
So, just to be clear, this guy is an enormous piece of shit. This whole hearing is completely, like, fucked. But
absolutely. I mean, to even bother with this fucking hearing is insane. That being said, the framing offered is definitely not true. It is absurd. To say the fucking least. Christ oh fucking mighty.
But if you're hearing that and you think that's him saying, I have now been made aware that my policies will kill people, but actually that's cool. Like, if you think this is your genocidal intent, I mean, and I think that's the worst thing as well, is that you've got an event that is so unambiguously wrong in every single way. But because you're trying to prove,
and because you want to prove that there's an intent of genocide, you insist on focusing on the least controversial part of the event. That being a person just dismissing people who were just kind of yelling out of turn. Fuck me.
prove that it's a genocide, you have to go that one step further and say that you've got like a bloodthirsty legislator acting with genocidal intent because he said that's okay that people are dying. First of all, it's not untoward for Republicans to be bad with science, right? Like, Republicans were made aware plenty of times about their COVID policies that got people killed. That doesn't mean Republicans were committing genocide against themselves, even though they were made aware plenty of times that their policies were killing people. But Sunday is challenged by one of his chatters on the framing of this clip, and he responds to say that not only does he not know, but that he also doesn't care.
Of course.
Without any specialist training, so that the actual experts were drowned out. And then afterwards, in response to people calling out,
yeah, that's okay is probably just like, that's okay, move on, like calm down. Yeah, it's just I'm trying to move the session on, yeah. Which again, it's not like the guy is pretty disgusting, but
this is the best part about streamers and what they do, where they will outright fucking just say something absurd in order to prove whatever modicum of a point they think they have. Like, the look on his face when he says, "Is that recorded?" He really thinks that he's got something big. He really fucking thought. Is this on video? Huh? Well, what say you now, Mr. Lonerbox? We have admittance. Shut the fuck up. You absolutely absurd ape.
But it's that same thing again as well. Like, if you try to present that argument to someone who isn't already on your side, you're gonna look like you're fucking insane. But yeah.
Their blood is on your hands. He says that's fine. If he was saying that's fine to somebody else, by all means, I would love to see some record of somebody saying something.
I would love to know that I'm actually wrong in what I'm comprehending.
Like,
no, you wouldn't.
As far as I'm concerned,
you'd be pissed off if you were wrong.
I don't care if he didn't mean full-bloodedly. Yeah, I'm fine with having that blood in our hands. I don't even care if he was responding to that person.
Now, you would care if you were trying to prove genocidal intent, but GigaChat.
Because the fact of the matter is, he would have their blood on his hands. The board would have their blood on their hands. So they can speak with their actions, and they can show that they're not fine with it. Otherwise, I don't really give a shit. Oh no, are we not being cosmically charitable? To the in the case of Zachariah, quite probably criminal, but he wasn't caught for it. To this board stacked with liars and sociopaths, predating on the bigotry of the popular culture, lying about the state of medical research on this issue, to the end of killing a whole bunch of people for cheap political points. My heart bleeds purple porpoise pus.
Okay. After admitting that he hasn't seen the clip and that he doesn't care whether or not it proves the thing he's saying it does, he goes on to use this point in a debate with Sonsol anyway. The way he rephrases what he read in the article is especially telling.
Sonsol, we have the Florida Medical Board saying that they are okay. It's perfectly okay that as a result of their decisions, trans youths will die. Sonsol.
Is that what they said?
No. It's not what they said.
You know when people accuse each other in this space of being bad faith? This is like when every fiber of your being is bad faith. But this bit properly fucked my head. Oh God. All right. He also seems to be a little confused about how medical transition works. He seems to believe that the process of full medical transition is evidence of genocide because it renders the patient infertile. Now, I've put full medical transition in quotation marks here because it's not the most politically correct term. It implies like people who only get top surgery are like incomplete or some shit, but yeah, I'll just go with what he was saying here.
D. Imposing measures to prevent births within the group. This one's a little less known. Once again, it is a condition of many transition treatments that you are sterilized in the process. E.
So when he's saying trans treatments there, it's a condition of many trans treatments that you're sterilized in the process. Like, when I first heard that, like, yeah, bottom surgery makes you infertile. I think for trans women, HRT makes you infertile as well. Or not completely. It's got a chance of reducing fertility. I think for trans men, it's a little bit less so the case, but I think what he's referring to here is gender
Can we
recognition.
just go back in time to when the average trans woman on the internet was more Zinnia Jones than this? Have you been keeping an eye on Zinnia Jones? I will say she's definitely way less cringe than anybody that currently speaks like on the forefront of the Twitch politics sphere in terms of trans people. But holy shit, Zinnia Jones. She was on Tucker Carlson. She was featured on Tucker Carlson for what actually was in context not that weird. Someone messaged her saying, what if my not she didn't go on Tucker Carlson. One of her tweets was, which was used as a part of the culture war, which I thought was funny. In context, it wasn't that weird. Basically, somebody was like being all disingenuous because she made a thread talking about how, like, you know, if you would say that you would never date a trans person, that's a little weird, and you should probably think about that. And then somebody said, what if I date somebody for a very long time as a traditional person, never have sex with them, and only when I have sex with them after we're already married do I find out that she has a penis? What am I supposed to do then? At which point Zinnia, very like in a blasé fashion, was just like, I don't know, rubber balls on your head until you like it. I don't know. what do you want from me here? And then that got taken out of context, and then Tucker Carlson came out and was just like, trans activists saying that we have to just shove penises in our faces. It was so fucking stupid. My gut tells me you would notice that way earlier. True, right? Like, eventually you're gonna like, I don't know, honey, when we go out for a run, I've noticed that your yoga pants have a little bit of a bulge in them. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. But Zinnia is kind of like the first stage of trans activism, and she's still at that stage. She recently said that if she ever came back to YouTube, she'd probably end up having to do like a Halloween themed version of what ContraPoints currently does. Because she just can't stand any content that doesn't have at least that level of like effort put into it at this point. And she only wants to make content that she herself would watch. So, I don't know. I don't think she's like weird at all, really, from what I've seen. She's more focused on like raising her family for the most part.
Recognition laws, where
the reason why, by the way, I'm pretty sure they focused on her Twitter for Tucker Carlson. A, it was a slow news day, and B, Zinnia is the person who went and helped counsel what's her face through her transition. Fuck. The person who was in jail for a while because they leaked military secrets about war crimes going on with the United States. Manning, yeah. Pretty sure that was why. Very loose association with Manning, trying to kind of like also indicate this sort of like weird guilt by association. They're traitors to the country, blah, blah. That's my guess.
Say that, like in Sweden until 2012, as an example.
I went back through a lot of BreadTube channels last week, and most of them are doing a video like every 6 months. Yeah. It's gotten really bad. Like, I get it, you want to put effort into your videos and shit, but I feel like I'm just so curious what their daily routine is that has them barely. Manning took her punishment on the chin. True. And she got pardoned. So, fucking based. I'm so curious what their daily routine is that they only put out a video every once in a long goddamn while. You know, part of it is because their Patreons, blah, blah, blah. Sean's output has stopped ever since his ex-girlfriend stopped doing 8% of the work. I don't think they were ever boyfriend-girlfriend. I don't think that was ever the case. But I do recall the Patreon per month, not per video. Yeah. Their Patreons are set up to pay out per month instead of per video. So they just don't have the fucking desire or need. Only Philosophy Tube is still doing regular videos. Yeah, and even that's only once a month. You gotta wonder as to what it is that like drives their work in any way. It's fine to do a monthly 30-minute video. Yeah, especially with the level of like production that's put into a Philosophy Tube video, I'd say. Sean's basically just a Twitter account now. Yeah. Almost never makes new videos. It's just kind of dumb. I think we're gonna go with Admin Bruisers and what this guy's got. Yeah, let's do this. That's me! I got the blitz hook! All right.
Example, or lots of parts of Europe actually, where you couldn't get legal gender recognition unless you got quote unquote top and bottom surgery. You had to get all the surgeries to get legal gender recognition. So I don't know if that's what he's referring to. I've tried looking at a few of the older policies as well. I think in America, it's 17 states still do that, where you need to get the top and bottom surgery to get gender recognition, which incidentally does sterilize you. I think in Sweden, it's really hard to tell because when you...
Why would top surgery matter? You can get that as a woman too. no gender related to. Speaking of, I don't know. This is a tangent, but do you know Matt Walsh? Was on Joe Rogan recently. And he said something that I thought was very challengeable. Sag, yeah. He said something. He basically said something along the lines of like, "There's way more top surgeries that are being done for young women now." And my thought was, well, there's other like valid medical reasons to do that, right? That was my thought. I don't even know what his numbers were even, but like my immediate thought was just like, well, yeah, that would make sense if it's necessary. If it's, I mean, there's loads of reasons why one would need to get one. So I don't know what the big dealio is. I'm looking to get my 4th admin as quick as possible here, but I also kind of want to at least 2-star my Blitzcrank since he's the carry here, kind of, to a degree. 2-starring him is fine. Just put a bunch of tank items on him, and he'll be more or less fine for a good while. Along with at least 1 bruiser. Which, considering that I do kind of want to get a Sejuani here later, there you go. There's your reasoning. That person's got a Kale augment. Hey, Camille. Very nice. Definitely want that. Plop her in there. That's my 3rd admin. And I get another effect once I get a Soraka, whenever that is.
The way that a lot of the articles on it are written, some of them for Sweden from the 70s says that it was the case that you had to get sterilized before any surgery. So like you had to get sterilized just even if you want top surgery, but then other articles just said it was a gender recognition thing. Like, and I think sometimes what happens is when you get bottom surgery, they would have a box that says you have to consent to being sterilized because the procedure of bottom surgery will sterilize you. Like, so I don't know if he's confused transition with like transition treatments with gender recognition, but incidentally, it's a mistake that he makes more than once.
It is still the case in many places that a condition of even fully transitioning medically requires a trans person, because of holdovers from the history of eugenics, to sterilize themselves so they can't reproduce their genes into the general population.
So what did he say there?
That a condition of even fully transitioning medically.
A condition of fully transitioning medically. How can you, is there a way you can fully transition medically, quotation mark, without being rendered infertile? Like if you're a trans woman and you get bottom surgery, they cut your balls off. Like, sorry for being blunt, but if you're a trans man, there are multiple bottom surgery processes. I don't think one of them is like hysterectomy. I don't know if that's necessary though. I don't know if phalloplasties if they render you infertile, but like this is usually like this, even in the gender recognition places, this is like informed consent. And I think what the European Union did was that they banned the gender recognition stuff in 2017 because they called it a human rights violation, which it is. Of course, you shouldn't need bottom surgery to get your recognition. That's insane. But calling it like eugenics and not letting them reproduce their genes, like what I want to know is, and I couldn't find this anywhere, is if there's any states where they don't let you freeze your sperm and eggs beforehand, sperm or eggs. But he's saying full medical transition. He does it more than once as well. Like,
this has been calculated. D, imposing measures to prevent births within the group. It is still policy in very many places that you must be sterilized as a part of your transition process.
And he said it previously in his research stream.
Trans medicine has evolved over the last few decades, has been unreflectively taking on elements of previous eugenic treatment of trans people. So until very recently, in most places, there was a requirement that you have your transition, transition procedures, I guess, done in a specific order that basically required you to sterilize yourself in order to fully transition, which is wrong, obviously.
Again, in order to fully medically transition, which implies bottom surgery to fully transition. How do you do that without making someone infertile? Like, I know in the past you can refer to things like, I think that Sweden law was, but he's also flipping between whether it's still happening now, especially in the United States, or if it was the case in the past, which again wouldn't be the, like, if you want to make a case for transgender in the past, it's quite
There
clear.
we go.
Like,
Fuck me.
When you were trans, like in the 30s and 40s, they just lobotomized you in a lot of parts of America. So that's pretty clear, but like, I have no fucking idea what he's talking about here. And he had 5 people doing research for him here as well. And not to take anything away from them, maybe they did good work and all that, but like, I don't know if their information seems to have gone through like the President's Sunday filter, and he's just read articles about or read headlines about the legal gender recognition, and he's rearranged that in his head to make it into bottom surgery would be genocide or eugenics. Like,
I just
like, I
wanted
know
to
that he could
start
have,
my
like, fucking
blitzcrank, and it
culture
was being a
boards
dick
whispering
about
things
it.
in his ear, and it would still come out as like horseshit. I think the way you'd word that is that there are some states where they still very inhumanely demand you to get bottom surgery in order to like top and bottom surgery in order to get gender recognition. Like, and that's a big problem. But again, like, because we're on the genocide road, we have to like fucking exaggerate. We have to like change everything, you know? Doe. The day
Uh-oh.
after Demon Mama's review, Doe reached out to me in DMs to ask me about the debate. The conversation was a little heated at times, but I wouldn't say hostile. I offered to talk about it privately over voice chat, but it didn't seem interested. This is just the bit again with the talk. You really want? Probably not. Okay.
He uses the term it.
We
I
went
don't
back and
agree.
forth a little, but it didn't feel like things were going anywhere. The reason I tend to ask people for voice calls, even if it's in private, is because text message exchanges, especially for arguments, really mess with my head, especially when they go like this. Sorry, chat, go away. When you bring up the word genocide, you are intrinsically
Yeah, I knew
bringing up
somebody was going
violence,
to
by
take
the
that.
way. Unless you think this is the first genocide in
Annoying.
history that we can just vote and protest away. When I bring up the word law, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. When I bring up the word vote, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. When I bring up the word president, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. When I bring up the word oppression, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. Do you really think that's comparable to genocide? No, you don't. Stop. Stop. Nice spelling, Lorna. Like, I can't engage. Like, so I find it really strange that someone like Doe, who is kind of known to be like the big left-wing theory head, would ignore the difference between systemic violence and direct
Is she?
violence. Like, obviously the violence.
If
of
so,
genocide
that's
is,
sad.
like, that's like Jewish partisan groups destroying Nazi supply lines, killing officers, killing soldiers, so they can allow people to escape. That's not really quite the same violence as like this stuff. But yeah, like I don't really have the energy to go through the back and forth with this. After a few days of exchanging messages, long and short, I sent a few paragraphs summarizing my thoughts on the whole situation. Doe did not respond. So this was the last message I sent before the big falling out. Looks like I was right. I even said immediately after the liberal thing was more of a this is just talking about a response I made to Demon Mama on stream earlier on. Anyway, having watched everything back and some of Demon Mama's response, I have no idea how you could frame this as a scared trans person just sharing her concerns. She's a debater who has no problem going on panels with Christian fascists, and she, well done, Lonerbox, came into my chat looking to argue. The problem is that even when I agreed with her on everything regarding the policies and what to do about them, she still said I was part of the problem for not calling it a genocide. Genocide, which, according to whatever homespun definition you guys are using, would apparently include every kind of systemic discrimination in human history. Strange way to use a word that was literally coined to describe the very worst of all crimes, but meh. I noticed you were doing the same thing by pulling parts out of the UN definition, which I find odd because we both know that isn't how language works. A word's meaning comes from its use and practice as well as its definition, and ignoring that second half is pretty dishonest, especially with a word that is used so sparingly, not just in law, but also in history. Polly went out of that talk laughing with her chat for over an hour about how I was doing Holocaust revisionism and genocide denial. I can find you the clip if you want, but did none of you notice that I was actually trying to back up her point by saying what I did about 1941? The idea that the Nazis' original and explicit intent was to remove Jews, ethnic cleansing would be a better term there, and the inevitable conclusion of that was mass killing, the thing 99% of people think when they hear genocide, is hardly controversial, and I can give you plenty of sources if you think there's a problem with it. I was trying to agree with her that intent can be inferred and intervention can be perfectly justified before genocide occurs, but she was so dunk-brained that she just couldn't see it. You can see at the end when I said intervention was justified as soon as Dachau opened in 1933, and she refused to acknowledge it. I know I'm writing a lot here because I do see you as a generally honest person, but I have Demon Mama, agreeing with a chatter who said I was acting like a Holocaust denier, Polly refusing to ban or even time out one of her chatters for telling me to kill myself, and a bunch of people in DMs sending me Nazi Germany 101 videos because apparently I didn't know Hitler was in fact very bad. It's kind of funny. I don't know what to say. I just think this characterization is insanely unfair, and I feel like I've been gaslit to fuck over the last week. I have to put it to rest for a bit because of deadlines, but yeah, guess I'm just disappointed. This thing here about her chat, the banning thing, when I went into Polly's chat after the debate, she was doing the thing, was he right about the Holocaust? I said I could explain that take in like 30 seconds, just send her some sources. And someone in her chat said, I can think of something else you can do in 30 seconds, Lonerbox. I thought, like, she said, Polly insisted to me that 30 seconds was actually a premature ejaculation joke.
My guy's got fucking Syndra already.
Personally, if my community made sexually degrading jokes to someone like to Polly, I'd probably say, don't do that, but it's okay. I'm not really that offended. I just thought it was like a bit wild. I wouldn't hear from Doe again until after I pulled out of my talk with President Sunday. When the day had passed, it started messaging me again, and within 15 minutes of talking, I decided to block it. A week later, Doe put out a 13-tweet post about me on Twitter. This thread is probably one of the most dishonest characterizations I've ever received in my life. Let's look at it. So keep some of this in mind and we'll go through problems. I came to Lonerbox privately more than once, frustrated after watching him publicly try to bait a trans woman into talking about her oppression into a TOS violation, asking which Republicans you want to kill because she felt genocidal was accurate to describe Republican policy. Pay attention to the things that are put in quotation marks here. He claimed that I and others were just trying to force him to accept the word genocidal, that we were a small group of radicals who had invented a new definition, separate from the UN definition academics use, just to claim that we're experiencing the worst possible oppression. I explained that I didn't care whether or not he had a particular line for when he thought the descriptive rhetoric of genocidal should come into play, that what bothered most people was the way he treated Polly, and the way it encourages other people to treat us. So again, the way I treated Polly, that complaint never came from Polly. It was settled. I want that to stay in. Yeah.
Mid-gen never each sperm doesn't make a baby. I mean, depending on your definition of when life starts, yeah. I mean, that's 300 million lives right there.
We didn't come to any sort of
worst possible crime
resolution at that time. Later,
really, in fact, just having sex in general, because, like, you know, only one of them can fucking make a baby.
I heard from President Sunday that Lonerbox had reached out to him for a conversation about the discourse generated about the Polly people conversation.
Or is it like multiple? I don't know.
President Sunday wanted to do it right and come well researched. This had made me hopeful, and I, along with others, were happy to dedicate time to research that was going to be used to help two political commentators I respect develop their opinions and elevate the discourse in general. I was also hopeful that President Sunday could get Lonerbox to acknowledge what had bothered people about the way he had handled things since that conversation with Polly. Again, this isn't on Sunday's list of topics. After many people had dedicated hours of research and President Sunday was about to start his final research stream before the scheduled conversation between him and Lonerbox, Lonerbox decided that the topic was, quote, again, quote, too boring, and he didn't want to have it anymore. President Sunday had his research stream anyways. We weren't done with the topic that we had dedicated hours to researching, one in which many of those involved in the research's rights and freedoms were at stake. He also left the door open for Lonerbox on their scheduled date. After hoping that Lonerbox would show up despite cancelling on President Sunday, I reached out back to him, frustrated again, watching other people mimic his behavior towards other trans people speaking about their oppression. While we're going through the rest of this, I want you guys to imagine in your head what reaching out back to me, frustrated again, would have looked like. Just guess what that would have looked like, right? His response was to block me, saying, with friends like these, after he claimed I wasn't listening. I respected Lonerbox, which is why I was appalled at his behavior and thought that coming to him privately would help him see that I wasn't out to harm him, that I respected him and wanted him to do better. And it's why I thought that coming with arms full of research would show that we were coming to share in learning and knowledge together. Unfortunately, that seems not to be the case, considering his behavior towards those that dedicated time to honestly exploring a topic that is very close to their lives. All we wanted was him to approach the topic honestly since he reached out for the conversation. Okay? Go through some points on that. Doe claims I publicly tried to bait a trans woman into a TOS violation, asking which Republicans you want to kill. I have no idea why this question is in quotation marks because I never asked it. If what I was doing was so clearly TOS baiting, if you were so sure of my intentions and of the fact that I would have broken my entire pattern of behavior on this platform just to get a small trans streamer banned from Twitch, why would you not at least use a direct quote?
It is an odd kind of, I don't know, an odd kind of projection, I guess. Like, that's the only way in which I can kind of conceive of it. Like, if you think that the only reason why somebody would ask somebody as to the, you know, logical conclusion of their beliefs is because they're trying to bait them into saying something bad, then you have to then, I would say, believe that they believe something bad, for one. That becomes sort of like a necessary thing. And two, is it because you do that? Like, that's the only thought I can conceive of. I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm just saying that, like, this attempt at psychoanalyzing his motivation based off of nothing strikes me as odd.
I don't know if it rejects my claim that people are trying to force the word genocide upon people, but I think at the very least it's fair to say there is some pressure. Well, you've seen the poly conversations, and Republicans have spent the last 2 days excusing and even congratulating a mass murderer because his victims were queer. If you claim to be a leftist and still think calling this a genocide is too strong a word, I have news for you. You are not a leftist, nor are you a trans ally. Yep. It's time we collectively put our foot down. The Conservatives have drawn the battle lines. You're either willing to acknowledge the truth, or you're giving space for Conservatives to fuel a genocide.
That's not how you determine whether or not something is true. Just as a note, you don't normally figure that out by just kind of saying you're either with us or against us. In fact, that's pretty problematic behavior. As a note, it's not a good look.
I find it strange that Doe claimed not to care about my opinions on the word genocide if it then agreed to do research for Sunday on that particular topic. If Doe was more bothered by the way I treated Polly and was hopeful that Sunday could get me to acknowledge what had bothered people about the way I handled things, why was this not specified on Sunday's list of topics? If we were going to talk about the debate, it surely would have made sense to tell me that I could at least watch it to grab timestamps. Watch it again, sorry. In Doe's thread, it says I cancelled the conversation with Sunday because it was too boring. Again, I don't know why boring is in quotation marks because I never said this. To be clear, no one asked me to specify why I cancelled the talk. Sunday absolutely didn't, and as we're about to find out, neither did Doe. After I decided not to show up to the debate, Doe says it reached out to me frustrated again, watching other people mimic my behavior towards other trans people speaking about their oppression. My response was to block it, saying, with friends like these, after I claimed it wasn't listening. At the very least, the words in quotation marks are correct here. However, the reason I chose to block Doe could use some clarification. So, Doe comes into my DMs about a week after this, we've already read this, doesn't engage with any of this, posts a tweet from Sonsol. If you actually think this is my position, you're fucking insane. You're listing off shit that hasn't happened yet or has been directly struck down in court as evidence of a genocide now. You're acting like your name is engraved at the Holocaust Museum already. Here is the direct consequence of your behavior. Same tweet again. If you're speedrunning using every rhetorical strategy to make people stop listening to trans individuals talk about actual harm being done to them, to call you dangerous to trans people is an understatement, and it's certainly not a lie. Good job promoting discarding and laughing at trans people who are worried about their oppression. You're an excellent advocate. You've done an incredible job of encouraging the people around you to disregard and disrespect trans people and paternalistically mock them and tell them they're bad for their own movement. Question mark. I had a second convo with Polly and it seemed pretty chill. I think what you did best, though, was convince people that utilizing state policies to eliminate people isn't a genocide, when politicians just do it because they're worried about kids. You just did an amazing job setting up the obvious dichotomy between the violent, crazy trans people who are using words like genocide to encourage their audience to commit violent actions and the good-natured, good-hearted conservatives who care about kids. The effects of your work is clear and the company you keep shines through you. The only reason I didn't continue the discussion before was because you were going to talk to President Sunday, and I thought he could do a better job of getting you to stop being a dumb fucking idiot than I could. But you pussied out of that too. Can you address the fact that I spoke to Polly for a second time and I said I didn't think this was the issue worth fighting over? Why do I need to carry on this conversation? I said I was done with it, and now you're blaming me for someone else's tweets. So, excellent job. You've encouraged more people to downplay and disregard the rhetoric of trans people, all while lying about the origins of the word genocide, lying or being just fucking wrong about the policies being advocated and passed by conservatives. Why do you think Sonsol's my company? He's fought with Polly before I even met her. This discourse has been had before I brought it up, that these two were sent at the same time. That's why it looked a bit disjointed. Okay, you're not listening. Friends like these, huh? Bye. Now, if anyone, again, I'm not the most socially aware person, If anyone thinks there was a better way I could have handled this, like respond point by point, step back, acknowledge my faults, just leave the messages and let Doe fucking fire off into the void. Like there's nothing to engage with here. Bear in mind, the trans people bit, again, this is Sonsol speaking to Polly, the same individual trans person that I spoke to. So, right. There are so many points in this exchange where I felt like any hope of a good faith engagement was fraught. I won't list them all here, but here are a few as an impression. Doe immediately opened the conversation by describing my position as DGG stupidity, despite my argument being fairly common outside of our space. So, this is from the initial reaching out. I think when people say this, especially from this community, I think you're at that point, like the well is just poisoned enough to the point that there's not really much hope of going back. I find it really weird though that this words like Nazi or genocide don't have meanings anymore is a DGG idea, because it's not hard to find that. Like, this is the BBC article on what is a genocide, and they even say there's like a guy, I think he's like a human rights expert, MSF Secretary General, voiced concern that the term genocide has fallen victim to a sort of verbal inflation, in much the same way as happened with the word fascist. DGG are confirmed. The Wikipedia article on trans genocide. Where is it? Did it move? Oh yeah. It was criticized by hate crime expert in the article here of the Canadian Jewish Congress as being insensitive to victims of recognized genocides known as the Holocaust. This article suggests that the origins of the term transgenocide, it might have been a mistranslation. It came not because of policies in the US, but because of the murder rates in Latin America. And it might have been just mistranslated, because I think there's somewhere here when they talk about, like, I think it's like transcide that they use, or like, again, democide, or the same way feminists will use femicide to talk about high murder rates of women.
Ah, you're a bitch.
But yeah.
Oh well.
Again,
Fourth place. I'll take it.
There's actually a really
That's still positive
podcast where he talks about that topic in particular. I think he actually makes the argument that if you were talking about states that are guilty of transgenocide, a better example would be somewhere like Uganda or Middle Eastern countries where it's like a crime to be LGBTQ. And if you are caught being one of those things, they just kill you, just death penalty. And he makes the case that those should be called for genocide. It described my conflict with Polly as me promoting, discarding, and laughing at trans people who are worried about their oppression. Given that this is in reference to an engagement I had with a single trans person, incidentally, the same trans person Sonsol was arguing with, this invocation of trans people is clearly disingenuous in a way that you'd expect this corner of the internet to be very aware of. I will actually use I don't normally use this term because it's got like slightly toxic implications, but this whole thing about you're disagreeing with XYZ trans person, like, it's woke scolding. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And the reason I'm using that term now is I'll reveal right at the end, okay? I wouldn't normally use the word woke scold because it's, like, right-wing. But, I have never described conservative legislators as good-natured or good-hearted. If you can't see any middle ground between good-natured and genocidal, that is most likely your problem, not mine. It accused me of lying about the origins of the word genocide, despite me frequently bringing up examples that imply Lemkin's definition in both debates. 5. It accused me of lying about the policies being advocated and passed by conservatives. As far as I can find, I think there's only one example of me getting something wrong, as I was referring back to an article from 2021. Although I even qualified this by saying it's as far as I know, unless there's something more recent. So I'll show you the guys. I think this is the thing they've accused me of lying for. I don't know. Can't think of anything. And often I think when I have these discussions with people is I ask a few people whether or not like, oh, how many states do you think have banned trans healthcare for kids or have tried to? And they'll say, oh, I don't know, like 30. And there's like 2, and one of them failed. And often I think when I had these discussions, so that's the first thing. The thing I'm referring to here, the 2 states banned treatment for kids, 1 failed. It was in 2021. This is the article from The Guardian about it. Again, these are all the states that failed, and these are the 2 that passed. So my knowledge at the time was that Tennessee passed a ban, but the ban was only on hormone treatment for prepubescent minors, which is weird because no one recommends you give hormones to people before puberty. I'm pretty sure even blockers, I might be wrong, but I think even blockers, you have to start your initial stage of puberty before you go on blockers. I think that's the case, but this law currently didn't actually affect anyone.
I desperately want to try and make admin
You can
work.
still criticize it because it's like
I like it
just like a hateful
so much
statement.
as a trait.
It's most likely them preparing to extend the ban next year. Arkansas got through a full ban on gender affirming care for kids for under 18s, and it was blocked by a federal judge. So that's what I'm referring to at the time. Like, I think since then, Alabama got through a full ban for under 18s as well, but that was also blocked by a federal judge. Arizona Arizona is the only one that can actually enforce their ban. The ban that Arizona pushed was what was it? It was surgery for under 18s. That's the one that they've enforced. Again, I disagree with all of those. I think all of the treatments should be available to under 18s. So, the other ones, Florida did one as well, but their one was there. I don't think their one has gone into law yet. It was the one that was approved by the medical board, and that was after the debate though. That was November that happened. So, all right. I even qualified this by saying it's as far as I know, unless there's something more recent.
I mean, there's many laws that are I don't have the website up, but like there's many laws that exist right now that have been passed in many states.
Specifically about banning, about restricting healthcare for kids, right? 2 states succeeded, I think, and one of them got overturned this year. As far as I know, unless there's something more recent. Yeah.
I'd have.
So if that's me lying, sorry. Contrast this with Demon Mama attempting to refute me by saying 2 states banned all gender affirming care, not just for minors. Specifically about banning, about restricting healthcare for kids, right? 2 states succeeded, I think, and one of them got overturned this year.
No. 2 states succeeded at passing a full ban, and both of them were overturned on the federal level, thank goodness. 2 states succeeded at banning all, not just for minors.
I couldn't find anywhere where this was coming from. The only thing I could find was a state that had, in Missouri, there's an article that said legislators were considering changing the age from 18 to 25, the minimum age. But the heavy lifting there is coming from the word consider. Like legislators consider all kinds of shit. So I don't know if any state that's tried to ban trans healthcare for everyone, not just for minors. I have no idea what she's talking about there. Here, I mean, she elaborates on which states, because you can see as it goes on, someone in her chat asks which other one was an all besides Alabama.
Because it can be debilitating when you sort of look.
Yeah, Arkansas and Alabama banned for youths and got overturned. I don't know why she thought those 2 states banned all healthcare, not just for minors. Like, we'll go over it again, like she says.
Overturned on the federal level, thank goodness. 2 states succeeded at banning all, not just for minors.
So,
all.
She doesn't go on to say, I'm not sure about that. I could be wrong. Just to maybe combat some of the, I guess, the disinformation then, sure. As far as the bans go, I think, the actual like legal bans have come from Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Arizona. Tennessee's one doesn't actually affect anyone's treatment yet, but they're going to try to push it further in 23. Alabama, Arkansas blocked. Arizona, they have been allowed to enforce this one, which is not very nice. There are other ones that have
that's not nice.
Bans, but they've tried to limit. So in Florida, they did take it away from Medicaid. That's not a ban, but that's still shit. Texas directive did make doctors more reluctant when before the federal block came in. Oklahoma governor tried in a very like sneaky, indirect way because he withheld COVID relief funds from a state hospital system, unless it stopped providing care to minors. So again, I don't know if that's going to be. This is quite recent, so I don't know if that's going to be challenged at a federal level. But yeah, there you go. Again, just like if you want my moral take, every single one of these policies is dog shit. They're disgusting. Like they should not be passed. But okay. As far as I remember, I have never called any of the trans people I've interacted with on this issue crazy. But between Demon Mama smacking her fist talking about how she wants more rip and tear, and Doe saying things like this, I hardly find it fair that I should be blamed when other people describe them as violent. Doe did this tweet, which I thought was a bit inventing a new guy who thinks that using the word genocide to describe your oppressors, genocidal, is a call to violence, but that using the phrase implementing policies designed to make life unlivable for a particular group in the hopes of elimination or erasure isn't one. Damn, found out this dude already exists, rip. Don't worry, they're only implementing policies designed to make your life unlivable. If it was a genocide, I would support you murdering those people, but since they are only making your life unlivable, it's really important that you write your local congressman. Again, like, being so dismissive of people who actually
do actual political
take
work,
their free time and do the work and establish like connections and with these like legislators to try and stop these laws from like canvassing or testifying, and just it's all shitting on all of it. It's so just weird. I can explain this very easily. Again, direct violence versus systemic. I can explain why violence against the genocidal actions of Germany in Eastern Europe made sense, because Jewish militia groups actually did quite a good job at destroying Nazi infrastructure, disrupting supply lines, killing perpetrators, allowing people to escape. I can say why that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Same with the Rohingya Muslims, the rebel groups. It's the only way they can defend their communities. As for implementing policies like systemic violence, well, I can't explain how killing the legislators will help. I can't explain how physical violence stops this problem. Okay, that's why I think they're different. If you want to challenge that, please just let me know. Okay, that I'm always, I'm not like against political violence, believe it or not.
You have an
This
argument,
was a
make
DM.
it.
I don't actually know if I want to share this one. Fuck, I was gonna put out all the DMs from the very beginning of the conversation with Doe, but Doe has since deleted its Twitter account or privated it. So I will say though, Doe, if you see this,
Doe does this all the time.
If you think I've misrepresented anything, you are more than welcome to leak everything. Go ahead. You can even leak the bit where I made fun of Destiny in like 2021 or some shit in your DMs, because I know that message was there as well. Go for it. Honorable mention. Gayfesh. Gayfesh is perhaps one of the saddest, most radioactively online losers in the entire online left. After President Sunday, self-appointed ambassador of the trans community, decided I was going to throw my trans viewers under the bus at the drop of a hat, Dylan Burns asked him if that might be a bit of a reach. Gayfesh decided that this was yet another instance of Dylan being a total piece of shit, not an ally, and someone who was not going to stand up for queer folk. This is Sunday saying I'm going to drop all my trans viewers under the bus. Dylan, don't you think this is a bit of a reach? So Dylan being a total piece of shit and not an ally is not just a several times fluke. Go back to your war tourism if you're not going to stand up for queer folk. When you're
Gayfesh is fucking frightening to me. Like, I have had instances in which I have gone up against Demon Mama, and I am actually, like, straight up worried that Gayfesh will actually, like, do something sometimes. It's fucking insane. I have a lot of boosted HP thanks to the fucking admin and Fame. Goddamn. All right, so Fame's got me 35. Admin's got me a bunch. Fuck. Yeah, you know I'm a gay fish. Yeah, gay fish frightens me.
Your litmus test for whether or not someone is adequately supporting LGBTQ rights rests solely on how loyal they are to your specific niche online community. It might be time to reflect on what exactly it is you want to achieve from this space. This is not the behavior of someone who wants allies. It's the behavior of someone who wants to exist in a cult. The people on your side are not going to agree with you on everything. This doesn't mean they care less than you do, nor does it mean they are against you. We are going to disagree sometimes, but for the most part, we are still on the same side. As someone who came out of Vosh's community and still feels quite welcome there, I have been relieved to find out that this level of purity testing has been limited to a small, albeit loud minority. I'm aware a lot of Vosh viewers in my community have disagreed with me on this issue, but for whatever reason, have decided to defend me anyway. Shout out to the VGG boys and girls and NBs for supporting me. Thank you very much. This was a thread about, do you have opinions you're not comfortable with expressing in this community? And this person wrote a whole big thing about the genocide thing. I thought this was quite a good thread, but we'll just leave it. This one, why is Gayfesh a member of this community with take? Like the take here was the tweet to Dylan, and yeah, they're not being okay. Though I'm not too worried about this particular community's ability Though I'm not too worried about this particular community's immediate ability to harm me, they don't really have the reach for that. I do think the accusations they've made against me are a bit less trivial than they seem. The accusation that I tried to TOS bait a trans woman can quickly morph into the claim that I tried to get a small trans streamer banned from Twitch. The fact that I didn't go easy on a fellow debate streamer in an argument she agreed to have has already transposed into the claim that I cruelly mocked a scared trans woman who just wanted to talk about her oppression. That claim has already evolved into an image of me dismissing trans people as a whole. Of course, despite the masterclass in projection, I am not the one with an extensive history of attacking people's platforms and livelihoods, nor do I have a tendency to celebrate deplatforming when it does happen. If someone like Gayfesh can convince himself that I tried to take away an innocent person's platform, wouldn't he be justified in doing exactly the same to me? After all, it's no secret that they've gone after people for less. We ready, guys?
Oh boy.
Epilogue. Riley Grace Rochon.
Oh,
This
Riley. I
is
remember this story.
wild. Riley Grace Rochon, otherwise known as RGR, is a former Twitch streamer and YouTuber who is known in this space partially for her very unsavory interactions with Doe and Demon Mama. Having stepped away from YouTube for almost a year now, Riley is currently in the final stages of her law degree and also working, unpaid, as a board member for Free State Justice, FSJ, a non-profit organization that provides legal services, legal advocacy, education and outreach for LGBTQ people and their families in the state of Maryland. In September this year, Doe, Demon Mama, and Gayfesh shared a statement from the former executive director of FSJ accusing the board, Riley included, of corruption and the upholding of white supremacist culture. We'll go into all these tweets throughout. This is Doe who broke the story on Twitter, I think. Demon Mama? Both Doe and I have now been repeatedly vindicated of the obscene lies, and then this shares the post. Whoa. Let's go back, chat. Gayfesh. The director of the advocacy group RGR is on the board of just resigned and accused her of power grabbing and furthering white supremacist culture. Here's his letter. Okay.
Anybody who works with Riley can say anything about her, and they would immediately accept it gladly and happily. It's fucking absurd, is what it is. These people would gladly dance on her grave at the next time they hear that something has happened to her, because they had an argument once in the past. So we'll go with this. Get ourselves a Gwynsu's for when we get a misfortune, whenever that is. Boop. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Again. As it turns out, drinking a full-on gallon of tea in the span of fucking 5 hours, or 6 at this point, is bathroom necessary inducing. It's not good for your bladder. That's what I'm saying. They would literally throw a party should she be hit by a bus. Absolutely. They're incredibly spite-driven. Incredibly spite-driven. It's insane.
The person in question, Jeremy Lemaster, published a statement where he claimed to have called for the immediate resignations of every member of the board and accused them of failing in their fiduciary responsibilities, engaging in partisan lobbying, and trying to consolidate power. Upon reading Lemaster's statement the day after it was published, I was a little skeptical of his claims, especially in contrast to Demon Mama and Gayfesh, who seemed entirely uncritical. They neglected to say, for example, that two former board members had challenged Lemaster's claims and that his apparent resignation had come 4 days after being told he would be fired. So, this is the article where they challenge the claims. It's mostly his statement here, and then it goes into the bottom to say that the board members challenged it. So this is Charlotte and 100% false. Yeah. I will give you that article just in case. A quick Google search. Oh, shit. I also noticed that the evidence Lemaster gave of white supremacist culture was incredibly vague. And this is from his statement. These are the hallmarks of white supremacist culture: the concentration of power, power hoarding, defensiveness, right to comfort, fear of open conflict, hyper individualism, and a false sense of urgency. I mean, okay. A quick Google search of the terms he invoked led me to this website where he seems to have lifted them from. And this website just has all of them listed, like right to comfort, power hoarding, fear of conflict. This website's really weird though. It's like something you'd expect from like Robin DiAngelo or something. It's just so odd. As I understand it, this dispute hasn't been settled, and as an outsider, I can only be 100% confident in describing this as one story against another. That said, the events that transpired since Lemaster's initial statement have given me more than enough reason to doubt his claims. Here they are in chronological order. On September 20th, LGBTQ Nation published an article which mostly featured quotes from Lemaster's resignation letter. This is the article I've linked in chat. However, the article also gave counterclaims from 2 former directors, one claiming that Lemaster had single-handedly destroyed the organization on their own, and the other stating that numerous employees hired over the past 2 years have expressed concerns regarding his management. One of these former board members did say that there was problems with the board as well, but they also said Lemaster's claims were like shit. Yeah. This article came out on the same day as Doe's initial tweet, but the dissenting opinions from former board members were not acknowledged. So again, Doe's tweet is just the resignation letter from Lemaster. Wait, where's the statement? Sorry, I forgot to read the statement. Let's just read his statement, okay. This is the one that he published and Doe shared, and Demon Mama and Gayfesh did as well. Whistleblowing, public call for the resignation of the Free State Board of Directors. This morning, I requested the Free State Justice Board of Directors to submit their immediate resignations due to persistent violations of our board handbook, consistent failures in their fiduciary responsibilities, and using positions of power to engage in partisan lobbying within Free State Justice, and their repeated refusal to add new members and leadership to the board. They declined. It is with a heavy heart that I announce my resignation and make a public call for their resignation instead. He just lists all the board members here. And he puts their email. Please know that I exhausted every avenue over the last 2 years to get our board fully staffed and running. And I made good faith efforts to work with the board to ensure that our clients and low-income
I'm sure you did, sir.
LGBTQ Marylanders remained at our center. Instead, the board has refused to accept any new board members since 2021 and refused to staff and run core board activities as per our handbook. Instead, they have worked to consolidate power and amend the board handbook in secret to lower the minimum number of board members required and ensure that our policy positions prioritize relationships with legislators, not the best interests of our client and community. I have provided clear warnings and consistent concerns over these issues that were repeatedly ignored. These are the hallmarks of white supremacist culture: the concentration of power, power hoarding, defensiveness, right to comfort, fear of open conflict, hyper-individualism, false sense of urgency.
Oh, no wonder I can't find a
I encourage our
fucking
community
misfortune.
and our supporters to
Got 2
meaningfully
other
consider
people with
how racism can
misfortunes.
be incorporated into leadership. And this document provides a great template for what this looks like. So this is the statement from Lemaster, okay? This is what we went on. This is the article. Okay, so we're back to where we were. This is where things get a little bit spicy. On September 21st, the board members of FSJ filed a legal complaint against Lemaster and issued a temporary restraining order against them. In the complaint, they accuse him of locking other employees out of their accounts, thereby giving himself exclusive access to organization's IT infrastructure, as well as employee lists, donor lists, volunteer lists, etc., uploading a defamatory post, the one shared by Doe, Demon Mama, etc., to the FSJ website and to 43,000 recipients on the organization's mailing list, causing financial injury to the organization and impairing their ability to work for their clients, breach of duty by breaking signed company agreements, breaking laws around computer abuse and misuse of
Annoying.
trade secrets. This is going to court. They are taking him, as far as I know, right now, this is still ongoing, and they're taking him to court over this. This is their legal complaint. It's pretty long. They accuse him of more crimes than you can count on one hand, and yeah. There's their list of exhibits here, all that. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see how the court case ends up panning out.
On the 21st and 22nd, I called this out in 2 Twitter threads, one which is a retweet of Gayfesh, but no one commented. This is what I said at the time as well, so I did speak about this when it happened. Joked about the evidence of white supremacist culture. You can read the whole story here. As far as we know, this is one word against another. There's already a statement rebuking the original. I'm not saying anyone needs to like RGR, but you're not exactly hiding the fact that you really want to believe this ahead of time just because it's a quick dunk. This is Gayfesh saying, it's entirely possible he's just butt mad about his incompetence, but I've seen what a toxic board can do to an organization. Have you? And make it look like it was the director's fault before. I promise you can easily dislike someone without acting as if every fiber of their being is fundamentally rotten. People are already using this as proof against the idea that she does good IRL work. It's an accusation that's currently being challenged. Chill. Second one, after I learned about the trial, the court case. Turns out the guy who made these claims has been issued a temporary restraining order. Apparently, he'd hijacked the group's accounts and changed passwords after being let go earlier this month. They've accused Lemaster of locking the staff out of their accounts and making unauthorized defamatory posts to the organization's website when no one else could access it. This will have given him access to donor information and information that was subject to client-attorney confidentiality. He's been accused of causing damages and losses to the organization in several ways. If this is true, it means quite a few people were willing to spread damaging and incredibly weak allegations against an LGBTQ advocacy group just because they wanted to get a dunk online. I should say, I don't think this means Doe or Demon Mama.
Not terribly
are bad people.
surprising.
I've only had good relations with both of them and don't plan on changing that. But this just really looks really reckless and irresponsible, especially now that legal action is involved. That's what I said at the time. I don't know if they saw it and just didn't say anything, but they didn't say anything. Right. Despite this information now being publicly available, Demon Mama and Gayfesh continued to accept Lemaster's side of the story at face value. 2 weeks after tweeting that this was 2 days, sorry, shit. 2 days after tweeting that this was an example of her and Doe being vindicated against Riley, Demon Mama dismissed the counterclaim from FSJ, arguing that Lemaster's statement was perfectly salient and well argued. When asked her thoughts about Lemaster trashing Free State's internal systems, she says, with no hint of irony, post proof or get the fuck out. So, both Doe and I have now been repeatedly vindicated of the obscene lies Riley Grace Rochon spread about us.
We're vindicated of the lies she spread about us because of some other entirely irrelevant incident that may or may not even be true.
Even more than I. She stood by her lies despite the severe harassment they caused, never apologized, now this. This was 2 days. I've screenshotted this just in case. Demon Mama's deleted all her tweets as well, so they're both pretty done with Twitter, it seems. Anyway. Someone replied 2 days later, vindicated, you say? This was the statement from Free State Justice. I'll just read this. On the 16th of September, Lemaster was relieved of their duties. Lemaster's pronouns are he, they, as far as I know. That's what it says in the court document, anyway. Yeah, September 16th. So this is 4 days after Lemaster published his statement that they relieved him of his duties. We attempted to work with Lemaster directly. Instead, he opted to compromise our systems and operations. The management team and board have been focused on restoring full functionality, but we'll need a little bit more time to complete these efforts. Yeah, just all this. Thank you for our patience. Demon Mama. This is a pretty typical statement you would expect from a board of directors which has been consolidating power and wants to make any dissenters look bad. Lemaster's statement was perfectly salient and well argued. So, yes, vindicated. You have nothing to say about Lemaster trashing their internal systems, which allows them to do their work. Post proof or get the fuck out. What's your proof of anything Lemaster said?
Good question.
At this time, the only correct opinion for someone like us to have about this is that there are two opposing claims and it's going to court. That's it.
I think I'm fucked. I'm going to go ahead and
personally, having
get out of here
from January 6th.
These fuckers took my misfortunes.
Who are willing to take their claims to court. But
hello, Jetstream Sam.
Maybe
how you do?
Guy will convince a jury of his peers or prove to a judge or prove in a court of law that Riley Grace is actually a white supremacist, but I don't know. Gayfesh wrote an unfathomably deranged thread arguing that Riley was actually the primary target for much of Lemaster's criticism, citing her association with Destiny as one example.
After reading the resignation statement from the Free State Justice Director, I'm becoming increasingly convinced that even though he names the entire board, it's very likely that RGR is the primary target of much of his criticism. Ignoring the actual people they're supposed to be protecting in order to cozy up to legislators is exactly the sort of thing that Riley has done in the past. She burned her community to the ground in 2021 for a crumb of Destiny clout and hurt the people she was claiming to defend.
After reading the resignation statement from the Free State Justice...
It is me, Raiden. Well, my thing says that you're Jetstream Sam, so... Well, that's what I'm seeing at the moment. Good sir. Which would you prefer to be referred to as?
This director, I'm becoming increasingly convinced, even though he names the entire board, it is very likely that RGR was the primary target of much of his criticism. Thread. Ignoring the actual people they're supposed to be protecting in order to cozy up to legislators is exactly the sort of thing Riley has done in the past. She burned her community to the ground in 2021 for a crumb of destiny clout and hurt the people she was claiming to defend. How many times has Destiny appeared in this story? The only connection Destiny has to this entire story, as far as I know, is that some people think my question to Rose Wrist actually came from him, and that he disagrees that there's a transgenocide in the US right now. I think that's it. I think that's his only connection to this, and he just keeps coming up. It's so funny. All right. This definitely sounds something like something out of our playbook. Refuse to ever acknowledge guilt and claim that you are doing things for the good of the community to use as a bludgeon for your abusive tendencies. Riley actually fell out with me over a year ago and did actually make up with me for that. So, you know. Okay. A year ago, I got pulled into the drama in a big way when a now former member of the board of FSJ went on a full-throated defense of Riley because of this tweet. Note the highlighted section, RGR is literally our enemy. I don't want her doing any advocacy, online or in real life. If she gains political relevance, she will literally throw us all under the bus to win normie points with the cisheads. If you were my lawyer, by the end of the trial, you'd be found guilty. Whoa. Looks like I was right. Motherfucker, why do you think you were... Geez, it's... Okay. I wish I could have this level of confidence. It's so enviable. All right. I've seen what happens to organizations like this when the board works to consolidate their power and burns through directors. FSJ is very likely not long for this world. Like, mate, how much experience do Gayfesh and Demon Mama have with with boards of directors of nonprofits? Why this? I have seen this song and dance unfold in many nonprofit organization for LGBTQ people. Like, what the? They both said this. Like you. This guy hasn't left his house since like 2008. I don't know why he's pretending to know what is typical of a nonprofit organization for LGBTQ people. It's like it's a non-profit. They're not like millionaire board directors and shit. Who knows how many people could have been helped if Riley hadn't been there. All right.
Who knows? I don't, but I'm going to speculate. I fucking love it.
Same writer from the LGBTQ Nation published a second article in the story.
I feel more than free in speculating wildly.
This is second article. Same author as the first one, coming down a lot harder on Lemaster after they've had the legal document. This month, I was able to get a statement from an anonymous FSJ board member who described Lemaster's actions as a scorched earth campaign. We did it, actually, yeah. I got a statement from a board member, anonymous. Let's hear it.
The idea that Free State has a white supremacist culture is nothing more than a flat-out lie and slander. It feels like something that was
anonymous, as if people don't know the fucking voice of the classic Mr. Dylan Burns.
It feels like a statement that was specifically designed to act as a scorched earth campaign as Jeremy left the organization. Maybe he was bitter. Maybe it was any number of reasons. Either way, it's a flat-out lie. I feel like the same people who jumped on this immediately once it hit the public, once it became public and he made a statement, have a similar feeling of bitterness about themselves. This time just directed at Riley. You can be critical of Riley. That's fine. People deserve to be criticized if you think they've done something wrong. But there's zero reason for you to try to drag down an LGBTQ plus organization that has helped thousands of trans, gay, bisexual, and other queer people in the state of Maryland.
Chat, please do not speculate on the identity of my anonymous source. I was laughing because he stumbled over his words the first time he tried to.
He misspoke.
My anonymous source, by the way, please don't speculate. All right. What Demon Mama, Doe, and Gayfest did here was spread completely unverified.
We do a little trolling. We do a little trolling here.
The largest
That's what we call
LGBTQ
it.
organization in Maryland, just because they saw an opportunity to dunk on someone they had a spat with online. I don't doubt this level of recklessness is justified in their minds because of some social crime Riley committed, which would make her fair game for attack. In Riley's case, it was most likely the pedo-jacketing incident. Whether this stands higher or lower than Fed posting on the hierarchy of internet crimes, I can't say, with Doe. Having looked around for the origins of this charge, the only evidence I was able to find of Riley calling Doe a pedophile was this. Sorry for the leftist audio, by the way.
Okay. All right, 3, 2,
Really
1.
weird. Now, a lot of people
Really
who
weird.
come from really
A lot
weird
of
parts of the
people
internet
are
are
coming
coming
out
out
with
with
really
really
weird
weird
takes
takes
that apparently
we think it's fine to do in front of children. We should be able to justify doing in front of children. We should be able to justify doing in front of them, even if it's explicitly involving them in a sexual act. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is unironic. Oh my god, they're either negligently justifying pedophilia or intentionally justifying pedophilia. I have no idea what the fuck it is.
Now, I didn't side with Riley during that. I don't think anyone did. DGG, incidentally, didn't. I don't know if saying someone is negligently or intentionally justifying pedophilia means the same as calling them a pedophile. Personally, when I say someone's making conservative arguments, I don't think that's me calling them a conservative. Apparently there are tweets. I just can't okay, well, but I haven't seen them, so I don't know. In any case, I watched the debate though. Doe was happy to say that this quote was Riley calling Doe a pedophile. So I suppose if this is your threshold for deciding it's okay to attack someone's real life work and advocacy, I do hope this is a standard that can at least be applied consistently. After all, if one pedo-jacketer is fair game, surely all of them are.
Lithium mines. You are literally advocating right now for child raping. Guys, vegan game.
Yeah, I remember this.
Just came on my show to advocate about child rapists in favor of child rape.
That's a cool story. So you believe that it's morally acceptable to pay for humans to be murdered?
You think you believe it's morally acceptable to pay for child rape? Yeah, you're a freak.
So
you come
you
on here
think I'm
advocating
a
for
freak?
child rape by your own worldview. Dude, you're a child rapist. You what do you got? What else are you paying for? How many subscriptions to child porn sites do you have?
This is her default argument versus any sort of veganism, because she's stupid.
You know, that's maybe a bit more of a pedo jacket than Riley's quote or any quote from Riley that I've seen. I personally don't think invoking pedophilia in people at all is really a good idea. So that's my position. That's not the question though, right? The question is whether or not it justifies you going after their life's advocacy and their life's work, a year later? Maybe not. By the way, with that clip, Demon Mama will say that it's actually okay for her to say it to Vegan Gains because he accused her of being okay with eating human meat if it was stocked on the shelves. There's a back and forth. But the reason he said she was okay with eating human meat if it was
It's because she said so.
It's actually because of this.
But I mean,
so if you learned if you learned all the meat you were eating right now, it wasn't chicken, it wasn't beef, wasn't whatever. It was actually human beings, and you're being lied to.
Sure.
And the only meat in existence is human beings. Would you go vegan tomorrow?
No, probably not.
I think the correct answer to that question, if you don't want to be accused of being okay with eating human meat, I think you're supposed to say yes to that question. That you would go vegan if all the meat in the shops was actually humans who had been murdered for their meat. But
you would think.
It's a 50-50 chance, really. Could have happened to anyone. To restate what I said at the beginning, I don't expect this to change the minds of anyone involved. This is not for them. This is for myself, my audience, who will now have something to refer to in the future, and for any neutral observers who may not have had the full story of what was going on. Going forward, I expect the people involved and their communities will have no problem rolling around in the mud without me. President Sunday and Poly people have already fallen out, and it doesn't look like the toxicity of Poly and her community.
And I still have no idea what that's all about. That's some fucking deep lore shit that I don't get.
Yeah, President Sunday and Poly had a... I don't know what over. I haven't figured that out yet, but they had a bit of a scrap.
Would you let me finish talking?
You're talking every time I talk too.
Are you gonna let me talk? You're gonna talk over me.
We're both talking over each other. This not.
Are you gonna let me talk? Or are you gonna... Can I talk?
Of course. But we don't have a moderator. Like, we don't have like assigned blocks. We don't
Can
just like
I
say
talk?
it is my time.
Can I
Right?
talk?
That really works.
Or are you gonna be fucking hardcore misogyny on me?
What?
Are you gonna keep doing your misogyny shit on me? Are you gonna let me fucking
What am I
talk?
doing that's misogynistic?
You won't let me talk. You're bullying me, but
This is an unmoderated conversation. We can both speak at the same time. This happens everywhere.
All right, so you can just talk however you want then. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
fine.
so can you.
All right, okay, okay. Well then, I don't know why we're talking because you can't control yourself. You can't let me finish talking, and now you just gave yourself permission to talk over me. You're a literal piece of shit, dude.
Literal piece of shit, dude. Literal piece of shit.
It's all subjective, you guys. All I see here is a scared, vulnerable trans woman being bullied by a bad ally. Okay?
True.
What's this? I've blocked Poly people on all platforms. I will not be engaging with her any further. Her mod team is toxic. She does not take responsibility for it. And she's now spent about 15 hours of stream time doing nothing but lying about and heckling me. Not just the projection, but also the
total lack of self-awareness.
Someone who this happened to before.
Yeah.
Who you could have taken an example from. Because she did the same to me. She streamed about me for like a week after talking to me. All of these streams are about me. She has been talking about me for over 20 hours of airtime straight. This is not normal.
Is she crying? It feels like her natural sort of like voice is to cry.
By Demon. What's this? This is her in her Discord, by the way. If we're wanting to put one more lid on the thing. On the scared trans woman just looking for empathy, whatever. For sure, I don't have too much drama right now, but hopefully someone will be dumb enough to attack me. I've got to send out the fishing line. You know what? I respect this. I respect someone who is very open about her whole thing online. I actually, yes, go off, queen. All right. At least you know who you're dealing with. I wasn't originally going to use these, but she did say some weird shit when she was streaming about me. This is like day 2 or 3 after streaming about me.
No, Lonerbox said he doesn't appreciate people calling him cis because he's figuring out his gender. What a defense.
First of all, the clip they're referring to, I was joking. I said like right after the whole, oh, are you calling me cis? That I don't actually care if people call me cis. Like it's fine. But yeah.
It is, yeah. Oh. Why would you say that? Is that just okay, fine. You're a person figuring out your gender. Who is wrong on this? He just doesn't want people calling him cis. And he may be trying to figure out his gender. I'm not going to, say that that's wrong or anything, but it does seem strangely timed, and it doesn't even matter anyway.
Strangely timed. Damn. Not very.
If anybody that you believe to be cis disagrees with you, just say say that they're definitely cis. Just claim it. Who cares? The truth doesn't fucking matter.
Very keen on the self-ID thing going on there. By the way, I've spoken about myself being like, I don't know, 63% sure that I'm non-binary since like 2020 or so. Okay. She said something really weird about this afterwards.
Okay, wait. Hold on a second. Let us take a very alterable, charitable point of view here. This is maximum fucking charitability. And of course, it makes me sound like a dumbass that I would even say this, but let me just say it as a possibility. Let's say that Loner
let us
Box has some
converse.
neo-lib takes, but he's overall, there's way worse people out there.
True.
Maybe he is trying to figure out his gender, and maybe if one of the things that he's facing is the chilling effect of some of these policies, that if he really sort of figures it out and feels like maybe he's trans or whatever, would be very that much more scary to him. Maybe that would be the thing that would put him in denial as to whether there's a genocide going on. Is that way too... Am I being a fucking pussy? Is that me? I feel like that's me gaslighting myself. But if that's the case, it's too charitable. Yeah. Because if that's the case, then he should be willing to say that. He should be willing to say, well, maybe I'm too wrapped up in this or whatever. That's charitable even for me. Okay. Focus on the facts and what he says in his actions. Right. Sounds like a bullshit smokescreen, yeah. It doesn't excuse it, and it's it's too charitable just to assume that. But it would be something to say, look, if that's what's going on, just say it then. Just say you're likely wrong on this and we should not listen to you. Right? Because if that's the case, then he's gonna have to at least say say I'm just I'm on copium right now. So we can all move on.
I probably could have sat down and watched all those streams. I would have dug out a lot of very interesting claims there, but I suppose I need to comment on that, really. I couldn't help but feel bad for President Sunday as she accused him of doing hardcore misogyny, white fragility, and being a bad ally, whilst her community accused his chat of being riddled with transphobia, a claim which Sunday's trans viewers obviously haven't taken kindly to. I imagine Polly's comment after this talk must have stung, given that the main complaint about my debate with her was with the way I conducted myself. This is a comment she left under the VOD of President Sunday's debate with her. I would like to provide a minor critique if that's okay. It was literally impossible to say anything because Sunday would constantly interrupt me and talk over me. Even Lonerbox didn't do that. If I responded emotionally, it was because Sunday was lying about me and not allowing me to respond uninterrupted. Take that into account. Sunday looks terrible from an outsider's perspective. This is drama from Sunday, not an attempt to understand. Even Lonerbox didn't do that. Listen, Sunday, if you ever want to have a long, good faith conversation about your conduct with a vulnerable trans woman.
Very inappropriate conduct.
I might not teach you how to be a good ally, but at least a slightly better one who knows how to shut the fuck up when other people are speaking. After this talk must have stung. What the fuck is this? I was thinking of DMing this to him just because it was like after the poly debate, but when communities like these are so inherently self-consuming, maybe the better option is just to stand back and watch. As a very wise anonymous Twitter user once said, it is an unequivocal good that the woke scold cliques on the left are drying out like fish in the hot sun. Shallow, bankrupt analyses woven into giant time-wasting webs of useless back and forth. Woke scolds will invent the most inane social crime you've somehow committed, then erase every category you belong to. Their communities are miserable. All they do is procedurally tear each other apart and isolate, incapable of working through anything because they've all invented a local dogma you're supposed to just intuit from being around their grand moral aura. That anonymous Twitter user, of course, is
Mama. Yeah. A rare Demon Mama W. See, it's takes like that previously, long time ago, made me actually like Demon Mama because she's like, She's a little anti-woke scold. She's a little edgy, shit like that. And I figured that she might be a reasonable person. That was until I actually watched her debates and was a part of one of them. And then I realized, oh no, I have made a horrible mistake. Who the fuck did I just go up against? Christ. Ooh, 69. Very nice. That was Lonerbox's manifesto. I thought he did pretty good. I thought he did a good job. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. And we'll grab this. But yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Holy fuck, was that fun. Cause I had been waiting to see what his statement was gonna be about all this shit. I had seen all this drama going on around it, and I'm like, what the fuck is he gonna end up saying? What is he gonna say? And now we know. Now we know. And you know what? I'm proud of him. Proud of him for sticking up for himself. Wow. My guy's got a T2 Mordekaiser. That he is sending to the back lines. I like it. Continue the heist. As we level up here, we're going to put Set in to give Riven some base armor. 60 altogether for her. Make her a little bit more resilient. Eventually, we'll also put an Echo in when we no longer require any of our underground procs. I am not certain exactly how much longer I'll go. I'm hoping to get to level 6. Level 7, I think, is max. What is Poly People's demo? I have no idea. So while we're doing that, you know what? I want to finish up. I'm probably going to finish this entirely off screen, but I've been enjoying the hell out of these horror stories. Animated horror stories are one of the most fun bits of content I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing. I love it. Makes me happy. Just generally speaking. Mm-mm-mm. That's a strong ass Camille, my friend. I respect it. Continue heist. We're at level 5 now. We might cash out at the end of this particular heist. I don't know. We will see. I think the only way to get to level 7 is to just do really, really well in spite of the fact that you have 5 underground. 5 underground doesn't really, like, go terribly well with a lot, so... Like, I'm lucky that I got the underground heart so that I could replace the useless-ass fucking Sona that literally synergizes with nothing. Ugh. Um... All right. That is our last one because I am losing way too hard now. I require another 2 veins. All right, let's cash out underground, see what we got.
She left her phone with me, so I saw an unknown number flashing.
All right, so I'm trying to remember. Well, fuck. I got fucked by Mr. I have 4 aces. So in this particular story, because we're coming in during it, if I remember correctly, this lady has a roommate who has an OnlyFans account, and she goes and she is very private about her account, doesn't show her face, doesn't use her real name, all those sorts of things. You know, takes precautions to protect herself. Now she's gone out with a party with a friend, and she now is answering her friend's cell phone. Ba 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 ba. Oh goodness. So one of the things that I support on Patreon, he's been literally, okay, so this dude has been going fucking crazy. He's like, I'm gonna make an entire game. And I'm not going, I'll release, like, you know, progress reports on it, but I'm not gonna do a demo. I just want to release a whole ass game. And this is like midway through having already made another game. He's like, Whew. I need to work on multiple projects at once because my mind tends to wander. So I have my main game. I'd like to make a side game that's not in any way related, but has similar themes. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to just make a whole ass game and I'm just going to release it within like, less than a year. It looks like he's on his last steps. So, this dude, I tell you, hard ass worker, this man. Normally when it comes to Patreon games that are being made and shit, you can kind of expect it to never actually get done and be stuck in a perpetual state of hell. But this motherfucker's got plans. He's like, not only am I going to finish the game that I started working on a couple of years ago, I'm also going to release another game during that time. I'm going to do a webcomic featuring the lore of the first game that I'm playing, that I'm doing. I am then going to, and also the first game that I'm doing is just the first of at least 5 different games in the same universe that are going to take place at different points in time in a very similar sense to Assassin's Creed. Going through various different points in time of the timeline. Up to present day. That's what I'm going to do. I'm also going to release some other side games that are related to the lore of this particular world. He's got plans. He's got a whole ass life career worth of plans on independently making his own shit. And I salute it. Just got an ad from him. He's like, I've got one more thing to do, and then I'm submitting the new game for playtesting. And then once that's done, I'm going to have this out by Christmas. He started this back in like May. The dude in less than a year has created a whole ass game. That's insane.
On the screen. I walked to Nina and handed her the call. Yes? Who is?
The interesting thing about the way in which these things are designed and animated is that, like, because everybody is kind of like chunky, like their various different body parts are kind of like thick, just by default, her tits look fucking huge.
What is it? Wait, there's too much sound here. I can't hear you. Just wait a second.
This is my favorite narrator also. He's clearly, I'm pretty sure, black. I hope I'm not being racist by making that assumption, but I'm pretty sure he is.
Nina went out to take the call. I came back to my seat and started to talk to my friends. That night, most of us stayed back at Matt's house. I woke up hearing Matt shouting out loud. Then where the hell did she go? How come none of you saw her leaving? Come on! Someone say something! What happened, Matt? There you are, Portia. Where's Nina? You must know where she is. I scratched my sleepy head and said, I don't remember. She was here only. But what happened? Matt replied in a panicked voice. Nina is nowhere to be found.
Also, somewhere within the next hour, does sound black, yeah. Somewhere within the next hour, Thorian's going to be here with my cloud lifter, and we're going to get that set up, so I'm excited.
Since last night, no one has seen her. I even called the hostel. She didn't go there. Neither is she in class. I have called 1,000 times since morning. Her phone is on switched off mode. That was the last night I saw my best friend.
Her phone is on switched off mode. Switched off mode. That's the... So, okay. The way that these are made is some dude goes on Fiverr. The people who upload these, what they do is they go on Fiverr and then they essentially pay some writer. They're like, hey, make a short story for me real quick. And then, or like a chunk of them, like give me 10 short stories, all following whatever theme I want. And then they'll make the short stories. And then he goes on Fiverr and goes to a narrator and is like, hey, read these short stories and record yourself reading them. And then he goes to an animator on Fiverr and goes, hey, animate these short stories with this narration on them. And then by the end of it, he's got a full ass group. And he just puts it all together and then uploads it. And I have so much respect for it.
Nina went missing.
This is the most streamlined process I've ever seen.
The cops got involved. We were all questioned and interrogated several times, but no one could give any information about her. 3 days went by. Nina's parents were crying all day. Everyone in the college was shattered in fear. What happened to a young girl all of a sudden? I told the cops that she got a phone call from an unknown number. She went to take the call outside, and since then, no one saw her. I had to tell them about her OnlyFans account as well. Various kinds of rumors started.
You didn't have to, Tattletale.
Some said she got abducted by a creep from this OnlyFans site. Some said she probably went somewhere and will be back soon. But I knew something bad happened to my best friend. Suddenly, the cops found footage from the CCTV cameras placed on the light post near Matt's house. In that footage, they saw Nina coming out of the house. She stood on the sidewalk and looked left and right as if someone was going to arrive. She talked for some time more, and within a few minutes, a truck came from the right. She got close to the truck to see who it was, and suddenly, the driver's side window rolled down. The driver didn't come out of the truck, but Nina got into the truck. It implied that whoever was in the truck was known to her. Even though the cops didn't see the truck driver, they could spot the license plate number of that truck. And the next day, our college campus got flooded with cop cars. Cops came and arrested Miss Stanley. Yes, it was her truck. She picked Nina up in front of Matt's house. And once Nina got inside her
Who
truck,
the fuck is Miss Stanley? Why is this a twist? All we know is that somebody abducted her. That's all we know. Why is this a twist? What's a twist? I'm so confused.
she never came back. The cops searched her house and found 2 dead
This
bodies.
is the first time she's been
One was
fucking
her husband, Mr.
mentioned in the whole
The
story.
other was Nina. The entire college was shocked as hell. Miss Stanley murdered Nina? But why? After 2 days of strict interrogation, Miss Stanley finally confessed. She said her husband was cheating on her with Nina. He first saw her in OnlyFans and got into an affair with her.
He first saw
Miss
her in
Stanley said her husband
OnlyFans.
was spending a lot of money on Nina. She fought and told her husband to leave her many times, but he never listened. I saw her confession tape. She was screaming and yelling.
These girls think they own this world. I recognize that this is the bitch who's worn my husband the moment I saw her mermaid tattoo. I had so much fun beating her to death when she screamed and screamed.
That's how they sound. That do be how they sound.
I said to him, "Are you not enjoying this, darling? You enjoyed it when she posed for you like a slut on OnlyFans. Are you
On
not
OnlyFans?
enjoying it now?"
My best friend was beaten to death by this psycho woman. She stabbed her husband.
A+ performance.
Sometimes I sit in my room and rewind that moment when Nina went to take the call outside. If only I could rewind time and make things right again.
I love these so much. These are my favorite thing to watch on YouTube right now. Fuck true crime. This is the real deal right here. This is the shit. Oh, I love it. I absolutely adore it.
My name is Sophie, and this happened last year on Valentine's Day.
Oh, I haven't heard this narrator in a very long time. What the hell? This dude sounds like a 40-some-year-old man just looking to get some beer money.
I met Sam 6 months before Valentine's Day. Even though it all started out as casual dating, we soon became really close. I felt like he is the one for me. We used to go out a lot and made many good memories. Everything was going well. One day, Sam told me he recently spoke to his mother. She would like to invite us to a Valentine's Day dinner at their house. I looked at him with a nervous face and said, are you sure about bringing me to meet your family? Sam gave a big smile and
Are
said,
you sure about
"Come
me
on,
bringing
Sophie,
me to
you're a
meet your
delight.
family?
They will be overwhelmed to meet
Come
you."
on, Sophie.
Even though I felt things were happening.
Come on, Sophie. It'll be a delight. I'll love you. Fucking hell. This is so bad. I love it.
Soon. I didn't say that to Sam. Honestly,
I didn't say
was
that,
excited to
Sam.
meet his family too. His family stayed in a farmhouse located.
In his voice is so awesome. I love it. Absolutely fucking love it. Da-da-da-da-da.
In the countryside. I stayed with Sam on the night before Valentine's Day. At midnight, when the clock struck 12, Sam surprised me with a bunch of roses and a beautiful heart-shaped red velvet cake. Sam loved pampering me. We exchanged our Valentine's gifts, and love was indeed in the air. Next morning, we woke up and packed our belongings. It was going to be a 5-hour drive, so we decided to start early. Sam started the car, and we were on our way. As soon as we left the city, we stepped into a refreshing nature. Long trees standing on the roadsides and a bright sky greeted us with cool breeze, cheered me up in no time. We were laughing and talking on the way. I asked Sam.
I need to make a drinking game out of these. Because there are some just like general fucking like things they do that I just happens so often that I just love him. I just love them. One of them is whenever the writer says that they're laughing. Whenever they're laughing, it's never like about anything in particular. They're just laughing. We're just having a good old time, whatever that might be. And then the animators have to have them like doing the fucking thing where they're bouncing up and down with their mouths open to indicate laughter. And it just makes them look psychotic.
So how many people are there in your family? Sam smiled and said,
How many people are there in your family?
said, You are still nervous about this, huh? I awkwardly smiled because I was at the time. Sam then said, Well, it's not too much. My parents, my grandma, and my little sister Tina. I replied in a surprised voice, Sam, you have a sister? Why didn't you tell me earlier? How old?
Well, I fucked her, so.
Sam smiled and said, yes, I have a sister. I knew someday
Sorry.
you were going to meet her anyway.
Sorry, that was
She's 12 years old.
that was rude of
I
me.
laughed at his humor. I noticed then I actually knew nothing about Sam's past or family until now. We always talked about us, but hardly talked about him or his previous life. All I know is Sam teaches in a city school and we meet in a pub. I shrugged off this uncertain feeling because I am anyway going to meet his family now. We were about to reach when Sam's mom called. I obviously couldn't hear her from the other side of the phone, but with
Obviously,
Sam's
I
reply,
couldn't hear
I guessed that she was also excited to meet us. After 4.5 hours of driving, Sam pointed out to a dusty road on our left and said, See that road? The farmhouse is at the end of it. We got on the road, and I was surprised to see how
On
an
the
entire
road
family is
again?
managing their life in such a secluded area.
I just can't wait
As
to
far
get
as my
on the
eyes
road
went, I could see only trees
again.
and vast fields. At the end of the road stood a wooden farmhouse acquiring a large area. We finally reached near the house and
Acquiring a large area? What?
A small girl dressed in flower-printed frock came running towards Sam. Behind her, a woman came too with a smile on her face. I realized it was
Look at this is gonna kill she's killing somebody tonight. That's what's happening in this story. This person is definitely a murderer. Look at those eyes. That is someone who is looking at you wondering how your skin will taste. What the fuck?
Sam's mother, and the little girl is his sister. She hugged Sam and said, Welcome home, son, and she must be the beautiful Sophie, and came to hug me too. I felt her affection with her warm hug, and my face turned all red with this unexpected attention. She said in a gentle voice, Come on, let's go inside. Everyone is waiting for you two. It was a warm, beautiful house. The house had a lake in the backside. I have never been to a place so close to nature. Hence, everything felt amazing to me.
Never been
Sam's
to a
mom
place
took
close
us
to
the
nature,
dining
though.
room.
That's sad.
The old woman was sitting in a big armchair, and a tall man was pouring himself a glass of wine. Sam's mom introduced me to all of them. Sam rushed to the old woman and said, Oh, Grandma, I missed you so much.
Oh,
His
grandma.
smiled and
He
then
sounds like a grandfather.
looked at me. There was something in her stare that made me feel really uncomfortable. She was not just staring at me, rather checking me out. Her big wide eyes crept me a bit. Suddenly, the tall man came to me and said, Hi, I'm William, Sam's father. Welcome, Sophie. I smiled and said, The pleasure is all mine, sir. Thank you for having me here. Sam's grandma laughed with a creepy voice and said, Well, none's gonna have you. We've already cooked food, dear. Everyone laughed at her joke, and I had to join them despite.
I don't even know what the joke was. I'm confused. This group of people is insane already, I can tell. They're laughing at jokes that don't make any sense. Are they even jokes?
The joke being really not funny. Sam's mom said, "We have prepared your bed in Tina's room. I hope you won't mind sharing a room with her." I nodded my head and said, "Oh no, it's absolutely fine." Sam's mom then turned to the little girl and said, "Tina, take Sophie to your room and be nice."
She turned with some fear in her eyes. Tina, be nice, by the way.
To her, okay? Tina chuckled and said, "I'm always nice, Mama." Tina held my hand and we walked upstairs.
Tina
As soon as
kills
I entered
people.
Her room, I got shocked. Her room was nothing like a little girl's room. There were stuffed animals all over. Rabbits, eagles, deer heads were hanging from here and there. I asked her, "Whoa, what are these, Tina?" She replied in a jolly voice, "These are mementos." I said in a worried voice, "What do you mean by mementos?" She chuckled and said, "Daddy and I like to go hunting every Sunday. These are all the animals we killed, and I stuffed them with Daddy's help. Don't you like my collection?" I was out of words. Suddenly, I hear Sam's voice from behind. "Looks like you guys are already bonding, huh?" He stood on the doorstep and smiled. I was surprised to see how casual he was to see his little sister decorating her room with dead animals instead of toys. Tina chuckled and said, "I will go check out the frosting of my strawberry cake. Mommy..."
I will go check out the frosting of my strawberry cake. That is certainly how kids sound.
"And I made that for you, Sophie. Brother told us you like strawberry."
Brother told us you like strawberries. I can't with this shit. It's too crazy. It's too insane. It's just... Oh, no. Yeah, there's going to be some murder here.
She ran out of the room. Sam came to me and said, "Hey, is everything fine? I know we couldn't stay together. My family is, a bit conservative on that front." I replied, "No, that's fine, but don't you think your sister's room decoration is a bit weird?" Sam laughed and said, "Oh, Sophie, I forgot to tell you. Our family has a..."
Yeah, we can't stay in the same room because my family's kind of conservative. Yeah, that's fine. Did you notice that your sister's room is covered in fucking heads of various animals? I consider me concerned. Oh yeah, we do that. Yeah.
Kick for hunting, you know? We have grown up amidst lots of dead animals. It's nothing. You'll get used to it too. Now go freshen up. Dinner will be served soon. Around 8:30, I got downstairs with Tina for dinner. The dinner table was filled with various kinds of meat dishes. As we all sat down and started to eat, my mind started to forget all the tensions earlier. They were a happy family after all. The steak was delicious. The chicken soup made with their farm-fresh vegetables took all my tiredness away. Tina said in a cheerful voice, "Cut the cake,
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Mommy. Give Sophie the big piece." Sam's sister was really adorable. In one word, I was having a really good time. Sam came to...
That's more than one word.
We were just talking when I heard Sam's father's voice from downstairs. "Come on, Sam, hurry up. It's time now." I asked, "Time for what, Sam?" Sam replied, "My father and I are going to hunt some wild boar tonight. There's a forest about 20 minutes from our house.
Gonna go hunt ourselves some wild boar."
I saw Sam and his father driving away in their van from Tina's window.
Yeah.
I was surprised to know Sam could be the guy who likes to hunt wild boars at night. I mean, he appeared very simple to me. I lied down on my bed.
Sam seemed like a bit of a dunderhead, in my opinion, so I didn't know that he would...
Tina was asleep already. Don't exactly remember what time it was, but I heard a woman scream and woke up in fear. It took some time to adjust my eyes with the darkness of the room, and I saw Tina was not in her bed. I was almost ready to get up and look for her just when I turned to my left and got freaked out like hell. Tina was standing just beside my bed. I said in a terrified voice, "What was that?" And what are you doing here? Tina replied in a perfectly calm voice. Don't be so scared, Sophie. It was just a pig's cry. I replied in a shaken voice.
That wasn't no pig!
Pig? What pig? I don't think it was a pig. Tina sat down beside me and said, Yeah, the animals scream when Daddy skins them. It's absolutely fine. Words like that coming from a 12-year-old not only felt bizarre, but pointed out the fact that their entire family is hiding a secret. I decided to check things out on my own, so I acted normal and went back to bed. I waited for Tina to fall asleep again. As soon as I heard her quiet breathing, I tiptoed to the corridor. I saw the light in their woodshed from the window downstairs. Everyone was asleep. I slowly opened the door and started to walk toward the woodshed. The soft grass on the ground helped me to suppress the sound of my footsteps. The door of the woodshed was locked, but I could hear sounds of chopping and Sam's father laughing in excitement. I crouched on the ground and put my eye on the door lock. What I saw ran shivers down my spine. A woman was laying on a huge wooden table. She looked like a hiker, and she was dead. Her eyes were open like a dead fish, blood dripping from her face and hand. I couldn't see anymore because someone stood in front of the lock and my view got guarded. But I heard Sam's father say, 2 to 3 groups are residing in the forest who came for camping. Tomorrow we will hunt a male.
Tomorrow we will hunt a male, he says.
Mother wanted to make the steak again. Sam laughed and said, Yeah, Dad, who could tell today's steak was cut out from a man's thigh? I mean, it tasted delicious.
I love how much detail they go into. Today's steak was cut from a man's thigh. Who would have been able to tell that sort of information? I doubt anyone.
I couldn't believe my ears and eyes. These people are cannibals. Oh my God, what do I do now? I quickly got up, and while turning towards the house, I kind of leaned into the door and made a sound. Sam said, Dad, there's someone outside the door. But by the time they opened the door, I was already inside. I peeped from the dining window and saw Sam looking around for some time, and then again went inside. I heaved a sigh of relief. I realized this is my only chance. I rushed to his room and took the car keys. I was about to go to the main door when I saw Sam's grandma standing near the door blocking my way. She gave me a vicious smile and said, You can't leave. You are supposed to be one of us now. My grandson wants to marry you so you can stay with us forever. I said in a disgusted voice, You guys are sick. Feasting on human flesh? You are all fucking cannibals. Leave me alone and let me go. But she obviously...
You're all fucking cannibals!
She started to scream and I knew she was going to wake everyone up. I rushed toward her and knocked her down with one punch. She fell on the floor and I ran for my life.
Okay.
I jumped into the car and saw the house lights were on. I didn't look back for a second, just started the car and drove as fast as I could. I reported to the cops about this family, but they only found a burnt-down house on the same address I gave them. I don't know where they all went, but I'm sure they have escaped suspecting I would go to the cops. I just hope I never meet any of them again. Not even that cannibal little girl. This happened last year on Valentine's Day. I'm a 35-year-old male. I was working in an IT company where I met a girl. She joined the office as a fresher and started working under me as a trainee. Her name was Melissa. Everyone used to call her Molly.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a realistic name.
Due to my reserved nature, I hardly
Molly!
approach girls, even if I like someone. But Molly was completely opposite of me. She was
Opposite of me.
outgoing-ish,
Opposite of me.
extremely extrovert. Anyways, due to her training, we used to spend most of the time together in the office. She was a bit younger than me. I kinda liked her carefree nature because it made me feel happy with her. One day, gathering all my courage, I asked her on a date with me. I was expecting a refusal or sudden news that she already had a boyfriend, but instead, she accepted. She told me that she always had her eye out for me, but due to my reserved nature, feared to approach me. We started going out and eventually, I shared...
I'm so used to the protagonists being women that I thought this was a lesbian story for a second.
many things with her about my life. People in the office started to pull my legs whenever Molly and I were spotted together by them. We ignored them because we were having a nice time with each other. One day we went to the pub for a couple of drinks after office. Molly got really drunk, and she stayed at my place that day. The next day was Sunday, so I woke up late. I was going to take a shower when I heard sounds in the kitchen. At first, I thought someone broke in. So I tiptoed into the kitchen and saw Molly cooking breakfast.
It's people!
She smiled at me and said, "I'm making French toast. I hope you like it." I got a bit surprised because I wasn't expecting her to stay till morning. After that day, things took a different turn in our relationship. Molly started to stay back at my place every now and then. I won't deny that I really liked her, but sometimes I used to feel out of space in my life. One evening, I came back home from the office. Molly took the day off that day. As I went to unlock my door, I found it already open. After entering, I saw Molly was watching TV laying at my couch. She smiled like usual and asked me how my day went. I was really awestruck this time. I asked her, "How did you get my keys?" To which she replied, "I made a copy for myself. I hope it's okay." I wanted to tell her it's not, but I chose not to. I should have told
Because
her
I'm
that day.
I'm a simp.
Anyways, she stayed the night like every other day. I was going through an important file in office when one of my colleagues came to my room and said, "Congratulations, Robert. You owe us a party." Like a completely clueless person, I stood there with a blank face. I came out of my office and noticed a small crowd of office people standing near Molly's desk surrounding her. She was smiling and blushing like a teenage girl. I thought it would be rude to ask her in front of everyone, so I confronted her when she was alone in the cafeteria. I said, "Molly, what the hell is going on?" She smiled and said, "Nothing. I just told everyone that we were a couple and are soon to be engaged." I know it was rude of me, but I laughed because I couldn't believe my ears. I said, "What? I never said anything like that to you. I mean, no offense, but I think I need more time before coming to a decision like that." I expected Molly to react in an angry way, but I never expected she would cross our limits that day. I was, after all, her senior, but she suddenly turned all pissed off and started to scream at me, saying, "Oh, really? You didn't take time to think that before jumping into bed with me?" Now, I already said I'm an introverted person, so the way Molly started a scene creating people gathered near the cafeteria, I was highly embarrassed and humiliated. I had to take a stand for
I said, "Molly, shut the fuck up," and I slapped her in the face. Now, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Admittedly, not the brightest move I've ever had in my repertoire, but sorry, I'm absolutely like I am the dumbest person ever whenever I'm watching stuff like this. It just makes me laugh too much.
Myself too, because when a woman makes a comment like that about a man in a public place, the general outcome is people identify as the man at fault without even listening to his side. I looked at her with angry eyes and replied, "Molly, I never forced you onto anything. You only stole my house keys and made a copy of it. You only started to stay back at my apartment even though I never asked you to. I like you and wanted to spend more time with you so that we could know each other well. But I think I have known you enough now. Let's just cut off from whatever's going through your mind."
Oh yeah, that's how an argument usually goes, for sure. You get to just say literally all of your points, and yeah, it's just yeah. Okay, all right, fair enough, good sir. That didn't force you into anything.
Prefer my freedom and peace more than anything in this world. Sorry, but I can't go on with this. I stormed out of the office that day. I changed my house lock.
Sometimes at the end of an argument in a story, they'll say something like, I walked out like a boss or some shit, which I always love. That's my favorite, like, an everybody clapped sort of deal.
The next day because I didn't want any more troubles. A week had passed and Molly avoided me, and I felt relieved that we had moved past the bitterness and can be on our own now. Our office held a party to celebrate Valentine's Day. Molly asked a guy named Sean from the tech department as her date to the party. Whether she was trying to make me jealous or maybe actually moved on, I didn't know. I asked one of my colleagues also as my date for the party. The party was happening at the office rooftop. The decorations of the party was perfectly themed on Valentine's Day. Big red hearts, balloons all over the place. There was even a small fountain pouring champagne in the right side. Everyone was dressed at their best. I saw Molly getting really drunk and dancing with her date. I sat down with some of my colleagues and started to drink too. Things were going well. Then we heard a terrible scream. I sprung up from my chair and everyone started to panic. I recognized the scream. It was Molly's voice. It took time to figure out that she was not in the party. We all started looking for her and found out she was screaming from the ladies' washroom. We all rushed towards her. As we reached the washroom, we saw a vicious sight. Sean was lying on the hallway right near the doorstep of the washroom. His head was bleeding heavily. At first, we all thought he was dead, but then one of our colleagues checked him and said, "Call an ambulance, we can still save him." Molly was sitting on the corner of the floor and sobbing like a little girl. Sean got admitted to the hospital immediately. Everyone asked Molly about what happened. She looked at me and started crying even louder. I went close to her and hugged her. Then I asked what happened. She said Sean tried to take advantage of her.
Yeah, I understand that you're sad, but I still want to know what happened.
Everyone at the office felt bad for her, and I took her to my place that night. I thought she is already in enough trauma, so I can show her some compassion that night. After that day, Molly again started to get close to me. I won't deny that out of sympathy, I kinda grew a soft corner for her too. Sean was...
I love that, like, for one, I know exactly what the twist is here is going to be. Like, that's been made pretty obvious. She definitely, like, staged the whole thing to try and get back together with him. I love that part of the story is just like, I know that normally in these sorts of situations, the automatic thing that people tend to do is side with the woman over the man. That's literally what he's about to do. It's literally his downfall.
Still in the hospital, and the office decided to file a harassment.
Oh, the irony!
I don't know why, something just didn't seem right. Molly was happy and jolly again in no time. One day I was walking through the same hallway where we found Sean. I noticed a security camera there, and an idea came to my mind. I immediately rushed to the security room and asked for footage of the Valentine's Day party. As I checked the footage, my suspicion became true. I saw Molly walking with Sean in the corridor, and suddenly she lifted her beer bottle and struck him on the head. You can now guess what happened after that. I submitted those tapes to the official authority. Not only they gave Sean a clean shit, but also fired Molly. Sean even filed a complaint against her to the cops, but Molly has suddenly disappeared. Last night, I received a text from an unknown number that reads, "All I did for you, Robert, you broke my heart. I will come back to get my revenge. Till then,
I will
much
come back
love,
to get my
darling."
revenge. I will come back to get
I
my
called the
revenge.
cops and informed
Yes.
them about the text in the morning. I don't know if I'll ever see her again, but Molly, if you're watching this, stay the hell away from me. You are a disgusting person, and don't you dare threaten me this time.
I'd call myself a casual fan of VTubers, especially indie ones.
No such
without
thing. You're a simp, good sir.
Sometimes I'd even donate a few dollars to them if my paycheck would allow it. There's something about being able to make the day of an up-and-coming talent that just puts a smile on my face. I got to witness the rise of many talented VTubers as a casual viewer, but there is one among them that I will never forget. I first found her one Sunday night as I was browsing through wiki pages to find a VTuber I hadn't seen before, until one of them caught my eye. The wiki listed her name as an English-speaking VTuber named Madam Miriam. The character design was of a typical cute anime girl with blue eyes and braided brown hair. What really made her stick out was her avatar's outfit, a classic fortune teller getup, consisting of a medieval-looking blouse complete with a generous cleavage.
She's not like all the whores.
Window, a purple shawl decorated by gold chains, and several golden medallions in the shape of occult symbols hanging from her neck. Most VTubers played a character centered around a certain theme or personality type. Cheerful catgirls, seductive vampires, brash tomboys.
Oh, that's callback!
I'd never even seen or heard of a VTuber.
That's a callback. There was a seductive vampire story from way earlier. Well, like way earlier. She played as a vampire, and then somebody got really into the shtick, and they stalked her and then chased her down, and then she called the cops, and then that was basically the whole story.
YouTuber with a fortune teller theme before, so she immediately caught my interest. My interest in her.
My thing about these stories is like they're all fiction stories, right? So like why not just go full bore, right? Why not go full on into the crazy? Because like half of these stories, half of them, I'll say, if they're not supernaturally involved, generally speaking, some psycho, it does a thing, and then like we find out, and then we call the cops, and either they're caught or they're not, and then that's basically it. And I always wonder, like, why go that? Why write a horror story and not just have the psycho be like this unstoppable John Wick bastard? I guess it's because it's always told by a first person perspective. So it's like, well, if this guy's so unstoppable, how am I not dead right now? Would be the question, I guess.
Only grew when I saw her listed sub count and debut date. In the span of a couple of months, she'd somehow reached over 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. That might not seem like much, but it's practically unheard of for a small independent VTuber to grow that fast. I clicked on the link to her YouTube channel and saw that she had a live stream on. I was immediately struck by the view count at that moment. Over 50,000 viewers were watching her.
50,000 subs and over 50,000 viewers? 85,000 according to the animation.
Even popular VTubers
Started streaming 25 minutes ago? Bullshit!
with more than 1 million subscribers typically only have a fraction of their subscribers watch their live streams at any given moment. For this small independent VTuber to have that many people watching her, almost every single one of her subscribers had to be present to watch her. I've seen some pretty dedicated VTuber fandoms before, but something like this should have been impossible by logistics alone. The content of the live stream itself didn't seem like anything special. It just seemed like a casual chatting stream, though her choice of topic was a bit odd. So, as you all know, I've been trying to unlock my chakras with some new crystals I was able to buy because of all of your generous donations. It's really helped me become more connected with the universe. Now, I can give even more accurate predictions, just for my fans. Weird, I thought, but it fit with the theme of her fortune teller character, so I didn't find it too strange, and kept the live stream on one screen while I got some errands done on my other screen. Then, I saw someone donate $200 to her in the chat. Attached to it was a message that she read aloud to everyone else watching the stream. Hey Madam Miriam, I'm sorry for missing the last stream, so I'm giving you double the usual amount today. I just wanted to know, is there any advice you can give me to get my crush to like me? The username was nondescript, just a typical nonsense nickname you can find in any YouTube comments section. And yet, in her answer she referred to the person by an actual name. Well, Seth, she said, I don't think Sally's going to like you anytime soon, considering that she's already got a boyfriend. The chat was flooded with oofs, LOLs, and emojis either laughing or crying at her words. I was just surprised how she somehow knew the real name and love life status of a random viewer. I stopped what I was doing to fully focus on her stream. There is a way to fix that, however, she continued. You actually know her boyfriend. He's the one who works a couple of cubicles away from you at work. His name's Chris, in case you didn't know. But don't worry, if you want to get rid of him, all you have to do is drink 3 full glasses of water from the office water cooler tomorrow morning, before work starts for everyone else. I was confused. I expected her to say something generic like, there are plenty of fish in the sea, or be assertive. I had no idea why'd she say something so random. If it was a joke,
LOL random!
Inside one, because I didn't get it at all. But instead of understandable confusion, The chat became filled with messages praising her for her supposed wisdom and wishing Seth good luck stealing Sally away from Chris. I closed the stream, thinking
I closed the stream and immediately became incredibly inductive. I needed to figure out this mystery. This lady is quite strange. Yes.
that all Madame Miriam's fans must have been just as weird as she was. Something about what she said bugged me. I actually did know a person named Chris who's dating a girl named Sally in real life. They were my co-workers at work, and I'd sometimes chat with them at the water cooler when there wasn't any work to be done. It was surreal hearing their relationship to be described by some anime girl online in response to a random question. Still, I chalked it up to a coincidence and went to bed. The next day, I drove to my workplace ready for another uneventful day. Instead, I saw smoke coming out of the office building's windows in the distance as I drove there. When I got to the building, there were a dozen fire trucks at the scene, trying to put out the fire on the same floor I worked in. Firefighters streamed out of the building, hauling out injured people on stretchers. I even recognized one of them. It was Chris, or what was left of him at least. He'd been seriously burnt. Half of his face had been burned off, and his entire left arm was so scorched that I could see bulging blue veins and charred bones sticking out of the burnt flesh. I'm no doctor, but even I could tell that he didn't have much longer.
I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure when half your body is burned and like one of your legs is missing and you're just kind of laying limp on a fucking thing, I don't think things are going well for you.
Up to one of the resting firefighters and asked him what had happened here. A freak accident, he explained. Details are iffy, but according to some witnesses, the janitor was trying to refill the water cooler when he slipped and spilled the water on a faulty electric socket. It caused a spark, and well, all of this happened. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. For something so small and random to be the case of such destruction, the mere thought of it was absurd. I didn't connect what was happening to what I saw the previous day until I saw Sally, Chris's girlfriend, crying on the steps of the building. Sitting beside her with a comforting hand on her shoulder was a guy I'd seen around the office before, but never bothered to learn the name of. Sally spoke to him through her sobs, and everything finally clicked. "Thank you for being with me," Sally said to the man.
Seth!
Such a good guy, Seth.
Ah!
My little sister used to be a VTuber. For convenience sake, I'll call her Susie, and her VTuber persona, Suzuki.
So this is a thing that happens with these compilations, is that a lot of you'll get like chunks of stories that all follow the same sort of themes. It's whatever.
Susie and I couldn't have been more different.
I always think it'd be interesting to like ask the various different writers who get contracted to do these things whether or not they're just asked to do like these in particular together as a group, or if the compilations just are done with this in mind, or what.
She was a quiet girl who didn't go.
But there have been like multiple VTuber stories throughout the entirety of this compilation, so.
Go out much, and I was a social butterfly who loved getting to know new people. Still, we were as close as a couple of sisters could be, thanks to our shared interests. We often bonded over our mutual love of anime and video games, so when she told me she wanted to become a VTuber after we moved into the same apartment after high school, I was fully supportive of the idea. I thought that it could be a good way to get Susie to open up to people in a safe way. She wouldn't have to go outside, which she didn't like to do anyways, and she could talk through a fictional avatar so she didn't have to worry about showing her real face online for strangers to see. Both of us had loved to draw ever since we were kids, so I helped her come up with the design for her VTuber persona, as well as the backstory and personality she'd play for her. We ended up with Suzuki, a half-American transfer student to Japan, who doesn't speak Japanese but is trying her best to learn, sometimes on stream. Suzuki was the complete opposite to Susie. She was a bubbly, red-headed anime girl who always greeted her viewers with a hearty, "Heyo, you guys," while the real person behind her was a quiet brunette who spent most of her life as a background character in everyone else's story. To make her sound even more cutesy during the streams, we even downloaded a live voice changer on her computer to make her sound more high-pitched. I
wonder how many VTubers actually do that. It can't be that many.
Realized
I feel like
after
that
we
would be
finalized
that would
the
be like
character
found out
design
over
that
time.
Suzuki shared an uncanny resemblance to me and even had a similar personality. When I did, I felt a pang of guilt in my chest. Although they never said it aloud, our parents always seemed to favor me over her growing up. If we both had events on the same day, they'd always choose to attend my event, and on our birthdays, my gifts were just a little bit more expensive than hers. Intentionally or not, she must have been trying to make her avatar resemble me because of that childhood favoritism. Nevertheless, I continued to support her VTuber career off-stream. I always left her alone whenever I knew she was streaming in her room to not interrupt whatever she was doing. At most, I'd send her a text message on her phone that dinner was ready on the table so that my voice wouldn't be picked up on her live stream. Our neighbor was not as considerate, however. We lived right next to a bitter old woman, who I'll call Liz. Liz was in her 40s, with pale...
She doesn't look bitter, she looks sick.
...warty skin, stringy gray hair, and
I don't see any warts. Animator, do your job!
A perpetual scowl that could make milk go sour. Despite all the soundproof padding we put in Susie's room, she would often stop me in the middle of the hall just to complain about the noise Susie was apparently making with her live streams. I only ever pretended to listen. None of our other neighbors complained.
I never gave a
so
shit.
I was pretty convinced that she watched Susie's live streams as Suzuki and just wanted an excuse to bother us. Probably because she disliked every person younger than her by default. One day I had to go out on a week-long business trip for my company. I was a bit worried about leaving Susie alone, but I didn't exactly have a choice if I wanted to get a promotion at my job. "Are you sure you're going to be all right?" I asked, on the day I was supposed to leave for the trip. "I'll be fine," Susie replied. "My VTuber career's been taking off. I should be able to live off donations until you get back." "Okay, but just in case, I'm leaving you some money in the drawer. Do not forget to take care of yourself, okay? Oh, and avoid Liz like the plague." "You don't need to tell me that twice," Susie said with a chuckle. We shared one last hug, and I left with a traveling bag full of clothes for my business trip. I spent the next week sharing cheap hotel rooms with people I barely knew, and attending business meetings that had me brain dead for the most of it. It was long and boring and made me appreciate my comfortable bed at home all the more. My only highlight for each day was getting to see Susie stream as her Suzuki persona on my phone at the end of each day. Hearing her happy, high-pitched avatar say, "Hey-oh, you guys," at the start of each stream never failed to put a smile on my face. For the first time, I knew what it felt like to be a regular watcher of her streams, instead of a hidden part of it. It was nice while it lasted. On the day I returned from my trip, I decided to pick up a gift for Susie on the way home at the electronics store. Knowing how dedicated she was to her blossoming VTuber career, I bought a brand new microphone for her to use during her streams. When I returned to our apartment, I headed
What a
straight
good
for
sister.
her room to give her the gift I bought her. I opened her bedroom thinking that I'd see my sister playing video games or watching anime as she usually did during...
It was the old lady. She killed my sister at some point and then took over the personality because she was jealous.
...her free time. Instead, my blood ran cold when I saw the person sitting in my sister's chair. Her stringy hair...
Called it!
...had been dyed the same shade of red as Suzuki, and shoddily tied up in a familiar twin-tail style. The warts on her wrinkled face were poorly covered in makeup that was dripping off from the sweat.
I just assume this is what every VTuber looks like in their real life.
Coating her cheeks, and her mouth, usually twisted into an angry scowl, was instead showing off a crazed smile full of crooked yellow teeth. It was Liz, my neighbor. I let out an audible gasp in surprise. The moment I did, Liz snapped her head in my direction. She stared through me with bloodshot eyes filled to the brim with madness as she shouted in a loud, eerily cheerful voice, "Hey, you guys!" I ran out of the apartment as quickly as I could. One of the neighbors heard the ruckus and opened the door to check what was going on. I told him to call the police and stayed at his apartment until the police came. Liz was giggling like
"Hey, you guys!"
girl the entire time the police dragged her out of the apartment. After thoroughly searching the apartment, they found Susie tied up in the tub of our bathroom. She had a large bruise on her head where Liz had hit her that was already covered in dry blood by the time she was found. She was extremely thin and malnourished, but still barely clinging to life. The doctor at the hospital told me that she must have been kept in the bathroom without food for at least a week. For an entire week, Liz must have been impersonating my own sister with her VTuber persona. I can only assume that she was trying to regain some of her lost youth, but in doing so, she robbed Susie of hers. Susie's in a coma now, though the doctors are hopeful that she'll make a full recovery someday. In the meantime, I've been keeping her VTuber channel alive by streaming as Suzuki in her stead. I feel bad lying to her fans, but I just couldn't stand the thought of Suzuki fading into obscurity after all the hard work Susie put into her. I still pray for the day my sister wakes up to take back her place.
It happened in her French home.
Ah, fuck. I just love them. I just love these stories. Yes, they are bad. They are predictable for the most part, and sometimes the twists are fucking ridiculous and absurd and silly. But you know what? Sometimes that's fine.
Town on the Western Front during World War II. A unit of German soldiers had come to lay siege to it after steamrolling through every other town on their way. The town managed to resist thanks to the uneven terrain and abundant trees that made tanks ineffective. The attacking Germans had to rely on relatively small artillery instead, though that didn't make things any easier for the defenders. For one, these German soldiers weren't your typical Nazi. They weren't the infamous Waffen-SS. But a few defenders who were veterans of the previous World War could tell that they were a cut above the average cannon fodder. For some reason, they would only focus their attack efforts at night. They shot at the town with guns and light artillery under the cover of darkness from seemingly all directions, leaving the defenders confused and terrified of where the next shot might come from. Those manning the town walls fought half-blind against every attack, unable to spot their enemies in the darkness, save for the brief muzzle flashes of rifles and artillery. The best they could do was try to guess where the enemy were by the sound of their gunshots and shoot back, hoping they'll hit something other than trees. It wasn't a very effective tactic, but it helped hold the attackers back at the cost of blood. After every night, wounded defenders would be sent into an old building that had been converted into a makeshift medical ward. There, my grandmother and other volunteer nurses would patch up their wounds as best they could with what was available. The soldiers under my grandmother's care would often tell stories to pass the time and get their minds off the pain caused by their lackluster medical care. They spoke of one man in the attacking German unit, an officer of some sort, who always wore his black dress uniform more fitting for a parade than actual combat. No medals decorated his breast, yet he held an imposing presence that left no question as to who was in charge. He had the eyes of a predator that almost looked like they shone in the dark, and he somehow—
Well, he was a Nazi,
at the
so—
back of his hand, commanding his troops through the thicket without issue. The town defenders jokingly started to call him Monsieur Loup, Mr. Wolf in French, because of his fine clothes and apparent mastery of the wilderness. They had no idea how fitting that name was for him. Naturally, being an officer dressed as flashy as he was, Monsieur Loup became a prime target for the defending snipers. However, none of them were ever able to hit him. The split second he heard a gunshot directed at him, he would duck or cover just in time with inhuman reflexes. Meanwhile, the defenders were dropping left and right. Most of the injuries sustained in the siege were actually what you'd expect. Gunshot from long-range rifles, shrapnel wound from artillery bombs, and the occasional broken bone. Aside from casualties in battle, the soldiers also died in the medical ward from infection or blood loss. However, some were met with a much more gruesome fate. There were nights when the enemy would not emerge from the forest or discharge a single shot. Sometimes, the night would pass without incident. But there were also times when defending soldiers, usually those assigned to isolated patrols, would be found dead the next morning with no sign of the murderer. Their throats and bodies had been torn apart as if some wild animal had ravaged them. The few witnesses were driven mad by what they saw. According to them, a terrible beast killed their comrades before disappearing into the night. Their doctors determined it to be a form of hysteria, a delusion made up by shell-shocked men who refused to believe that a human being, even an enemy, would be capable of such brutality. However, my grandmother found out firsthand that the stories told by those soldiers were all too true. One night, the enemies attacked in the middle of a thunderstorm, allowing one of the defenders to do the impossible. He shot Monsieur Lou. A young private named Gabriel had managed the feat by syncing the sound of gunshot with the thunder. For a whole minute, he had his rifle scope trained on Monsieur Lou's chest and waited for lightning to signal incoming thunder. The moment the thunderclap finally came, he pulled the trigger. Unable to hear the gunshot coming his way, Monsieur Lou got struck by the bullet square in the chest. The attackers immediately stopped firing and made a hasty retreat back into the woods with their wounded commander. Just before they disappeared back into the forest, Monsieur Lou himself shot his pistol back at the town walls one last time. The bullet hit Private Gabriel in the shoulder, and he was carried away by his comrades as the hero of the day. Over the following days, Gabriel's shoulder became infected, and she got closer to him during that time. Enough so that he confided in her about the death of his wife at the hands of the Nazi. He still wore their silver wedding ring in remembrance of her. They kept in touch after he recovered enough to fight again, and on one full moon night, my grandmother went to visit him at the town wall. It was one of those quiet nights where the enemy wasn't attacking. Everyone knew that it could mean someone would be found dead the next morning, but tried their best not to think about it. It wasn't like there was much they could do anyways. My grandmother ascended the town walls, knowing that Gabriel was on duty that night. She wanted to give him some pastries that his admirers in town made for him, and check on his injury again for good measure. She found him standing guard over the edge of the wall, and they greeted each other as friends. She handed him the goods, and they struck up a conversation.
The goods!
Just as they were about to say their goodbyes, the sound of scratching stones drew their attention. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere below outside. Curious, my grandmother stayed there as Gabriel looked over the town wall to see what it was. The moment he peered his head over the side, a humongous hand reached out from under the wall to grab his throat.
It was the Nazi in question!
The shape of a man's hand.
He said, "How dare you shoot me, you bitch!"
And tipped with claws that dug into the flesh of Gabriel's neck. My grandmother watched.
How dare thou!
Attached to that hand.
How dare thou!
At the top of the wall without releasing its grip on Gabriel's throat. Although it stood on two legs like a man, it was covered in black fur with a snarling wolf-like head and a holdover bullet.
This is fucking. This is supposed to be frightening. This is supposed to be frightening. God damn it! Oh fuck!
On its chest.
This is going in the compilation. On Twitter, I've been making a compilation of shit that like just catches my eye, just generally speaking, as something that just makes me laugh. Just that derpy look. It's fun. Finally. Okay, now I can, I wasn't trying to get Vi 3-starred. I was trying to get at least a 2-star Riven. That's what I wanted. Now we can save up money and try and level to 8 so we can put fucking Echo in so we can get our Prankster as well as an Aegis. Bye-bye. Pew, pew, pew. Bye-bye, sir! Anyway. uh, uh, uh. Back to it.
Though it looked like a beast, the hatred in its yellow eyes was too human as it slowly strangled the helpless private.
Currently awaiting.
Gabriel tried fighting back, punching the beast in the face over and over again to no effect. Just before another punch could harmlessly connect, the beast opened its jaws and bit down on Gabriel's left hand. There was the sound of crunching bones, followed by the gnashing of meat as the beast swallowed Gabriel's hand, and with it, the silver wedding ring. The beast suddenly let go of Gabriel after eating its hand. It made a pained, choking sound before letting out a bone-chilling howl that drew the attention of everyone in town. The beast scratched at its own throat as it stumbled backwards. It fell outside the walls and landed on the ground with a thunderous thud. My grandmother quickly got to work patching up Gabriel's hand using a strip from her own dress as a tourniquet. By the time she managed to staunch the bleeding, every soldier and half of the townfolk had flocked to the walls to see what had caused the howl. My grandmother pointed them to the other side of the wall where the beast fell. But instead of the nightmarish beast that had just bitten off Gabriel's hand, lying in the dirt below was the naked body of Monsieur Lou. He still had the wound from where Gabriel had shot him, and his face was twisted into a look of sheer shock and panic with veins bulging around his throat. The town siege didn't last much longer after that incident. People assumed that the attackers must have lost their nerve after the death of their commanding officer. However, some soldiers reported seeing something strange during the full moon nights. Sightings of a giant wolf with a missing paw tearing apart the German attackers under the light of the full moon. Private Gabriel continued to live in the town, though he was taken off military duty. My grandmother soon left the town to continue being a nurse in a different part of the front, so she never found out what became of him either. I don't know if there's any truth behind her story or not. It's an entertaining story, if nothing else. And now that I'm a soldier myself, I can't help but to wonder if I'll ever get to see something like that too.
Funny thing is, I've got a buddy. He has an OC, which is literally like a werewolf whose family used to be a part of World War II. Apparently, it's a bit of a shame in their family, which is pretty funny. Love pumping damage. Do 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 do. I love pumping damage. Doot, 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 doot. Spin it. We're going to put this on Echo. That way, when he does his cast. I think I can continue my heist. Yeah, we're fine. We've got loads of HP still. We'll see what happens. I could take a few losses.
Before I begin, I would like to say that what you're about to hear is not an experience of mine, as it happened to a man called Alexei Ivan, my grandfather. And this is a recollection of what he told me and my brother one fateful afternoon. I remember I was 17 at the time, and me and my little brother, who was 16 at the time, were bickering about something. I remember I blurted out, "I hate you, Tom," and my grandfather, who was sitting on the couch, then turned to me and sternly said, "Don't you ever say that, boy. If you only knew what you have." I remember being confused, and I asked, "What are you talking about, Grandpa?" And that's when he sat me and my brother down and he said, "Let me tell you a story of how my little brother saved my life." He started the story by telling us about the time during World War II when he and his little brother, Andrei Ivan, were soldiers during the siege of Leningrad.
So are all
It was
these
on
going
the
to be
12th of
like
October.
war story related? I don't know.
October 1941.
Or at least this one and the
we had been
previous one.
surrounded by the Germans for about a month. The Germans had taken the city me and my little brother lived in. We didn't know it at the time, but Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, was just about to enter true hell for the next 2 years. Now we knew Hitler was trying to starve us out, and it didn't fully hit us until the 3rd month. Our parents were dead, and it was just us both and our little sister. We were both drafted as soldiers,
Thorium
we
should be
asked
getting
an
here
old female
sometime
friend
soon.
to take care of our little sister. We knew since we were soldiers, we weren't always going to be with her. For the first 6 months, we watched things get from bad to worse, as things weren't letting up. The German soldiers were still holding up the South, and the Finnish military, who were under the Germans, had blocked the North. There was no way out. Me and my brother were moved to the trenches since we were part of the Soviet soldiers. We stayed in the trenches for weeks. The weeks seemed like months, and it didn't take long before we were knee-deep in corpses. Starvation set in, and soon enough, death looked like a far better solution than what we were going through. But even through all this, I took solace
That's
in the
quitter
fact
talk,
that I had
goddammit.
my little brother Andrei with me through it all. I remember him telling me, "We are Ivans. Even hell isn't enough to take us down." I laughed at what he said and we cheered. But come winter, we'd know something worse than hell. November 1941 was the beginning of something worse than hell for the citizens of Leningrad, as winter had arrived, and with it, a different kind of suffering came too. Communication had been cut off, and food was reduced to crumbs of bread per day. For us soldiers, we had to find a way to survive. So we began to eat anything we could find, from birds to lizards. We ate anything we could get our hands on. Our group had gotten a bit bigger as we met and made some other friends during our time in the trench. Their names were Anton, Boris, Czeslaw, and Dima. We were making our way across the trench when we saw a man and his 2 sons eating meat. Something was odd, as it was impossible to see meat in this city as we were closed off. And at that moment, meat seemed like a thing of myth. As they saw us, they began to run and hide, and that's when Anton raised his gun and said, "They're cannibals!" Instinctively, we all raised our guns. We had been recently receiving reports of cannibalism, and we were told to bring those who we caught. We later found out that the man had killed his wife and fed her body parts to his 2 sons for food. We were told to shoot him down, as that was the punishment for cannibals who killed and ate people. As the months passed by, rats and birds were getting hard to find, and the cases of cannibalism were reaching the thousands. I once came across a child eating the corpse of his dead father. The government had classified the ongoing cannibalism cases into 2, the person-eating cannibals and the corpse-eating cannibals. The cannibals who ate people were to be put to death, and the ones who ate
Put to
corpses
death!
were to be thrown in prison. The numbers continued to rise as the siege carried out, and when it was nearing the 2nd year, madness had engulfed the whole city. Me and my brother managed to stay sane by eating any bugs, roots, or flowers we could find. It had been 2 months since we'd seen our friends as we were sent far down the trench. Eventually, we started making our way back to regroup, and I remember my brother Andre was looking extremely sick. I remember him saying, "I don't feel too good, brother," as we walked and made our way back to the familiar base in the trenches. I remember telling him, "Be strong, Andre. We are Ivans. We'll find the others and regroup, and by doing that, we will have strength in numbers." It took us 2 days to get over there, but we made it. The place was desolate and empty, but we were hearing sounds coming from inside the base. I remember calling out to our friends, "Anton, Boris, Cheslav, Dima?" We were answered with nothing but silence. That's when I heard my little brother say, "They aren't here, Alexei. I think the only solution we have now is to lie down and die." Hearing my brother give up was the most painful thing to hear, and as I was about to leave, 4 things attacked me. They looked like humans, but their skins were gray and their eyes were bloodshot. They immediately began to sink their teeth into my skin. I reached for my gun, but it was knocked out of my hand. I felt their teeth dig deep into my skin as they started to tear off my flesh. I fell to the floor, and I had to accept my fate. But that's when my little brother began to pull them off me. He began to fight them off, and he gave me a chance to escape. As I stood to my feet, I could feel myself bleeding as I had lost a lot of blood. I wanted to help him fight,
Well,
but I had
shit,
lost my
son.
strength. I stood there transfixed. And that's when I heard my little brother Andre scream, "Run, Alexei! Can't leave you!" I replied as I braced myself to fight. As my brother struggled, he then began to shout, "So what do you want for both of us to die here? I need you to live, Alexei. You need to live for our little sister Irina. And you need to live for me. You've taken care of me throughout my life, and it's my turn to return the favor."
Yeah, you said all this while you were being eaten by several people. Okay, fair enough. What the fuck's story, Matt? God damn it. I'm probably gonna order food. Not show them a DoorDash, because that'll show off my public address. I love little girls. What? I'm so mad that the Pedo Bear song has fallen to the wayside in favor of Mr. Girls. I'm a pedophile! I'm a pedophile! It's a good ass song though. Fucking hell. It actually is a banger. You goddamn right. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see here. Ooh, I completed some missions. Winter Blessed. Promoted once more to Silver 1. I'm kind of bouncing up and down between Silver 2 and 1 at the current moment. I'm competing against a lot of diehards, okay? And I also tend to default to kind of shitty comps because they're more fun for me. So that's just on me. I mean, that's all that is. That's just me sucking. Check my PayPal. Let me check it. Let me give it a look-see. Bibbidi bop. Hey. Do 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 do. Doodly doodly doo. Yeah, I'm up hit him. God damn. I wonder how much driving Thorium still needs to do today after 80 drops by. Hopefully not too much. I'm pretty sure everywhere he's going is in the area. He needs hell of the drink. Where in the fuck? Bubbity bop. Bobo. Bobo. Get me a smoothie. That's what I'm feeling. Damn it. Ah. You goddamn right. Okay. I'll put this order in, then use the bathroom, then check and see if Thorium's here. Check in with him at the very least and be like, yo, what's up? What's the idea? What's the plan of Rooney? Um... A? Now I gotta go to the bathroom. Ribbity bop. Oh. Hills bells, my friend. I'm from the... I spent a lot of money on vape the other day, so I'm just double checking my situation. Okay.
Run, brother, run! But before he finished his last sentence,
I saw one of his attackers bite
He got to finish several sentences before he finally died.
down on his neck. As he struggled to
Don't smoke, you'll get reefer madness. That's true, Suni. Also, hey, how you doing, bud? You're in time because very soon Thorium should be getting here. Duh. And he will have my cloud lifter for me. And I will be able to adjust my microphone so that I'll be much clearer without fucking blowing out people's eardrums with the amount of gain that I have. Been sick, flu won't give up. You're stronger than the flu. You go to the gym on the daily, putting that grind in, going every day. The flu has got nothing on you. You've got this shit, brother. Trust.
Brother. To speak, he began to lose his footing, and as he fell down, I watched them tear my little brother apart. The pain of watching him die was less than the pain of letting him down.
I love that. I love that the various different. Hold on.
So I picked.
It's like hay, like coming out. Like, is this what connects your body parts? Like little strings? This is a weaker flu compared to the one I had some years ago. It's on its last leg. Yeah, you got this. Easy. I love that, like, they're made out of straw men. Literally.
The pain of watching him die was less than the pain of letting him down. So I picked up my gun, and as they were tearing his corpse apart, I began to shoot and kill each and every one of them. After a while, all that was left was silence. As I began to dig a grave with my own two hands, and I buried what remained of my little brother's corpse. I cried deeply as I stayed there mourning. After a while, I composed myself, and I decided to fulfill my purpose to him, and I swore to live. I looked at the things that had attacked and killed my brother, and as I recognized them, a horrific realization dawned on me. The men who laid on the floor were our friends Boris, Czeslaw, Dima, and Anton. I couldn't recognize them before as they looked completely different. Their skin had changed color and their eyes were bloodshot red. But as their corpses calmly laid on the floor, I could make out their faces.
You got a shovel.
The pain was too much as I considered these men.
That sucks.
Too. But the siege had driven them mad and they had long passed their sanity. The pain was too much for my heart, but I pushed on. I had managed to survive the remaining year, and I pushed on through another 5 months. I will never forget the day the siege was lifted as I cried in honor of my brother. I immediately went back to the city, and when I got there, I found out my sister, Irina, was dead. Through the remaining years, my life gradually began to lose meaning. And as I was about to give up, one of my cousins called, and she said she heard what happened. She said that she was moving to the United States and asked if I wanted to come with her and start afresh. I hesitated, but I remembered the promise I made to my little brother, so I decided to live. I moved here and I met your grandmother about 3 years later. Eventually, we gave birth to a wonderful little girl who grew up to be your mother. My grandpa then looked directly at us and said, "See you boys, cherish each other because our time on this earth isn't guaranteed. And the only reason I'm alive today is because I decided to live for my brother. So you both should live for each other too." My grandfather, Alexei Ivan, died about 2 months after he told me and my brother.
After my grandfather traumatized us by implying that his fellow soldiers turned into zombies and tore apart our other grandfather. Or rather, great uncle, I guess. He got to die while we had to live on, experiencing the nonsense that was his world.
This story, and I decided to share the same story to everyone who's hearing this. It's in memory of the greatest grandfather who ever lived, and I'm glad to know that wherever he is happily reunited with his brother Andrei and his sister Irina. Alexei Ivan, 1914 to 2007.
I was gonna say, didn't this? For a second, I thought it said 2004, and I was gonna be like, wait a minute. Wait, just one cotton picking second.
We all sat down near the fireplace as Grandpa rested his back on the armchair holding a glass of wine. Every winter, my sister and I come to visit him. My grandpa is a retired Army general who now lives in these hills owning a small tea garden. I love coming here to relax my mind from the hustle and bustle of city life. My sister Amy lives in Montreal, so she too loves spending some family time here. After our parents died in a car accident, Grandpa is the only family we have. Apart from all these reasons, visiting Grandpa carried a particular purpose. Amy and I both enjoyed hearing about his life experience. His days in the Army were filled with terrifying incidents. Until today, they gave us goosebumps just by hearing from Grandpa's mouth. Also, he had this amazing ability to narrate those experiences in such a picturesque manner that it left us stunned and speechless at the end. We have heard many incidents, and each stands out to be unique in its own way, except this one that we heard last winter. Picking up from where I began, Amy was sitting opposite of Grandpa, and I was standing in front of the window watching the snowflakes floating in the air. The house was warm, and the dim lights created a perfect environment for a scary story. Amy took a sip from her hot chocolate and said, "You never told us a horror story, though."
You mean stories of seeing ghosts? Do you believe in ghosts, darling?
I don't.
Do you believe in ghosts, darling?
Grandpa smiled and looked at me. I said in a firm voice, "I don't believe in ghosts either." I noticed Grandpa getting aloof, as if some memory carried back to his mind. No one spoke for 5 seconds, and all we could hear was the sound of the wood burning in flame. Staring at the trembling fire, Grandpa exhaled a deep breath and said,
"Well, I can't assure you about the existence of ghosts, because when this happened, I was going through a traumatic phase mentally. So, some can say it was my imagination, but somewhere deep down,
I should have grabbed that.
Felt so real to me."
"Please tell us, Grandpa. It will be perfect for tonight," I said excitedly. Grandpa starts the story.
"Back then, I was posted in a small village in Utah that was being evacuated overnight due to an already speculated attack. We all expected the enemy to strike in the morning, but they started to destroy our base camps right before dawn. On that chilly winter night, we did all we could do to resist their unexpected attack, but many soldiers got injured and many died on the field. I was shot in the arm and would have bled to death on the battlefield, if not for my fellow soldiers who saved me and took me to the Army hospital. The Army hospital was old and has been there since World War II. Due to the serious injury, I was shifted to the emergency care ward with all other injured soldiers battling for life. Though the daytime went by somehow, the nights were tough to spend in that hospital. The constant smell of medicines and chemicals hit me hard after dark. 2 nurses used to be assigned for each ward, holding 50 to 60 soldiers per emergency ward. Some of them had massive injuries like 80% burn wounds or shot in the head but still survived somehow. Some had to be amputated to stop their entire body from going to a septic shock. Screams and cries echoed in the hospital hallway as these injured soldiers withered in pain. I still remember this one soldier who was admitted to the next bed beside me. He lost half his face in an explosion and still managed to survive. He slept all day with heavy sedatives, but sometimes at night, he woke up screaming in pain every time the nurses dressed his wound. He shed tears while removing the blood-soaked gauze from his face. Chunks of flesh came off every time fresh wounds received a touch. That day, I felt war is much more about suffering and torture than glory and pride. Anyways, I mostly spent the day in bed even though I was perfectly able to walk. The doctor prescribed complete bed rest after taking out the bullet, so I had to follow his instructions. The hospital often suffered power cuts at night. Now, in the middle of a war, this was hardly an issue to complain about. Every patient in the emergency ward had urinals attached along the bed, so they don't have to get up, and most of them weren't in that condition to do so. But I, on the other hand, was quite better health-wise. So, after a point peeing in a urinal bag while lying on the bed, started to feel a little uncomfortable for me. The washroom was on the end of the corridor across the lot, and I knew the nurses won't let me walk there at night. But one night, I felt the urge to pee and decided to do it like a man. I got up on the bed and looked around. The entire emergency ward was lined up with beds on both sides. Candles were placed in the corner to give light. I saw one nurse dozing on a chair nearby and the other going for her rounds. I thought, this is the ideal situation. Before the nurse returns, I can easily go and come back to bed after finishing my business. Also, not walking for a long time started to hurt my legs. I got down from the bed supporting my arm at the saline stead and stood on the ground. A sense of relief blossomed in my mind. Slowly and steadily,
Have a good one,
I
Sunny.
walked to the nearest corner and picked
Love
up a
you.
candle to lead my way in the dark. Because the corridors had no light, each nurse carried a candle to make her way during the rounds. I came out of the room and found a vast empty corridor standing ahead of me. The pale moonlight came from the high-rise glass window and created a shadowy effect throughout. I started walking holding the candle gently. The hospital is so big that if I lose the light, I can easily lose my way here. As I left behind the emergency ward, I stepped into a world of darkness and dead silence. The subdued chirping of the crickets outside was the only thing I could hear at that point. I was walking on my own when I suddenly realized someone is following me. I stopped and turned around, but there was no one in that enormous corridor except me. I thought it was all my imagination, so I shrugged it off and started to walk again. But after a few seconds, that same feeling of being followed started to bother me. No matter how many times I stopped and turned back, I didn't see anyone. When I was almost near the washroom, I heard a painful cry. It was as if someone is whimpering in pain. I know the second emergency ward is upstairs, and I have to come far away from mine. So hearing sounds from that ward is almost impossible for me. I said in a firm voice, "Who is it?" No reply came, and the cry just grew louder. Suddenly, it started to come close to me. I raised my candle in the air, trying to look if someone is coming towards me. Whoever was crying came near me and stopped all of a sudden. Standing in that dark corridor with nothing but trembling candlelight, I felt an unknown fear. I said in a scared voice, "Who are you? Do you need any help?" No reply came, and the cry just grew louder. It started to come close to me. I raised my candle in the air. A rough, painful voice spoke. I can't see." I thought maybe a soldier got lost in the dark, and obviously he lost his vision, so he is trying to find his way back to the emergency ward. I said in a fumbled voice, You can come with me. I can take you back to bed. Here, holds my hand." I stretched my hands toward the darkness in front of me so that the blind soldier can reach out. I waited, staring at the pitch black corridor. I could hear my own breathing as I waited for this man to find his way in the dark. A second went by. 5 seconds went by. But still, there was no sign of him. I was about to walk ahead to look
Did you
for
see the
him
breaking
when
news
I
out of
heard
Peru?
running
I did
footsteps.
not, Waiter. What happened? VP stepped into office. President tried a self-coup and has been arrested. VP stepped into office immediately, tried to dissolve the parliament, and was instead voted out and arrested. How the hell is he... How do you just dissolve parliament? Did he just go, "I want to dissolve parliament now. Do it now." And then they were like, "No, that's like, how the fuck does this work exactly?" We'll do this. Presidential republics have that as an executive power. He was trying to do it in the middle of being impeached. Oh. You can't impeach me. I impeach you. Sir, you just committed treason. I don't... No, you committed treason. I love that as an idea. You committed treason the second you tried to investigate me for treason. I like that reverse Uno card.
Steps rushing towards me. A hand came up from the dark trying to grab my hand, and I was almost going to hold it when the owner of the hand appeared in the light as well. I screamed in horror as a disfigured body stood in front of me. The soldier is not blind. The part of his head over his lips was cut off. Blood and flesh was hanging from this vicious wound. The lips moved one last time and said, "I can't see." I fainted on the floor right then and there. When I woke up, the sunlight from the window fell on my face. A nurse and doctor stood right next to me and discussing something with a serious face. The doctor gave me a strict warning not to leave my bed. They said they found me unconscious near the washroom after hearing my scream. As long as I stay there, I never left that room, be it night or daytime. The day I finally recovered and got discharged, I asked the nurse about a soldier coming here missing more than half his head. To which she replied, many people died here, and it's impossible to keep track of their injuries. But there is a saying in this hospital, that those who died a painful death still roam the corridors at night. The souls of these dead soldiers still try to find their way back to life without realizing they have died long ago.
This happened the night Lorraine and I were returning to Connecticut after investigating the Amityville house in Long Island. It was
Well,
a
why are
2-hour
you
drive
investigating
on
the
highway.
Amityville house?
We started late, hence it got really dark. Lorraine fell
Well,
asleep
that's
during the
your
ride.
that's your mistake
It was a
right there.
foggy
It's
winter
investigating the
night. With nights
Amityville
like
house.
these, driving amidst the dark road is one hell of a task. The fog and darkness around us were making it difficult to increase the speed of the car. After driving for almost an hour, we got out on a dusty country road. I did take a shortcut at the beginning of the ride, but by this time we should have gotten on the freeway. I checked the map and realized we were lost. The car headlights were the only option to see what lies ahead. There was no street lights on the road. I was thinking of waking Lorraine up and discussing our situation with her, when suddenly I noticed a signboard on my left. The signboard read, "Welcome to Easton, Connecticut." I felt relieved that we are still moving towards the destination. I checked the map again and noticed a path within a mile connecting to the highway. I decided to take that from the next right. I was probably 20 minutes away from the shortcut when suddenly the car started to malfunction. A small jerking took place and the car stopped in the middle of nowhere. I twisted the car key, but the car didn't start. I tried to start it again, but nothing happened. I was about to get out of the car when Lorraine grabbed my hand. I got a bit startled because I didn't realize she woke up. "What is it, Lorraine?" She was looking outside with wide eyes. I noticed a tense look on her face. Her hand was trembling in fear. I immediately understood that she was having a premonition. "Is something out there, hon?" Lorraine's eyes kept searching here and there. The fog outside started to cover up our car in no time. Lorraine raised her hand and pointed her finger ahead. The ambiance around us got so quiet that I could almost hear Lorraine's heavy breathing. I looked in front of the car, but there was nothing I could see. But I kept staring without blinking once.
Oh, okay. Apparently Thorium's not going to get here till 8 o'clock. Super late. Hello.
Oh my god, what the hell was that? Something bad happened here, Ed. I should check it out then. No, now is not the time. We'll have to come back later. We must leave now. Lorraine didn't let me get out of the car. I told her that I have to get out to see what's wrong with the engine. But Lorraine said in a low voice, "Twist the key. It'll start now." I did as she said and the car started, shocking the hell out of me. None of us said a single word in the rest of the ride. When we got home, Lorraine went straight to bed without mentioning a single word about what happened tonight. Next morning, when I found Lorraine sitting in the living room sipping coffee, I sat right next to her and said, "You all right, hon?" "Yes, I feel better now, Ed. I need to tell you something about last night, though. I know you have so many questions already. I hope what I'm about to say will answer some of them." I nodded my head and replied, "Go on." "Last night when our car stopped in front of that graveyard, I was almost awake with the sound of the car engine not starting. But before I could open my eyes and talk to you, I heard a woman's voice whispering into my ear. She said, 'I want my son back.' That's when I stopped you from getting out of the car. I think we need to go there and investigate. There's an entity that wants to tell her story."
God damn it, Lorraine. Why do you suck? Right, Bjergen? Did you just make that up? No way, that's real. There's no way that's real. It's real. They're basically WW1 era Germany LARPers. No. I refuse. I refuse to believe it. That's too silly and absurd to be true. So Zed's got 25% Omnivamp, but he's not a strong boy. Not strong enough to just take out a tank anyway. I need a Mordekaiser.
I looked at Lorraine for some time. This may seem odd to you all, but I believed her, because I have seen things happen that she warned me about in advance. We finished lunch and started on the road again. We have recently moved here, hence we knew nothing about this cemetery until last night. At around 2 p.m., we reached near the cemetery. The place looked just as normal as any other burial site in the daylight. We started to walk inside. The worn-out graves stood in silence. Judging by the condition of the tombstones, it was evident that this graveyard had been here for a very long time. We roamed around for a while, when I noticed a small wooden cabin under the shade of a bushy tree. Lorraine started to walk towards the cabin.
All right,
I followed
let's
her
hope
without saying
against
anything.
hope that this
When we
gives
reached
me
the
a
door,
fucking
we heard the sound of a radio
BF
inside
sword.
the
I would
cabin.
love that. That
I
would
knocked
make
on the
me
door.
so happy.
"Hello? Is there anyone here?" Making a creaking sound, the door opened slightly. An old man with a rough beard peeked from the gap. "Who are you? What do you want?" Sir,
Who are you?"
I'm Ed Warren. This is my wife, Lorraine. We live in the neighborhood nearby. We would like to talk to you about this graveyard." The man checked me out from top to bottom, then said in the same mysterious voice, "What is there to talk about a graveyard? I don't have time for this. Go back to where you came from." The man was closing the door on our face when I stopped him and said in a firm voice, "I'll pay you if you give me the information we need about this place." The man eyed me and let us both in. It was a really dirty cabin with a weird smell. Lorraine and I didn't sit. The man sat on a chair nearby and said, "Ask." Lorraine said in a hesitated voice, "How long have you been working here?" "Long before you came into this world." I was really not enjoying his attitude, so I intervened, saying, "Have you seen anything at night?" The man's face suddenly turned pale. He said in a low voice, "Why are you asking me this?" I had to tell him about last night to give him a clear idea about why we were here. He listened to me quietly and then said, "It was Harriet. People call her the White Lady of Easton. You aren't the first one who saw her. Many people who passed in front of this cemetery claimed to have seen her. One evening, a man was driving down the road in his pickup truck. He was about to pass the Union Cemetery.
Not even a team-wide buff.
A woman appeared in the middle of the road, wearing a white dress. The man couldn't slow down in time and struck the woman. He pulled over and came out panicking. He thought he ran her over. Out of fear and guilt, he searched the entire area, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. She searches for her son. You can see her grave in the right corner at the end of the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to finish my round and leave for home." I said in a surprised voice, "Wait, you don't stay here at night?" "Only a madman would come here at night. Now, get lost, you two. I don't need your money." The man was very rude, but we got what we needed. After visiting Harriet's grave, we talked to the local sheriff and came to know Harriet B. Seeley had a son who died before her in 1853. Since then, she grieves here at night, searching for a dead son. We went home to bring our cameras.
Boom,
Yes,
40% OmniVamp.
Lorraine and I planned to spend a night in this cemetery. At around 9:30, we came back. Needless to say, the entire place was looking spooky as hell. I set up a camera right in front of Harriet's grave. Then, we waited for things to happen. We were standing under a tree some distance from the grave. Our senses were sharp. I was ready to act if something happened, but even after waiting for half an hour, we didn't see anything. I was getting impatient, but Lorraine was focused. Her eyes were searching everywhere. I was about to make a move
right back.
when suddenly, Lorraine said, "Do you hear that?" "Hear what?"
Spooky animals. Dog's starting to get a little old. Oh. And that age, my dog's age right now is at that point where he only has energy for like particular portions of the day. You know what I mean?
I whispered, "Listen carefully. Someone's crying." I kept quiet and listened. After a few seconds, I too heard the sobbing sound. It was a female voice. A woman was crying in pain. On that cold winter night, drops of sweat appeared on my forehead because the sound started to come closer. It was as if the woman was crying and walking. With each second, her weeping voice was coming closer and closer. We didn't make a move and stood in the dark staring at the foggy graveyard in front of our eyes. What I saw next still gives me goosebumps. A white figure started to rise from the grave. It was a woman wearing a white gown, but the way she moved seemed like she was floating in the air. She was weeping in terrible pain. Her cry echoed in the empty graveyard. Her long dark hair was floating in the air as she moved from one side to the other, grieving for her dead son. Ed?
She doesn't look like she's crying. She looks like she's
I
mad.
feel her pain. Oh God. Lorraine collapsed on the ground. I knew the negative energy around us was taking a toll on her. I lifted her and decided to head back to our car. As I looked up, the woman was nowhere. I made Lorraine sit in the car and went back to get my camera. I tried to be as quick as possible. I was almost near Harriet's grave when a spine-chilling scream took place, and I saw hundreds of white lights levitating in the air. It was her, the White Lady of Easton. She appeared in front of me.
Now, you didn't have to blow out my fucking eardrums.
I heard her sobbing voice. I want my son. I want my son.
You son of a
The white
bitch.
figure then faded away in the air. We came home and Lorraine suffered terrible weakness for 3 days. I still have the footage my camera took that night. Luckily, we did capture the ghost of the White Lady. Lorraine keeps it lock and key, as it is a valuable evidence that proves ghosts and
It's
demons
a valuable
do
evidence, is it?
among us.
Last winter, I took a trip to the Alps in Switzerland. I have a huge knack for traveling, so whenever I happen to save time and money from work, I set out on the roads. Being an American, I had zero knowledge of German or French, which are officially spoken in Switzerland. Luckily, I managed to find a B&B that belonged to an Indian guide, hence I had no trouble communicating. The house I rented was a small wooden bungalow, perfect for a solo traveler. The owner told me his watchman lives nearby, so I won't be having any issues staying there. I was very excited about this trip, and going to Switzerland had always been my dream. After a long drive, when I finally made it to the location, my heart and mind started to dance in joy. The place was beautiful. There was a house in the distance on the foothills of the mountain. In front of the snow-covered wooden bungalow stood a lake that was frozen like an iceberg. There was another house bigger than mine that sat on the opposite side of me. So the frozen lake was like a division between these two houses. Hearing the sound of the cab, a short, slightly overweight man came out of the house with a big smile on his face. I understood he is the watchman. He introduced himself to me.
I
and we
understood that
exchanged
he is
greetings.
the watchman.
He then picked up my luggage.
How do
and
you know
went
that?
inside the house. I was about to follow him when I noticed the window of the house on the other side of the lake. It happened in a fraction of a second, but I surely felt someone move away from the window.
You surely
drawing the
felt.
curtains. So, I was being watched from the moment I stepped down from the cab. I uttered to myself, "Welcome to the neighborhood." Even though the bungalow seemed simple from the outside, it was like a charm from the inside. The living room had a fireplace with antique designs carved on its mantel. A revolving wooden staircase led to the bedrooms upstairs. The bed seemed like a pile of cotton, and I immediately wanted to jump in for a long-needed nap. A small balcony was also attached to the bedroom to enjoy the view outside with a hot cup of coffee in the winter morning. In a few words, I was in love with the place the moment I entered. The watchman was helpful. He started the fireplace and took me to the storage to show me the amount of food and groceries stocked for my stay. I always loved cooking my food, and that's why I prefer B&Bs to hotels. He made me some hot chocolate and handed me over the keys to leave for home. Out of curiosity, I asked him, "Who lives in the house opposite me?" To which he replied, "An old man in his late 50s. It took me by a little surprise that an old man lives alone in that big house. But then I thought, it's none of my business, so I better let it be. The watchman bid me goodnight and I locked the door once he left. I took a hot shower that washed off my stress and then came down to the living room with my laptop and a pack of cigarettes. I poured myself a glass of whiskey and a big armchair
Dinner of
next to the
champions.
fireplace to work on my article. I worked for an hour or so and then had dinner and went to bed early. I was really tired, so once my head hit the soft pillow, sleep fell into my eyes like a sweet dream. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up hearing noises outside. In my drowsy state of mind, it took me some time to figure out these noises. But after paying attention, it sounded like a little girl's laughter and a dog barking. I got up and walked to the window to look outside, but I didn't see anyone. I thought maybe it was a drunken dream, so I came back to bed and went to sleep again. The next morning, when I woke up, the valley looked even snowier. It seemed like there had been heavy snowfall last night. I made myself a brewing cup of coffee and came out to the balcony to enjoy it like it's supposed to. I must have taken 2 or 3 sips when I saw 2 tiny figures approaching behind a snow-covered pine tree. Their cackles could be heard, even from quite a distance. A little girl, dressed in winter clothes, came running near the frozen lake with her dog. The dog was so fluffy that it almost tumbled down the snow trying to make its way. The little girl laughed like a ray of sunshine. Watching her dog is so funny. A smile came to my face as well, as witnessing these 2 playing in the snow. The dog was chasing the girl, barking loudly as she was diving, laughing like a pretty Barbie doll. I was thinking to join them when my eyes went to the window of the neighboring house, and I saw a weird-looking old man sitting on his balcony with binoculars and staring at that kid. I mean, she was completely visible with naked eyes, so I didn't see any reason why this old man would be using binoculars like a creep. It could have been an issue of his eyesight, but...
That's a telescope. Those aren't binoculars.
The anxiety in his movement disturbed me a bit. He suddenly looked at me and immediately rushed inside in a hurry as I caught him red-handed in a crime. His behavior gave me the creeps, so I decided to watch over this kid and her dog until her parents come for her.
You didn't witness him doing a crime. You witnessed him being weird.
I yelled from my balcony, "Hey, what's your name, kiddo?" But she was so busy playing that she didn't look at me once. I came downstairs thinking to join them, but as soon as I came out, they were gone. I felt bad disrupting them.
That's even weirder. I came down thinking that I would join this little girl that I don't know in her afternoon play. Fucking laying judgment on this other dude who's just like looking at her through a telescope and being like, that man's committing a crime. But you just gonna come out and just offer to play with a little girl that you don't know. Okay. Okay, bud. You fucking weirdo. Accusing this other man who's keeping an eye on his property and making sure it's not being trespassed upon. Of something nefarious.
In the middle of their fun time and came back inside. But I couldn't stop thinking about this freaky old man next door. For the next few days, I watched the girl and her dog come here and play on the frozen lake. I never saw any adult with them, and this old man always eyed them with his binoculars. A week went by, and I was on the verge to speak up against the creepy behavior of the neighbor next door, when something terrible happened to change my life forever. It was the coldest winter night, and heavy snowfall was going outside. I was feeling a bit bored. Also, I didn't see that cute girl and her dog the entire day. I thought maybe her parents didn't let her out of the house today. Honestly, it did worry me a bit whenever they played on that lake. I mean, the ice surfaces are not that thick on every spot. This is also a firm reason why I kept an eye on them whenever they came to play.
Maybe he's paying attention for the same reason, motherfucker.
I feel more angry thinking about how irresponsible her parents are. Anyways, I was heavily drunk that night and dozed off on the living room couch. Around 2:30 in the morning, I heard the little girl's laughter and the barking of the dog. I got up thinking, what the hell are they doing here so late? As I peeked outside the window, I saw the girl skating on the frozen lake amidst the heavy snowfall, and her dog playfully jumping around her. I screamed, opening the window. "You shouldn't be out here at this time. Did your parents know that you guys left the house in such weather?" But as usual, She didn't look at me or pay any attention to what I said. Suddenly, my eyes went to the house on the other side of the lake, and I saw that old man coming out with a flashlight in his hand, walking to the girl at full speed. Oh my God, he is trying to abduct her, taking advantage of this stormy night. I couldn't stop myself anymore and came out barefooted, that too, in my pajamas, and started to run towards him. No sooner did I reach the lake, the little girl jumped one last time on the icy surface, and a loud cracking sound took place, followed by a splash and a faded scream. The little dog barked too, and soon, the dog and the girl both drowned in the icy cold water of the lake. The old man screamed in a sobbing tone. Stop! Stop coming back and reminding me of my mistake, Kathy. Stop doing this to your papa. And he crouched on the ground, covering his face, and started to cry. I shouted, saying, we need to help them. Holy shit, they are drowning. I was about to jump in the freezing water.
You just said they already
The old man
drowned.
Screamed back. No, you can't save them. What do you mean I can't? They have been dead for the last 25 years. I was about to scream at him for pulling this absurd prank when a sound of giggle came to my ears. I looked at the lake again, and I saw that little girl and her dog playing on it, just like before. Their bodies seemed transparent, and I could see through them. The girl then picked up her dog, and for the first time, she looked into my eyes. There were no eyeballs in them, except dark hollows. It was the same with her little dog as well. She then giggled for one last time and vanished into the air. I don't remember what happened next because I had probably fainted on the spot. When I woke up in the morning, I felt pain piercing my entire body and the old man sitting right next
In the
to
middle
my
of a
bed.
snowstorm,
Why-
buddy. That's not good for you.
Who was she? What happened last night? The old man wiped his tears and said, that was my daughter, Catherine. I used to call her Kathy. She was 5 years old then. Every winter, she used to come out of the house and play in the snow with her little dog, Casper. I remember how she laughed and enjoyed seeing the white snow everywhere. One night, my wife and I were asleep in our room. I got drunk and forgot to lock the main door that night. Kathy must have woken up, seen the snowfall, and secretly went out to play, taking her dog with her. They were playing on the lake when the ice cracked, and they fell into the icy cold water. I came running hearing their scream, and immediately dove in looking for them. But her little body got lost in that evil lake. My wife went mad after her death and committed suicide after not being able to
Committed
take
suicide.
this pain. But Kathy comes back often. Whenever a heavy snowfall takes place, she comes back to remind me of how it was my mistake, how it was my irresponsible deed that led to her death. I didn't know what to say after hearing this story, and I just sat there with a pale face. Is it even possible? Can people come back again and again? Is there still life even after death? I don't know how many of you will believe this story, but till today when I think about it, I feel a cold shiver rushing down my spine. I was about 10 or 11 years old back then. The winter holidays were about to begin, and I was getting excited about the yearly family trip that I always took with my parents. But
Bitch.
unfortunately, my dad got an urgent order from his company. He had to go to Chicago for some serious business meeting. I got very upset.
You had to go do a
The winter
business.
tour got postponed.
As you do.
Seeing me make an owl face, my mom came up with the idea of visiting my granny and uncle living in a small town in Oregon. My uncle was a fun-loving bachelor who never believed in the idea of marriage. No matter how many people in our neighborhood mocked him for staying with his old mother in his 40s, he never seemed too bothered by them. He always answered back as he is happy to take ahead the family business of fish selling while taking care of his old mother. I spend hours with him doing all kinds of adventures whenever I visited Granny. So going to their place sounded more lucrative to me than staying home and doing nothing the entire holiday.
Lucrative.
My mom and I boarded onto the flight.
That's not childlike
right
language.
After the day Dad left for Chicago.
Ugh.
When we arrived there, I got extremely happy to see my granny's beautiful house. I got out of the car, and my uncle opened the door shouting, "Here comes Bud!" Happy, Buzzo came running towards me while barking loudly in joy. Buzzo is a golden retriever who has been living with my uncle for the last 3 years now. In a few words, he is my uncle's best friend. Granny came out and we all greeted each other and went inside the house. Being the spoiled kid already, my granny and uncle started to pamper me even more. The dining table got filled with all my favorite dishes and also my most favorite of them all, apple pie. Uncle served me a huge piece of pie and said, "Eat as much as you want, bud. I'm so happy to see you." I smiled and hugged him, saying, "I miss you all too." After dinner, we played Uno, laughed and joked about my mom's and uncle's childhood incidents. Then she tucked me in bed, and that night, I got 3 goodnight kisses. I was happy thinking
A whole
the holiday
3?
was
You
going to be
spoiled little
even
brat.
more fun this year. But things didn't go as per my expectations. My uncle used to leave for work early in the morning. Naturally, he was the one who always woke up first. One winter morning, a heavy storm took place. My granny requested my uncle, "Don't go to work today. It's snowing heavily outside." But my uncle was a headstrong person when it came to his work. He ignored her as usual and left for work in his small
My uncle said, "Shut up, bitch.
The storm
I do what I
grew
want."
louder and heavier after he left, and my granny started to become worried sick about him. She kept on calling him, but my uncle didn't pick up. When after 6 hours he didn't come back, we all got worried and decided to call the cops to go and look for him. The cops searched the entire town looking for him, and around 5 a.m. the next morning, they found my uncle's upside-down pickup truck crashed under a tree. He was found in the driver's seat dead. There was a big bruise on his forehead with clotted blood underneath. All my memories of him started to flash in
Sad.
front of my eyes, and
Lost
I
your
couldn't
uncle.
hold myself anymore. As a matter of fact, that in the last hours of his life, he didn't get to see his loved ones was way worse than all of our accumulated suffering. A holiday turned into an abyss of sorrow after this shocking incident. The next day, we arranged his funeral, and my dad arrived to support all of us. One by one, the town people walked up to his open casket and put flowers on the stand near him.
He was well loved by the
Grandma was
community.
last one to go, as she could
My
barely
poor
face the
father.
harsh truth. My mom and I held her hand, and we walked to his lying pale, dead body. As my grandma stretched out her hand to touch his cheek for one last time, something terribly crazy took place. Scaring the hell out of all of us, my uncle sat up in his coffin and started to stare at everyone's face who came for his funeral. My mom fainted screaming, and my grandma yelled in joy. "Oh, my son, you came back. You're alive. God heard my prayer. God gave me my son back." This was
No,
truly a
God
miracle
didn't do
to all
that.
of us,
It was
and accepted
it was
that
the devil.
sometimes
Actually,
this
I
does
serve
happen.
Satan now.
We thought maybe his heart stopped somehow.
What do you mean this happens? You're at the funeral service. His body has been embalmed. There's no way for him to come. What do you mean? Sometimes this happens. You're out of here, fucking. You absurd people. What do you fucking mean? Sometimes it happens that someone just sits up and they're fine at their funeral.
And then started again. Labeling this under fate and luck, we happily brought him back home. But after coming home from this absurd situation, my uncle changed into a different person.
So
he kept to
stupid.
himself and barely talked to anyone. He would just sit in his room, turning off the lights, and stare outside the window for hours. Not just Buzzo's behavior towards
We
him
were
changed.
informed that this sort of thing happens.
He was ready to die for his master, suddenly feared to go near him, even for a second. Whenever Uncle came near him, Buzzo would bark and growl like he was some kind of stranger to him. What surprised me even more was that my uncle also started disliking Buzzo and often avoided him. The bruise on his forehead also stayed the same, like a birthmark. One evening, I was sitting in the living room and watching TV. Mom and Dad went out, and Grandma was asleep in her room. My uncle came to me and said, "Hey, can you make me a cup of coffee? It's on an important level. Why don't you make it?" No. I am scared to go light up the stove." "What? Why?" I can't go near fire. I'm scared of fire." For the first time, I heard the word scared from my uncle, who never feared anything in this world. That night, I woke up around 1:30 a.m. to go to the bathroom. The bathroom is downstairs at the end of the corridor, located at the back side of the house. I was doing my business when I heard a low moaning sound that dogs make when they get scared. Turning around, I saw Buzzo standing near the bathroom door and staring at me with wide, fearful eyes. What? What is it, boy? He moaned once again in a very low voice. I could feel he was trying to tell me something, so I started following him. Buzzo took me to my uncle's room and then ran away. I have never seen him behave this way, so I got a bit startled. The door of my uncle's room was slightly open. A dim yellow light was coming from that gap, and I could hear a weird sound. There's no way I can describe it till today. But as I peeked in to take a look inside my uncle's bedroom, the blood in my veins turned cold. My uncle was standing near the window. He is an average height guy, but that night, he seemed very tall. He was standing there with a small cutter knife in his hand. What he did next still gives me nightmares. He made a small cut on his own wrist and started to suck his own blood. His eyes widened in excitement as his tongue felt the taste of blood. At that moment, I realized whoever came back that day of the funeral
was not my father, my uncle. Sorry.
I wanted to scream, but I also wanted others to see exactly what I was seeing. I tiptoed to my parents' room and woke them up. I then brought them downstairs and showed them the same monstrosity that I witnessed a few moments back. My uncle's face was all red with blood, and his eyeballs were red too. I couldn't take this sight anymore and screamed when my uncle looked back at us and let out a demonic growl. He then shattered his glass window and escaped like a creature from a different dimension. That was the last time I saw him.
Hold on a second. I forget how this fucking build works. I need to look it up real quick. Gadgetine Spell Slingers. Okay, so I need an Alistair, a LeBlanc, a Zoe, an Echo, a Soraka, Nunu, and Syndra. Okay. Alistair, LeBlanc, Zoe, Echo. 3-star and Annie and Zoe the best we can. I don't know how that's going to be possible because I've seen other people who have Annies. We'll do that, I think. She's basically full up. But need to get a Hextech Gunblade and a Morello's and a blue buff for Zoe. Seven more stories.
I used to work as a live-in butler at a manor in the countryside for a very old and very wealthy man. His name was Mr. Benson, and while he was a little distant and crotchety, as old rich men tended to be, he always treated his staff with respect, and I felt like I was valued working under him. I'm sure that the other household servants, from the maids to his personal chef, also felt the same way. Most of us have.
How can you be so sure, sir?
Or more. Even if he was just our employer, you can't work for someone for that long without getting a little attached. We all knew that Mr. Benson didn't have much longer to live at his age, but we were determined to make his final years as comfortable as possible.
Pardon me.
As thanks for keeping us employed for so long. Each Christmas, Mr. Benson would leave the manor to spend time with his family in the city. 9 times out of 10, he would return to his rural manor on Boxing Day the following morning, looking pissed off. If I had to guess, it was probably because his family kept insisting that he put himself in a retirement home, though I never pried him on it. I was still just his butler after all. On Boxing Day, the staff were pleasantly surprised when he came back from his Christmas trip with gifts for all of us. Boxing Day in the UK was originally a holiday where masters would give their servants the day off alongside a boxed gift. While the practice has died down since not everyone had servants, Mr. Benson still gave us Boxing Day off as per tradition. However, his gifts were usually envelopes of cash rather than neatly wrapped presents he gave us that day. At his insistence, we all unwrapped the presents in front of him. Some of the maids let out a stifled squeak when they realized what it was. Each servant of the manor got their very own golden box of luxury chocolates, myself included. Everyone thanked the old man for his thoughtful gift. Apparently, it's true that everybody likes chocolate. I thanked Mr. Benson as well, though I knew I would never get to taste the chocolate he gave me. I was deathly allergic to the stuff, but I wasn't about to tell him that and ruin the gesture. Instead, I decided to use...
All of the chocolates are poisoned, and they're poisoned because of the old man. It was finally... he knows that he's going to die soon, and he doesn't and he sees his servants as his property. He doesn't want to let them go. And so everyone's going to die except for this fella here because he is lucky enough to unknowingly be allergic to the method of execution.
My day off to go do some Christmas charity of my own with this gift. I drove to the nearby city and walked into the nearest homeless shelter. They were holding a food drive where people were donating things like canned meat and cereal, stuff that lasts for a long time and keeps you fed even if they don't taste too great. I added the box of chocolates I got to that pile, thinking that I could help brighten someone's day. The volunteer worker I handed the box of chocolates to looked surprised when I handed it to her and asked if I was sure about giving something like that away. I told her that it was fine since it was a gift, and since I'm allergic to chocolate anyways, it's better given to someone who can actually enjoy it. Once that was done, I spent the rest of my free day enjoying the festivities in the city before I had to return to the manor in the countryside.
The festivities in the city.
The money I'd saved up over the year. I watched some cheesy but charming Christmas movies in the theater, treated myself to dinner at a trendy restaurant, and may have taken advantage of some sales to snag a couple of bottles of expensive whiskey. All in all, I had a good time. Once I'd exhausted all of my Christmas cheer, I drove back to the manor with a bag of Christmas goodies in the trunk. The first thing I saw when I walked through the manor door was one of the maids lying still on the floor. I recognized her as Clara, one of Mr. Benson's more recent hires. At first, I assumed that she must have passed out drunk after having one glass of Christmas brandy too many. I've been in her shoes before on my days off at the manor, though I at least had the decency to do so in the privacy of my own bedroom. Being the head butler of the manor, I was already thinking of how to reprimand her for allowing such a shameful display as I tried to gently shake her awake. Clara, wake up this instant. You're a servant, not a dog that can sleep on the floor. When she didn't wake up, I got worried. I put my hand on her forehead and recoiled in surprise when I found that it was ice cold to the touch. My growing concern turned to outright
I thought he said my groin for a second.
And realized that she had no pulse. Everyone, come quick. Something's happened to Clara. I shouted for everyone in the manor to hear, but no one came. A pit formed in my stomach. Fearing the worst, I went deeper into the manor and came across the same scene in every room. The servants of the house, my friends and colleagues whom I'd lived with, worked with for years, all lay lifeless in each room. I called the police on my phone, and they arrived within the hour. As I was giving one of them my statement, I overheard one of the officers investigating the scene behind me talking about it. No wounds or signs of struggle. Looks like another case of poisoning. Must have been the same guy who poisoned that homeless shelter earlier today. But why would they do something like this? Minutes later, another officer came out of the master bedroom where Mr. Benson usually slept, holding a note signed by Mr. Benson himself. He told his colleagues that it looked like a suicide note and read it out loud for them to hear. To whom it may concern, today will be my last day on this mortal coil. I know that old age will take me soon, but I am determined to die on my own terms rather than wait for the Reaper to claim me. However, the thought of dying alone weighs heavy on me. These past few years have only been made bearable by the aid of my cherished servants, whom I can't imagine myself without, even in the afterlife. I have poisoned them with my gift of chocolates. By the time anyone reads this, they will be dead, and I will have joined them. They did not suffer, for I have been told that the
I knew it.
poison was painless. To the loved ones they left behind, please do not fret. I will love them in my next life as much as I did in this one. For Rhonda Goulet, the meaning of Christmas has forever changed 27 years ago. Her 18-year-old sister, Danita, was one of 6 people shot
Called
and killed over
it!
3 days around Christmas.
Alistair, I still need Echo.
4 young people embarked on a shooting rampage that left 6 people dead, 2 others injured, and impacted scores of others, friends, relatives, and members of the public in countless ways. Starting as petty robberies that netted a plaid coat, a pair of sneakers, and $44, the crime escalated to something else: joy killings. According to the detectives of this case, they were just killing people randomly for nothing. Literally nothing. There was not even a motive in these cases. It was just for fun. The 4 people convicted of the killings were part of a group that spent most days bumming money on courthouse stairs until they graduated to something much worse. There was the Christmas tree lighting on Courthouse Square across the street. As people shopped and celebrated, they would have never imagined what was about to happen. A band of teenagers were looking for trouble. Laura Taylor, Marvelous Keene, Heather Matthews, and DeMarcus Smith called themselves the Downtown Posse. They were estranged from their families and looking for trouble. Let's get some drama in our lives, Taylor, a 16-year-old runaway, said to the group. On Christmas Eve, they began the worst crime spree in Dayton history. The first victim was Joseph Wilkerson. The girls lured their way into his Prescott Avenue home, promising sex, and the 34-year-old General Motors worker was shot and killed. The posse then partied in Wilkerson's house over the next 3 days. They ate his food and drove his cars while he lay dead in a bedroom. That same night, they shot Danita Goulet, 18, who was using a payphone outside a neighborhood market in West Dayton.
2 of these.
She was pronounced dead at the hospital. Police said Goulet was robbed of her gym shoes, jacket, and book bag. All she said was, "Don't shoot me," and they shot her anyway, said Rhonda Goulet, the victim's sister. She gave them everything she had. I just wish they would have spared my sister. On Christmas Day, the body of 19-year-old Richard Maddox was discovered in a car. He had been shot in the head. Detectives later found out that Maddox was the former boyfriend of Laura Taylor. Jeffrey Wright was also shot that day outside a home on Yuma Place. Despite 4 bullets, he survived. The posse went into the Short Stop Mini-Mart on December 26th and shot Sarah Abraham, who was working in a family business that holiday weekend. The 38-year-old mother died 5 days later in the hospital. A store customer who was shot, Jones Pettis, survived. At first, Dayton homicide detectives did not know that these crimes were all connected. Really, the first thing that made the connection for us was the ammunition, said retired Dayton homicide detective Doyle Burke. Then you start to worry and you figure out that we've got a person or persons that are probably not going to stop. Burke said they had no idea who they were looking for. The fact that it was truly stranger on stranger crime, which is the most difficult homicide to solve, there was not even a motive, Burke said. Later, on December 26th, former Dayton Police Sergeant John Huber spotted a stolen car on Kumler Avenue. At the time, he did not know that he was stopping Dayton's spree killers. They all cooperated and put their hands up. I was later to find out from the detectives that Laura Taylor told Marvelous King to shoot me, and he wouldn't, said Huber. After so much violence, the gang's capture was fairly uneventful. Smith ran into a nearby house, but was quickly captured, while the other 3, Keene, Matthews, and Taylor, were taken into custody without incident. After the 4 members of the posse were behind bars, Taylor got a visit from a local minister who was concerned that she was only 16 and accused of such terrible crimes. During their visit, Taylor told him about 2 more victims. Police found the bodies of Wendy Cottrell, 16, and Marvin Washington, 19, in a city-owned gravel pit on Ridgely Avenue. Taylor said they were shot because the group thought that they would snitch to the police. Taylor and Matthews are serving life sentences for murder at the Ohio Reformatory for Women in Marysville, while Smith is serving a life murder sentence at the Mansfield Correctional Institution. On July 21st, 2009, Keene, who was convicted in 5 of the killings, was executed by lethal injection at the Southern Ohio Correctional Facility in Lucasville.
That sucks.
He had no last words. Keene was not a template killer. He had never been arrested and was a good student, until his older brother was killed while committing a robbery in 1991. That had a profound effect on him, according to a court report. He became depressed, virtually gave up on his educational efforts for a time, and was morose and introspective. Keene moved to California to live with his father, but returned to Dayton in August 1992 after conflicts over money. He walked away from his mother's Dayton home early that December and landed in a flophouse on Yuma Place, across the Great Miami River from downtown Dayton. There, he and his pals connived how to make a quick buck for Christmas. I wanted to be like them. I wanted to do what they were doing, Matthews said. Detective Burke said that once the killing started, he believes they were all willing participants. They enjoyed it. They lived it. It made them somebody, Burke said. Rhonda Goulet admits that even after 25 years, the holidays are very difficult. I grieve for my family, but I continue to grieve for the other victims' families and also the people who are incarcerated, said Goulet. Anybody's life can either go to the left or the right, so I do. I think about them very often. Goulet said the murder of her sister had a huge impact on her life. The crime led to the breakup of her engagement, the loss of a child, and her mother. 6 years later, my mother passed away prematurely, said Goulet. My mother passed away at 51 years old, and she passed away because of grief. My mother died of a broken heart. Goulet is now an advocate for victims' rights and is working on her master's degree. She said she gets through the holidays by serving her church and feeding the homeless. The group tried to rob another person before targeting Danita Goulet, an 18-year-old high school senior and mother, in a phone booth. Some would call it a case of thrill killing. Others would point to juvenile delinquency, dysfunctional family issues, or just plain bad kids. The identified ringleader would not fit none of these stereotypes and yet decided to go on a murder spree that would shock his community.
I think Echo's a part of this so I can get the
I always
Aegis
hated
bonus. Pretty sure.
Most people would probably call me a curmudgeon for saying that, but it's a lot easier to enjoy a winter holiday when you have a warm house to sleep in and a family to spend it with. For those who aren't rich and upper middle class, Christmas is just another cold day during the brutal winter, where your chances of dying from hypothermia in the streets increase exponentially. I can't remember the days when I had a roof over my head. Hell, I'm not sure if those days even exist. I spent every Christmas watching happy people spend time with their families from the shadows of the alleys where they could easily ignore me. The only good thing about Christmas for me was being able to rummage through restaurant dumpsters for other people's leftovers. It never ceases to amaze me how much food people were willing to just throw away while eating out. I had to be fast though, or else the restaurant owner might come to chase me away for messing with their garbage. Why they'd even care about someone taking stuff they'd already thrown out anyways, I'll never understand. One Christmas, as I was looking through a dumpster for some turkey bones to gnaw on, I was approached by an old man. I was ready to run away the moment I saw him, but he stopped me before I could. Wait, lass, I'm not here to hurt you. What do you want then? He spoke calmly to me, but my own words were harsh. It might seem mean, but I didn't survive by myself in the streets for so long, being nice. Just to help a young woman out alone in the cold. My name's Charles. What's yours?
Almost got LeBlanc 3-starred. Nowhere near getting the actual bitch I want 3-starred though.
The snow ruined my last cardboard box.
Oh, I see. Well, would you like a place to sleep for the night? What? I have a house nearby. You could stay in for the night. It's cold out there. You look like you could use a meal, too. Why would you want to help me? Well,
I also only need one more Soraka, so...
helping out a poor girl in the snow seems like something both Christ and Santa would approve of. My common sense told me to run. No good thing could ever come from going into the house of a stranger who's promising you food. I really wasn't buying his bullshit explanation about the holiday spirit either. But regardless of what my brain thought, my stomach was growling, and the rest of my body wouldn't have lasted much longer out in the snow. It was especially cold that December, and I already found a couple of other homeless people dead and buried in the snow earlier in the month.
Oh,
I didn't find warmth.
There we go. She's 3-starred. Christ.
Seeing as how my life couldn't get much worse, and I'd probably die without shelter anyways, I decided to take the old man up on his offer. I followed Charles throughout the city, past smiling people who must have assumed we were just an old man and his granddaughter spending Christmas together. We reached a little 2-story house at the end of a nice neighborhood in the city. Charles opened the door with his keys and led me inside. The house was already fully decked out in Christmas
I
decorations.
found where the rest of my Zoes went. Apparently that dipshit.
Adorned with shiny bulbs and a golden star at the top. But aside from the traditional Christmas decor, lifelike dolls with closed eyes, dressed like elves, also sat upon the shelves. What's with the dolls? Ah, those are my products. I'm a custom doll maker by trade, you see. Business is always good during Christmas. Lots of parents want dolls for their little girls. What's so special about these dolls? A proud smile spread across Charles's face. Children like to play with dolls, but my dolls are the only ones in the world that can play with the children back. How the heck does that work? Charles put a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. That's a trade secret. But I'll tell you this. To make something this special for children, you need to have the heart of a child. I assumed that he was making a metaphor I didn't get. I couldn't even understand why anyone would buy those creepy dolls in the first place, so I quickly followed Charles out of the living room to get away from their gaze. He led me to the dining room, where the table was set with the kind of Christmas feast I'd only ever seen in billboard commercials. There were plates of honeyed ham, roast beef and potatoes, mince pie, and a gigantic cooked goose at the center of it all. I'd never seen so much food in one place before in my life. Dig in, Susan. Are you sure? Of course. It's because of children like you that I'm able to make a living. Think of this as me giving back to the children for all they've done for my business. Any hesitance I still had left me. I sat down at the table and started gorging myself on the food. Charles went back to the living room and picked out a closed-eye elf doll from the shelf. I'm going to work on this doll some more. I got deadlines to meet after all. In the meantime, help yourself to all the food you like. After that, he disappeared into the basement with the doll, and I continued to stuff my face with food. I almost regained my faith in humanity then.
Almost.
But just before I could get to the Christmas pudding, I felt a tiny hand grab my wrist. I turned and saw a little boy who couldn't have been any older than 5. He wore the same elf outfit the closed-eyed dolls on the shelves did, and it was about the same size too. You need to leave now. What? But Charles told me he's not who you think he is. You have to leave this place for your own sake. The boy let go of my wrist and took a step back. Please, get out and stay safe. Once he finished talking, he scurried out of the dining room with surprising speed. Hey!
Yeah, you weren't expecting the 3-star Soraka, were you there, bud?
There with the dolls. I could have sworn one of those closed-eyed dolls looked exactly like him, but I chalked that up to my mind playing tricks on me. I looked through both floors of the house for him, but found nothing but more Christmas decorations and more creepy dolls. Worried that that boy might have been Charles's relative, I went down into the basement to let him know that he was missing.
I slowly descended on the stairs to the basement, trying to make my footsteps as soft as possible. I didn't want to accidentally break his concentration and ruin what he was working on by startling him in the middle of it. I'll never forget what I saw in that basement. Charles was at a workbench with the elf doll from the living room on it. He didn't seem to be doing any delicate work, so I was about to call out to him but stopped myself just in time when I saw something hanging from a hook beside the workbench. At first I thought it was just another doll, but it was far too big to be one, and its eyes were actually open. After a moment, I realized what it was and had to stifle a scream. It was a corpse of a child about my age, who bore a striking resemblance to the elf doll on the workbench, hung upside down by his feet on a meat hook. Charles brought out a long knife from his workbench and plunged it into the dead child. With surgical precision, he dragged it down over his chest. Then he reached inside and ripped out the child's heart. I watched in silent horror as he opened a compartment in the elf's doll's chest and placed the heart inside. Seconds later, the elf doll's eyes flew wide open with a look of abject terror.
Where am I? Charles, what's happened?
Before the doll could finish, Charles gagged it with a piece of cloth and threw it into a nearby chest. I'll start conditioning you later. I have to go prepare a sister for you first. I ran out of the house as quickly as I could. I ran to the nearest police station. I usually avoided the police like the plague, but this time around, I decided to make an exception. I told them that I'd been kidnapped by Charles and told him his address, leaving out the parts.
They just handed me a 3-star fucking
I stayed
Soraka.
at the police
Jesus.
station to answer questions while they checked out Charles's house. Not long after, the TV screen in the police lobby showed a live footage of Charles's house burning. According to the reporter, he set fire to his house the moment police officers came knocking on his door. They went on to talk about his history, how he used to be a sweet family man, beloved by the community, and how much of a shock this was for all those who knew him. They showed a photo of him with his late family on the screen, and I felt my heart fall to my stomach. Standing in between Charles and his wife in that photo was a little boy who looked exactly like the one I met at the house. The one who told me to leave his father's house because he didn't want to see another child meet the same fate he did. I guess in his obsession to create the perfect lifelike dolls, Charles didn't mind testing his methods out with his very own.
That should get me into gold. Yeah. Yep. Nice little gold promotion there.
Last month,
Very
I
nice.
took my wife on a road trip. After reaching 109 million subscribers on my YouTube channel, I could finally take some break from work. Not bragging, but I am glad people loved my content and showered me with love. Anyways, we were driving amidst the woods.
We are
My
now
wife,
gold.
Marcia, loves traveling.
Within 2 days, I have gone from iron to gold. The plan is to eventually get our asses back into diamond. We shall see if that is a thing that will happen this particular season. Do Tuesdays. I gotta make fun of David. On Sunday. All right, listen. I've been streaming for over 9 hours. Thorium should be getting here within the hour. And then we will set up my microphone, and then hopefully by tomorrow I'll have that nice and handled. In the meantime, I'll see you guys later. Stay safe. Don't die. Remember, the world's a better place with you in it. Okay? Very good day today. Very good day.